This is a Southern Sin. Breaking news special. Be sure to like and subscribe now.
All right, y'all ready?
Yes, sir. One moment.
We already got our little alert to bailiffs that I did subpoena a couple people that were, or told them either one to not be here till 11 or 1, depending on who they were.
Okay.
So just be on the lookout for a witness potentially, maybe
Okay.
want to come to courtroom.
Did you hear that, Brandon?
I did not. I had a couple of people that I told them not to be here till 11 or 1 o'clock, depending on who they were. One I did get subpoenaed in time to be able to make it before 11. But they may show up, is what I'm saying, just be aware, always. Tonight. Well, I know there's somebody stopping you. Yeah, please tell them not to come in.
All right, and the jury's here. Are you ready, Mr. Lamb?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring the
I
jury.
believe so.
My energy bill dropped from $100 to $50 by doing this. My friends laughed at me when I spent $49 on a power saver device.
Mallory. All right, Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness.
Yes, sir. The state calls Timothy Allen. Lieutenant Allen, if you'll just pause when you get to the witness stand and look towards me, please. Raise your right hand. Swear the evidence you give in this case will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat, sir. What's your name?
Timothy Allen.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the American Police Department.
What's your position there?
I'm a patrol lieutenant.
Do you now, or have you in the past also worked a side job, as it were, at another location in Americus?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
I'm my side job is Phoebe Sumter Medical Center.
Okay, and what do you do at Phoebe Sumter Medical?
I'm a security.
How long you been with the police force?
I've been with the city for about 20 years.
Okay, and how long have you been with Phoebe Sumter?
Phoebe Sumter, I've been with them for about 4 years.
How much do you work over there?
How much do I work?
Yeah, how many hours a week typically?
Maybe 18 a week.
18 a week. Okay. Okay. Did you were you working at Phoebe Sumter on January 14th, 2024?
Yes, I was.
And that afternoon,
Make sure all the phones are off, please.
sometime shortly after lunchtime, do you recall seeing a white Mustang pull into the parking lot and up to the up towards where the emergency room entrance is?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. What happened when you saw that car pull up? Tell me first where you were.
I was sitting in the security booth.
And where's the security room?
It's as soon as you pull up, it's right there in the front near the entrance to the emergency room.
Near the main entrance to the hospital, or the front entrance to the hospital, or the emergency room entrance on the side?
The emergency room on the side.
Okay. And so you're in the security booth and you saw the car pull in. Where did the car pull up to?
The car pulled up. What we noticed was the car pulled in the wrong way. So that brought some attention. And once the car pulled the wrong way, I noticed that a black male exited the vehicle.
Where did the car stop? Did it stop?
It stopped right there at the emergency room entrance.
Okay. There's like a portico, like
Yes.
it covers like a brick portico where you can sort of pull up underneath it to load or unload passengers. Is that?
Well, you can, you can pull in, but it's nothing covering it until you get out of the vehicle.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so he pulled in that area up next to the emergency room. He got out, so it's a black male got out, and what did you see when the black male got out of the car?
The male was holding a infant baby.
And what did you see him do?
He got out. He rushed inside the ER, made contact with the hostess desk. At that point, I don't know what he advised them because I was paying attention to his mannerism. So at that point, I knew it had to be something serious. So by the time I walked out the security booth door and walked down to the ambulance bay, by that time, Mr. William was brought back with the infant child, and they had the infant child in the room working on it.
Okay. All right. Let me. There's a couple of things there that you covered that I want to go back to be clear about. So when you saw him come into the front, you were still or through the ER door. You were still in the security booth, right?
Yes,
And you saw him come in with the baby. And did you see what he did with the baby?
No, not at that.
Not at that time. Okay. And you said he stopped at the. Did you say the hostess desk? What's the hostess desk?
The hostess is when you're telling them the reason why you're visiting the ER.
So it's just sort of pre-check-in. I mean,
Yeah.
It's like the first person you can talk to when you come in the door.
Yeah.
So where did he go from the hostess desk? Did you see?
Immediately, the hostess got up and scanned the badge to let him to the back. Once he went through the doors, the hostess got the attention of the nurses and doctors that was back there in the ER, and that's when they started attending to the baby.
Okay. So what did you do? You said that something about going through the ambulance entrance. Tell me about how you did that.
Well, I exited out the security booth, and that led to outside. Walked a short distance down to the ambulance bay and entered the ER through those doors.
Planning to publish your book? You could reach 3 billion more readers. If you've written a book and you're thinking about publishing it, you have to watch this video. Hi, I'm Sarah from Spines, the fastest growing publishing platform in the United States. If you want to give your book the best shot at success, there are a few things you need to know. The world has opened up. Today's global book market spans multiple languages and formats, with international readers representing billions of potential customers. Smart authors are publishing in multiple languages and reaching readers all over the world. Most authors start with English. There are 5 major languages and dozens of international distribution channels where your book can be available. At Spines, we expand your reach globally across 6 languages and versions, from soft covers to audiobooks in multiple markets. Using the most advanced translation technology and top-tier international professionals, all at an unbeatable price. Want to publish your book? Want to hear more details? Leave your info and we'll reach out with a phone call to share all of the information right away. Stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Charles Hoskinson, Chief Executive Officer of Input Output, and I'm here today to talk about the 4th generation of cryptocurrencies and one of the best products we've ever built in the history of my company. So back in the olden days, before we had good old Bitcoin. And Bitcoin was a really magical thing. It took a long time to get to it, all the way up to 2009. And Bitcoin was really the first generation of the cryptocurrency space. Many of you who've heard me speak throughout the last decade will know I talk about the generations. But really the problem that Bitcoin was trying to solve was this concept of decentralized value transfer. So when we look at decentralized value transfer in a digital medium, it was always possible to move value from one bank to another bank, one person to another person, but you always had a middleman that lived in between the people. And the problem with a middleman is that the middleman gets the power of the market. They get to see everything, they get to know everything, they get to decide the fees, they get to decide what to charge, they get to decide who gets to play the game. So what Satoshi Nakamoto was very interested in is create some sort of instrument of value, in this case, a Bitcoin, and we create some sort of network that can transmit the Bitcoin to another actor. And it turned out that this was an unsolved problem, to do it in a completely decentralized, permissionless way. And nobody really believed Bitcoin was going to be a thing until approximately 2013. Bitcoin kind of floundered in the beginning, not a lot of participants, not a lot of value, but there were some very loyal adherents like the Hal Finneys and the Marty Malmys and the Mike Hearns and the Gavin Andresens and the Roger Vers who carried the torch and the flag, and they were able to get us to an inflection point in the history. So we went from first generation to $0 to $250 Bitcoin. Around 2013, something very special happened. People realized that this concept of decentralized value transfer was going to be a thing. It's here forever. So then they asked a very natural question of, what do we do with it? What do we do? And they said, well, transactions in value, they're fundamentally unpredictable things. What instruments of value? Stocks, bonds, commodities, currencies, intellectual property. There are thousands of different ways that you can represent value. And for transactions, there's potentially an unlimited amount of ways that you can express conditions of commerce. When you take a look at transactions, you say, well, there's one-to-one, person-to-person, Alice to Bob. There's one-to-many, Bob to a whole country. There's many-to-one, whole country to Bob, for example, many-to-many. When you look at transactions, you also have this concept of metadata around it. Good old metadata. Who, what, when, where, how, why. Where did you withdraw the money? When did you withdraw the money? You know, the geography that the money is based in. So you have geography. You have regulations. You have so many different considerations in addition to just the instruments of value that factor in transactions. So how can a fixed function system that only really moves Bitcoin in a very particular way ever hope to capture this entire universe of value that we have? Well, the idea of the smart contract came in. And this is very similar to JavaScript came to the web browser. Before JavaScript, web browsers displayed static websites. They could be very pretty, they could be very interesting, but they were static fundamentally. Then JavaScript comes, and then suddenly we have this dynamicism, and we get Amazon, and we get Facebook, and we get YouTube, and all these magical experiences. So similarly, when we look at the dawn of the second generation, smart contracts became a big thing. And this was most notably the dawn of Ethereum. But what we noticed right around 2015, as the paradigm started developing, is we noticed that while decentralized value transfer is great and programmability is awesome, this cannot work for large groups of people unless you had three properties. One was scalability. Two was interoperability. Three is governance. So 8 years ago, I did a whiteboard video just like this one. And I talked about how this was going to work its way through back in 2017 at the dawn of Cardano. And since that time, 8 years later, trillions of dollars of value has been created. Cardano reached a market cap at its all-time high of 100 billion, still sits at 20. And there are now 550 million people in the cryptocurrency ecosystem. Concepts like the blockchain trilemma were introduced to discuss scalability in a responsible way. Enormous work has been done on the interoperability side. And on governance, we have now complete on-chain protocols for things. When we look at Cardano, we're actually one of the largest DAOs. When we look at Cardano, we actually, with Ouroboros Laos and Hydra, have really solved the blockchain trilemma in terms of scalability. And these technologies are online either now or in 2026. And when we look at interoperability, a lot of amazing progress has been made with respect to bridging infrastructure. Also, a lot of discussion of interoperability into the legacy financial world, up to include new laws that are being passed. So it's a very natural question to ask. Are we done? Do we have enough? Because at the end of the day, the entire point of all of these generations is to run the world's economic, political, and social systems. It's to take nation states and companies, to take your personal finance and run in a blockchain, run it in a completely decentralized way. Because each step of the way, it preserves some fundamental values. From Bitcoin on, real cryptocurrencies, no one's in control. No one can freeze your money. Nobody has access to your funds unless you give it to them. You own your own identity. You own your own personhood. You have economic agency. And the answer is no. So that's what we're going to talk about here today. The final generation, the last generation before we bring the billions of people, unify the financial markets, and bring the entire world to the cryptocurrency space. It's been an amazing 16 years to watch Bitcoin evolve into concepts like Ethereum and concepts like Cardano. And it's been the privilege of my entire career to be here since 2010 to watch all of these things for the past 15 years. But I'm most excited about Midnight. And the reason being is Midnight is what made crypto real for everyone. The fourth generation. Let's talk about Midnight. So for the last 6 years, we've been in deep research and development, and we're trying to figure out how to solve the last three problems of the cryptocurrency space. The first problem is this concept of rational privacy. Second problem is the problem of identity. And the third problem is the issue of cooperation. They're all very different. Some are technology, some are social. But at the end of the day, we don't have a good protocol for managing all of this for everyone everywhere. Midnight seeks to be a layer 2 to everybody. See, the magic of Cardano, Ethereum, and Bitcoin is that they were petri dishes to discuss all kinds of concepts, to discuss concepts of decentralized value transfer, what makes good value, inflation versus deflationary monetary policy. When you looked at Ethereum, it was a giant computational engine. It was asking, what should the digital oil of the world look like? And when you look at Cardano, we have made amazing strides when we talk about protocol upgradability. We've done seamless hard forks for 8 years. We've been running it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 8 years straight. And we've been able to create one of the world's largest DAOs. In fact, the on-chain treasury is over $1 billion. Despite all of this, when we look at these three categories, the category of privacy, category of identity, and the category of cooperation, no one's really cracked these things yet. And the combination of three is what makes the fourth generation come. And it's going to bring remaining billions of people into cryptocurrency space. So let's start with rational privacy, work our way forward, just like I did 8 years ago. So first off, everything in the world, whether you're in a Boy Scout troop or a nation state, has a public side and a private side. The blockchain space notably has maximized the utility of the public side. Every blockchain, if it's a real blockchain, typically is transparent, it's auditable, it's time-stamped, and it's irreversible, it's immutable. When you put something in, can't get rid of it. You know when it came in, but everybody can verify it, inclusive accountability. These are amazing properties because the vast majority of economic, political, and social systems in the world have these. You can't check your own vote. You can't verify that the money in the bank's actually in the bank. You just have to trust a trusted third party. And unfortunately, most of the crimes of the world, the economic crimes of the world, and political crimes of the world, take advantage of one of these things. The mafia cooks the books, prevent you from being able to check things. Nobody can see the same state of the system. Somebody front runs and trades against you because they get to see something before you do. The problem is that most business also has a private side. You don't necessarily want the entire world to see everything you've ever bought, your Amazon shopping cart, your Google searches. You don't necessarily want the entire world to see what's on Google Maps and where you've gone. You don't necessarily want the entire world to see your medical records or your academic records. You don't necessarily want the entire world to see sensitive litigation or other such things.
When you went through those doors from the ambulance side, did you see Julian Williams?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, so and back a moment ago, you said you saw a car pull up with a black male. Did you know it was Julian Williams at the time, or did you learn later that that's what his name was?
I learned later that was.
Okay, you didn't know him when he first came up.
No, sir.
So you came into the ambulance door, and where was he when you came to the ambulance door and saw him?
He was standing at the trauma room where they was working on the baby.
Okay, was he in the room with the people who were working on the baby, or was he in sort of that common area outside the room?
He was in that common area, but real close to the door.
Okay, so he was near the door where they were, but he wasn't in there with them.
Right.
And what did you do?
At that time, briefly, I went inside the room, take a look at the child to see exactly what was going on. One of the nurses pointed out a couple of injuries to the baby face. At that time, I made contact with him and kind of pulled him away from the ER and walked him out the ambulance bay.
And when you say you pulled him away from the ER, you don't mean that in any physical sense.
No, we walked out.
He walked out.
Yeah.
I mean, he voluntarily went with you. Asked him to go with you, and
yes.
Yeah. And why would you walk from there outside?
Because at the time, because of what was going on with and what they was doing with the baby, didn't want him to. He's already emotional. Didn't want him to continue to be even more emotional, noticing what they was doing with the baby. And plus, I had to find out what was going on and why the baby was brought to the ER.
Now, you said a few moments ago that you had watched him as he came up. That you were watching his the way he was acting, his mannerisms or whatever. I think you said that is how you knew that it was something serious.
Yes.
Did you say that?
Yes.
Okay. What did you observe about his behavior or his demeanor or his attitude, whatever? What did you observe about him that caused you to that conclusion?
Well, when you brought the baby and he had the baby over his shoulder, the baby wasn't moving. It appeared that the baby didn't have any life to him. Once I made contact with him in the ER, it was emotional to the point where it appeared that his life had been drained out of him.
Science when it comes to transgender medicine, bad science when it comes to climate change. The Trump administration has been fighting all of it. We'll get to all that in a moment. First, this is it. The biggest sale all year guaranteed. Daily Wire Plus is half off for a limited time. Get access to every show, movie, and the Pendragon Cycle Rise of Merlin. Head on over to dailywire.com/cyberweek. One of the big problems we have in the West, and this has been true for many years at this point, is the perversion of science. There's a fascinating piece out of Free Press today by a columnist named Lior Sapir talking about gender doctors and what they say in private. Now, remember, for fully a decade in the United States, there
Was that one of the reasons that you felt like it might be better to get him away from from the immediate area where they were tending to the child?
Right.
So you asked him to walk outside with you. Where did y'all walk to?
We walked out the Amherst Bay and stood in the Amherst Bay area.
And you asked him what had happened. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First, let me ask this: did he tell you whatever it was that had happened? Did he tell you where it had happened?
Not at
or
that
where
time.
he was?
Not at that time.
Okay. All right. So he told you, what did he tell you about what had happened?
He stated that the baby had failed. And at that point, that's pretty much all he had said.
Okay. Now, do you recall when met, or did he tell you where he was when the baby fell?
No, sir, not at that time.
Not at that time. He just said the baby had fallen.
Had fallen.
And what did he do? I mean, after he told you that, what did you do?
At that point, because of the nature that I observed the baby, and I radioed to the on-duty shift supervisor and advised them that I had a situation at the hospital that was dealing with the infant baby.
So you radioed to the on-shift supervisor where?
With APD,
America's PD. Okay. Radioed the APD. All right. And why did you call APD?
Because at the time I believed that the whatever was going on with the baby had happened somewhere in the city.
Okay. Once you called APD, did you continue talking to Mr. Williams? Was he still standing there with you?
Yes.
Okay. Did he tell you anything further about what had happened while y'all were standing there?
Yeah. So he further advised that that the baby had fallen out of a chair based off of what his girlfriend told him.
Okay, so he said his girlfriend told him the baby had fallen out of a chair.
Yes.
Did he tell you where he was when the baby fell out of the chair?
Not at that time.
I mean, did you ask at any point, like where were you there? Did you see it? Where were you? Did you ask him that?
Not at that time.
Was there anything about his physical appearance that was notable to you in any way?
For his clothes wise, it appeared that he had two large stains on the right side of on his right shoulder.
Did you find out did you know what those were? Did you recognize them or learn from him what was all over his shoulder?
Yes, I later found out that it was vomit from the baby.
So, was there any point when you were talking to him that the girlfriend came up and started talking to y'all, joined y'all?
Well, while we was outside, the nursing staff came out and advised that at the time that we was believed they advised that the baby mom had showed up.
Okay. So the nurse came out and said the baby told y'all that it was the baby's mother, yes. which of course is not true, but
right.
But that's what they thought at the time.
Yes.
And did she come out to talk to you?
Well, me and Mr. William went back on the inside, and we stood not by the trauma room, but more close to the nursing station desk.
And who was there with
at the time? It was me, Mr. William, and Miss Trinity.
Okay. When you were standing there near the nurse's desk, did y'all continue having any conversation about what had happened?
Yes, at that time I asked Miss Trinity what had happened.
Okay. What did she tell you?
She said that the baby was sitting on a chair, like described like a lower beanbag chair. The baby was sitting on a chair eating some chips and drinking a juice. She turned away from the child. She heard something what appeared to have fallen, turned around, went and picked the baby up and attended to the baby.
Okay. Did she say anything to you then, or did Mr. Williams say anything to you at that point about where he was when the fall happened?
At that point, that's when I found out that the baby was at GSW.
Okay. Okay. So someone was telling you where he was, and that's when they explained that the baby was at GSW?
No, I didn't find out till after we walked back out the ambulance bay that Mr. Williams was not there at the dorm room with Miss Trinity and the baby.
Okay, so you didn't know at that point. You didn't know that he wasn't there when the baby supposedly fell out of the chair.
It's Tuesday, November 25th, 2025, and welcome back to Goodfellows, a Hoover Institution broadcast examining matters of
Do you recall Mr. Williams saying that
No, object to leading question.
Look, I'm trying to bring to.
Well, I didn't hear the complete.
I tell you what. I'll just start back over. I'll rephrase the question. Did anyone say anything to you during that time when you were standing, either whether you were right there or outside? Did anyone say anything to you about how Mr. Williams learned about the fall?
Yes.
Learned about the baby falling.
Well, at that point, Lieutenant English and Sergeant Webb had arrived.
Okay.
I had already called Chief Lewis and was advising him of the incident that they had a incident involving an infant baby.
Now, why did you call Chief Lewis?
Chief Lewis because he's the chief of GSW campus police.
So when you found out that this happened, something had happened on the GSW campus, you called Chief Lewis.
Yes.
Right. You said English and Webb arrived. Who were that?
As Lieutenant English and Sergeant Webb, they was the supervisors on duty at the time.
From the America's Police Department. Okay. Now, were you wearing a body cam of any sort?
No, sir, I wasn't.
Okay. Why weren't you wearing a body cam when you were working that day?
It's not common for me to wear it. For one, being in the ER, I don't want to run the camera due to any HIPAA violations.
You can't. You're not supposed to be recording stuff, but just generally in the ER, people coming and going, right?
Right.
Okay. And did you do a report of any sort yourself about these conversations?
No, sir. I didn't.
Did anyone describe for you a call or calls being made from Ms. Poague to Mr. Williams after the baby had supposedly fallen?
Any calls between the two?
Right.
No, sir.
Okay. You don't recall anybody talking about who would call who?
No, sir.
Okay.
Oh, are you talking about with the condition of the baby or what had happened with the baby, or?
I'm talking about after the baby supposedly had fallen, did anyone tell you about phone calls between the two of them?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
From whom did you learn anything about the phone calls?
From Mr. Williams.
Okay. And What did Mr. Williams tell you?
Mr. Williams stated that he left the campus to go to Walmart to get some diapers and to pick up some pizza. He advised just about the time that he got back on campus, he got a call from his girlfriend stating that something was wrong with the baby.
Got a call that something was wrong with the baby. And then it picked up from there what you described to us earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Hold on 1 second. Nothing further this time.
All right, cross motion.
Yes, Your Honor, may it please court. Good morning, Lieutenant Allen. I'm T. Gamble. I represent Trinity Poague. You doing okay today?
I'm good.
I just have a few questions for you. You were on duty there at the ER, and that's a place that you're familiar with from having worked there for a while, correct? And in this particular case, you see a young man come in with a child in distress, so you obviously followed up and tried to find out what was going on, correct?
Yeah.
Now, when he first came in with the child in distress, you described a scene where the child is very quickly handed off to be taken into the ER, correct?
Correct.
And they began, I assume, to work on the child right then, right? Now, there was a nurse present at that time.
There was several.
Can you tell me, do you recall who was present?
I can't.
Was there any doctor present at that time?
I believe Dr. Buzzin.
Did he come in with the nurse?
I think he was already there. But
Okay. So you're watching, and you took Mr. Williams away because of the situation and wanted to talk to him, correct?
yes,
And the thing that he told you is the child he's the first person to tell you anything about what might have happened. He said the child had fallen, correct?
Yes.
Now, later on, he had told you about a phone call from his girlfriend that had informed him the child something was wrong, for he needed to come back, correct?
Yes.
That's the scene you described where he was in the parking lot or very near the dorm when he got called, correct?
He was somewhere in that area.
And she calls him, but he said at that time, he said that the only thing he told you about the telephone call, I think you had said that something is wrong with the baby.
Yes.
He did not tell you that she told him anything about what caused the harm to the baby then, did he?
Not at that time.
And then when he got there, he just simply told you the child had fallen, correct?
Yes.
And when he told you that at that time, Miss Poague, who was misidentified as the baby mama, but was actually his girlfriend, was not present at the hospital yet, was she?
Not at that time.
So he couldn't have been talking to her there at the hospital about anything. He came right ahead, and she arrived later, didn't she?
She did.
Now, this was a fairly serious matter, was it not?
It was.
And in your training, I suppose you've been taught that normally you would make a report to try to instant report, to try to detail things when it's of serious nature that might involve criminal matters, correct?
Well, if I was on duty, I was on Phoebe Sumter. I was on duty at Phoebe Sumter, but not necessarily in my duty capacity with the APD. So in that sense, I wouldn't do a incident report. But if I was on duty, my actual duty with APD, yes.
So when you're wearing just security at Phoebe, your duty to make a report and all is not the same as when you're with the American Police Department. Is that
Right.
it? That's all the questions I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any ready,
No, sir, I don't think so.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Lamb?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Lieutenant. You're
Yes, sir.
free to stay. Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness.
State calls Mathis Wright.
My energy bill dropped from $150 to $50 by doing this. My friends laughed at me when I spent $49 on a power saver device that could cut my energy bill in half. They thought I got scammed. But when I showed them my super low energy bill, they were blown away. Check that out. This is our current energy bill. This is our last energy bill. And as you can see, over a 56% difference. Hi guys, I just want to share a quick and simple technique that anyone can use to lower their energy consumption without changing their lifestyle. With this method, you can keep cooking, baking, gaming, running your dryer, wash at 90 degrees, and keep your heater running like you used to before. This method can essentially cut your energy bill in half by optimizing your home's energy grid. It lowers your energy bill by anywhere from 20% to 50% by bypassing the spikes in your home's current, which can lead to significant savings on your energy bills. It was discovered by Carl, electrical engineer, during last winter, when, like many of you, he was hit with ridiculously high electricity bills. His energy provider was charging him over $165 a month. It was insane. So he decided to do something about it. As an engineer, Carl knew the power grid we're all connected to isn't perfect. Millions of tiny energy spikes are constantly flowing into your home's grid. These spikes send excess energy into your devices, causing them to use more energy than they actually need. This is bad news for your appliances and your energy bill. Think of it like a bucket that's overflowing 24/7 without you even knowing. It's a massive waste, right? And of course, energy providers don't bother telling you about it or try to fix the problem. So that's exactly what he set out to do. Carl figured that if he could use Nikola Tesla's theory to streamline the current flowing into his home's grid, it would lower his energy consumption at the end of the month. So he built a prototype that uses the Tesla coil principle to stabilize electricity usage, cutting out all the spikes of energy you don't even use but still get charged for. He plugged it into an outlet in his house and let it sit there for a month. When he received his monthly energy bill, his jaw dropped. His bill went down from $165 to $62. It didn't just work, it was a massive difference. After Carl shared the results of his prototype on social media, investors lined up. He teamed up with a product engineer to bring this energy-saving device to the market. It's called StopWatt, and it's this little plug-and-play device that can literally cut your electricity bills in half. Here's how it works. Super simple. You just plug it into any empty power socket in your home and it gets to work smoothing out your power grid. That's it. Just plug it in and it takes care of the rest. Thousands of people are already using StopWatt and saving a ton of money. Now he really wants as many people as possible to benefit from this. So he's running a special promo today where you can get StopWatt at 50% off. Plus, he's throwing in a 30-day money-back guarantee because he knows how much your money matters. If it doesn't work the way you expect, just send it back. No questions asked. Just scan the QR code you see on the screen to visit his website, and you can grab your StopWatt at 50% off today.
Welcome back to Phenom Yachts to Build. I'm Sean Reel. In today's episode, we're going to give you a progress report on the all-new flagship for Phenom Yachts, the Phenom 33. We're going to check out the paint processes that are going on the boat, and we'll even go to the water and check out the latest Phenom 37 to come off the line. All right, so our progress report on the Phenom 43. The deck is in, the console pan is in, and from the very beginning, you've seen me inside this console, even before the 5-axis mill had any chance to touch anything. Now, started to put in the cabinetry. It started to take shape around me. You're starting to see this will be the sink. This is the cooktop. The microwave will go above my head. The refrigerator will be down here. You move back, and we'll have the shower and the toilet. Now let's jump out of this thing. We'll check it's going to go over top of my head to give us our full 7 feet of headroom. All right, so now we're standing outside the boat, and I'm standing next to the console liner, and our consoles are made of 3 pieces. We've got a console pan, console cap, and there's a liner that goes inside of that. The console liner that I'm standing next to and the cap form one piece. If we didn't do it this way, you would have exposed raw fiberglass and an unfinished piece inside of the console. Now on the inside, we're doing some PI work. PI work stands for polish and inspection. What we're doing is we're buffing out any imperfections on the inside of the console so that we have the perfect fit and finish on the inside. All right, last couple of updates on the Phenom 43 hull. Hobby's down here underneath working on some PI work around the bow thruster. When this hull comes out of the mold, this is one big opening back here. We manufacture a fiberglass piece that's inserted, glassed in, and faired. It really speaks to the fit finish of Phenom yacht. Also, the hull sides are primed and ready to go to paint. Let's go over to the engine booth and see what Jimmy has going on with the motors. All right, we're inside the paint booth here for our engines at Phenom Yachts. And as you can see, it's just a small white building. We've got our V10 Mercury 400 horsepower engine kind of taken apart, and you can see the gray strips down the side. This is the primer. It will act as the backdrop for this really dark blue that we're going to paint the rest of the boat. You can see the cowling here. There's the cap here for the oil fill, and we've got the engine back in the background. We're going to do this mohawk stripe down, and it's going to be awesome. And we use this gray primer. If you can think about it, the white backdrop you see around us, if we were going to paint that black, it would take forever to get that black to cover all the way. So we use darker primer to really make this blue topaz that the rest of the boat's going to be, make this blue topaz really pop. All right, we're going to get out of here so Jimmy can get to work at finalizing these motors. Let's get out of the way. Jimmy's fixing to kick this fan on and get in here and start painting, so we'll get out of the way so we can get to work. Jimmy walked into the paint booth. He sprays a test color to see how evenly the gun lays down the paint. Then he'll make adjustments in the air pressure and flow rate to get the best possible spray across the engine. All right, Jimmy's in here putting this Alex Seal blue topaz on these engines right now. It's a super quick process. It's really just 2 coats of paint, let it dry, and then it comes back and puts the clear coat on it. As you can see, it doesn't take long to actually. All right, Jimmy's done with the first coat. He's got a couple minutes. He's going to get the second coat on. Then he's got 2 coats of clear coat. It's going to go. What we're going to do is run outside and take a look at what these engines look like when they're fully assembled and all painted up and ready to go. All right, we're in here at the warehouse. Jimmy's got the motor put back together. The cowling's reconstructed. The decals are back on it. The paint's cured. The thing turned out awesome. Take a look at this blue topaz mohawk on this engine. All right, now we're going to go over to the other paint booth and check out the rest of the paint project for the boat. All right, now we're here inside the paint booth at Phenom Yachts. And what we've got here is the underside of the buggy top. So our 43 is going to have a gap tower, just got before. This is the underside. So we've already painted it in the blue topaz from Alex Seal. And in a few days, they're going to be pulling in the hull, and they're going to get the blue topaz down the hull side of this boat as well. Now let's head down to the water and see what Jim and Alex are up to. All right, we wanted to take this opportunity to show you the very latest Phenom 37 that's just come off the line. We're down here at the docks right now. Jim and Alex have just finished up the sea trial, the very initial sea trial of this boat. We wanted to take the opportunity to jump on board and show you some of the personalizations. Let's go take a look. All right, let's check this thing out. All right, we're out here cruising around, and it's important to note that the boat is not 100% complete yet. We do have more work to do. This is our initial sea trial in verification that the boat is hooked up properly. I did want to show you some of the personalizations the customer chose, starting with our Fotique tow rail, and this is by far one of the most popular options that we offer here at Phenom Yachts. This is Fotique. It's all painted in fiberglass, and it's all done in-house, so we control the whole process here in-house. Again, this is one of our most popular choices. Let's go back to the helm and take a look at some more personalizations. So here at the helm, most of what you see here is standard with the exception of the Fotique helm pod, and the customer chose to go with an Edson steering wheel and carbon fiber rather than stainless steel. And here at the aft section of the boat, the customer chose a Photique transom. And remember, all our Photique work is done in-house here at Phenom. They also chose the sea glass mohawks to go on these V10 Mercuries. Remember earlier in the episode, we showed you Jimmy painting the blue topaz on the engines for the Phenom 43. All right, we're all finished up. We're going to get this boat back to the plant so it can be completed. Thanks for watching. Make sure you like and subscribe, and we'll catch you on the next one.
Reverend Wright, go step toward that witness chair up there, the witness booth, and pause, please, and look back towards me.
Reverend Wright, if you'll receive the oath from Mr. Lane, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, have a seat, sir. What is your name?
Malthus Wright.
And it's Reverend Wright, is it?
Well, yes,
Mr. Wright, Reverend Wright.
Well, I am a Reverend.
Okay.
Reverend Wright.
Reverend Wright, at a point in the past, you have also you served as a deputy coroner. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And when was that you were a deputy coroner?
Between January 1st of 2020 through December 31st of 2024.
And why did you leave that role as deputy coroner?
Because the coroner, new coroner, that was an election, and the new coroner that won did not retain me as a deputy.
So there was I mean, that's essentially a political position in a way, right? I mean, it's a political. The coroner is an elected position, and deputies are folks who are appointed by whoever the elected coroner is.
That's correct.
And they are free, aren't they, to choose whoever they choose to be their deputies if they have deputies even.
That's correct.
Okay. So who was the coroner that had appointed you as a deputy?
Mr. Clifford Walton.
Okay. And then when Coroner Walton went out of office at the end of December of 24, that's when you left office as well.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. In January of 2024, specifically January 14th of 2024, did you have occasion to address a matter involving the death of a young child by the name of Romeo or J.D. Angelus?
I did.
How did you first become involved in this?
I received the call from the hospital staff that I was needed at the emergency room at Phoebe Sumter in Americas.
When you went to the emergency, do you know what time you went to the emergency room? I'll ask it that way. Do you approximately what time you went?
I'm not really sure exactly what time it was that I actually arrived there, but I don't recall exactly what time.
Okay. In any event, did you go promptly or shortly after you received the call?
Yes, usually we are instructed to try to, from the time we get the call to try to be at that destination between 30 minutes to an hour.
So you were there within an hour at least.
Yes, within an hour of the time I got the call.
When you went to the hospital, can you tell me what you did when you first got there? Who did you talk to?
Well, when I own hospitals, when I arrive, when it's a situation like that, when it's someone that have died and and a law enforcement agent is involved there, because we're at the scene. If it's a death where they are not involved, then I speak to the hospital staff first. If there's a law official there that's involved in the case, I speak to that officer that's in charge first.
And do you recall who you spoke with when you got there?
Yes, Officer Allen.
Caraloha transforms self-replenishing bamboo into soft, sustainable bamboo viscose bedding, bath, and apparel. Our bamboo viscose fabrics are twice as soft as cotton and naturally odor and allergy resistant. Everyone who sleeps in, bathes with, or wears Caraloha sustainable products is intrinsically giving back to a healthier world. Bamboo is temperature regulating, naturally wicks moisture away from your feet, and helps you stay cooler, literally and figuratively. Every fiber has a built-in thermostat, and Mother Nature turned bamboos way down. Our bamboo is rain-fed and grows out of the earth's natural soils without the use of additional irrigation or harmful chemicals or pesticides, making for a cleaner, healthy planet. Bamboo also sequesters more carbon dioxide and emits more oxygen, letting you breathe easier knowing bamboo's got your back.
Hey everybody, Walton Goggins here. Starting a business is never easy, but with GoDaddy Arrow, that endeavor is about to become a whole lot easier.
Hey man, you got this.
Create a website. It looks like you know what you're doing, even if you don't know what you're doing, because you're using a website that developed a tool that knows exactly what it's doing. It helps you design a logo. This is what we came up with. We put it here, we put it everywhere on our website, and we even put it right here. I'm telling you, from one central command center, you can have all your social media empire operating. You're doing it all, everything. Let's go, Dave!
Did you get any preliminary information from Alan?
Yeah, that'd be the purpose, is to ask him what we got, what does he see that we have.
Did you subsequently talk to anyone else about what had happened?
I did. After I left Officer Allen, I got one of the nurses to show me which room the baby was in. I went in and took a preliminary look and examination of the baby just to see what kind of condition that I could see visually that was wrong with the child. And from that point, I went to the father.
Where was the father at at the hospital?
He was in one of the, I'm going to say one of the side rooms there that they have outside of the ER, or family room is what they call it.
Okay. Did you talk to the father there?
I did.
Did you talk to anyone else?
In that room was just the father and I think that there was the father and the aunt. And I didn't really talk to the aunt that much. The information I found out about her was she was the one that seen about the baby during the day on a regular occasion. I asked the father about what had happened.
Okay, and when you asked him about what had happened, what did he tell you had happened?
He said that he had arrived sometime the night before, that he had left to go get pizza, and when he left, the baby was doing fine. And when he returned, that the baby was in distress, having problems breathing, and he didn't know what had occurred or happened. And that he had taken the baby brought the baby out to the emergency room.
Did you talk to anyone else about what had happened?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
From there, I went to the other family room where the defendant was, and I talked with her. And in the room, her parents was with her, and I asked her about what had happened in the time, and she said that that the baby was eating potato chips, and that and the baby had became distressed and had fallen out of the chair that the baby was in.
Okay.
And then from the early conversation,
Okay. Okay. So she said that the baby was in a chair eating.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the baby, you said, became distressed and fell. What did she tell you about the fall? And
well,
what did she mean became distressed? What did she describe to you?
Well, she really didn't actually describe it exactly what were the circumstances around it, and at that point I didn't really press her to give me any more details about the actual fall.
Okay. So when she told you the baby fell out of the chair, what did she say happened, or what did she do at that point once the baby fell?
Well, from the indications was that she really, from the way it was described, it happened really close together, or almost simultaneously. Like when that happened, the father came back almost at the same time. That may have occurred, that she didn't really have much time to actually do much.
So this happened, and then the father gone for pizza or whatever came back sometime shortly after.
That's
the
correct.
fall. Okay. Did you prepare any notes or a report or a memorandum or anything describing what you did, what you observed, who you talked to, and so forth?
Yeah.
Okay. And as soon as I reach in here and pick up I thought I had a clean copy over there with me, but I don't. Here it is right here.
Jesse Love will win the first race of the 2020.
Get a sticker. I'm going to show you, Reverend Wright, 2 pages that I marked as State's Exhibit 40. Do you recognize those 2 pages that I'm handing to you?
Yes, sir, I do.
What are those?
The one that's in my left hand are my handwritten written notes that I did while I was right there at the scene. The one that's in my right hand is the face sheet that I got in the emergency room. And then I added some additional handwritten notes on this document that I have in my right hand after I got back to the office.
Okay. Now, with regard to these notes, let me ask you, do you recall what Julian Williams, the father, what he told you about how he learned of the fall, or how he learned what had happened?
The dad said that when he came in, that the baby was in distress, and that the girlfriend had told him that the child had been eating some chips.
Did he tell you how he learned that the child had fallen?
Yes, that the girlfriend had told him that the baby fell.
What he told you that she had told him, was that any different in any material way from what she told you had happened?
Yes, because if you look at my handwritten notes, it's like in 2 sections.
Okay, I'll hand it back up to you and let you. Your Honor, I'm going to tender State's 40, although I will say at this time that I don't believe that ultimately it would go out with the jury under continuing witness, but I'm going to tender it so that the witness can refer to it as he's testifying.
Do you have conviction?
Under those conditions, Your Honor, no.
So it'll be tendered, but it will not, because it's a statement, it won't go out with the jury. Is that
I
correct?
think that's the rule, Your Honor.
All right. I just want to make sure y'all both agreed with that.
Yes, sir.
So it'll be tendered into evidence, but this is a document that will not go out with the jury.
Okay, so I gave you the notes. What are you referring to now when you said that if you could tell me?
In the first part, it starts out by saying history, like in the first paragraph. That's when I did the summary of what Officer Allen said, the father said, and what my initial statement with the girlfriend. And so
the section that you have that says history, you said it's based on what Allen said, what the father said, and what the girlfriend said.
Correct.
It's sort of so it's kind of a combination, like an overview of everybody.
Yes, a summary of what I've been told.
Okay, all right. And then you have, go on from there. You have some separate notes to what effect?
Correct. And based on what I had been told, I had a second time when it says girlfriend statement, and I had checked the baby, and I had asked the hospital staff, and no one had seen any evidence of chips being eaten. I asked the EMS guy about did they find any chips at the scene, and they said no. So when I asked the girlfriend about there was no chips found with the child or in the child's mouth, Then she gave me a different story that, that something to the fact that the child wasn't eating chips, but the child had fallen. And she also had said, because I put it right here, that that the child was not eating or anything. So I went back to Alan and said that I got a conflicting statement about what happened.
Right. And did the girlfriend tell you that she was the one who had told Mr. Williams about the fall?
Correct.
Okay. So she told you that she had told him. Is that right?
Correct.
Did anyone indicate to you how long he may have been gone, or how long it was before he got back from the time of the fall, or anything to that effect?
Yes, it was said 5 to 10 minutes from the time he had left to go get pizza to the time that he had came back. And that was what, and the dad said, William said, 10 to 15 minutes that he was gone.
So one of them said that he was gone, was gone for 5 or 10 minutes, or had been gone for 5 or 10 minutes when the fall happened.
Yes. And that the fall had happened between that time.
Okay. So she said that he had been gone for 5, 10 minutes when the fall occurred.
Correct.
Did you take any steps after receiving information from both of them and the officer and the folks at the hospital as well? Did you take any steps with regard to the disposition of the child's body?
Yes, our office took possession of the child's body. I notified the crime lab in Macon, Georgia, about and gave them a summary of what my report was.
My energy bill dropped from $150 to $50 by doing this. My friends laughed at me when I spent $49 on a power saver device that could cut my energy bill in half. They thought I got scammed. But when I showed them my super low energy bill, they were blown away. Check that out. This is our current energy bill. This is our last energy bill. And as you can see, over a 50% difference. Hi guys, I just want to share a quick and simple technique that anyone can use to lower their energy consumption without changing their lifestyle. With this method, you can keep cooking, baking, gaming, running your dryer, wash at 90 degrees, and keep your heater running like you used to before. This method can essentially cut your energy bill in half by optimizing your home's energy grid. It lowers your energy bill by anywhere from 20% to 50% by bypassing the spikes in your home's current, which can lead to significant savings on your energy bills. It was discovered by Carl, an electrical engineer, during last winter, when, like many of you, he was hit with ridiculously high electricity bills. His energy provider was charging him over $165 a month. It's insane. So he decided to do something about it. As an engineer, Carl knew the power grid we're all connected to isn't perfect. Millions of tiny energy spikes are constantly going into your home's grid. These spikes send excess energy into your devices, causing them to use more energy than they actually need. This is bad news for your appliances and your energy bill. Think of it like a bucket that's overflowing 24/7 without you even knowing. It's a massive waste, right? And of course, energy providers don't bother telling you about it or try to fix the problem. So that's exactly what he set out to do. Carl figured that if he could use Nikola Tesla's theory to streamline the current flowing into his home's grid, it would lower his energy consumption at the end of the month. So he built a prototype that uses the Tesla coil principle to stabilize electricity usage, cutting out all the spikes of energy you don't even use but still get charged for. He plugged it into an outlet in his house and let it sit there for a month. When he received his monthly energy bill, his jaw dropped. His bill went down from $165 to $62. It didn't just work, it was a massive difference. After Carl shared the results of his prototype on social media, investors lined up. He teamed up with a product engineer to bring this energy-saving device to the market. It's called EcoWatt, and it's this little plug-and-play device that can literally cut your electricity bills in half. Here's how it works. Super simple. You just plug it into any empty power socket in your home, and it gets to work smoothing out your power grid. That's it. Just plug it in, and it takes care of the rest. Thousands of people are already using EcoWatt and saving a ton of money. Now he really wants as many people as possible to benefit from this. So he's running a special promo today where you can get EcoWatt at 50% off. Plus, he's throwing in a 30-day money-back guarantee because he knows how much your money matters. If it doesn't work the way you expect, just send it back. No questions asked. Just scan the QR code you see on the screen to visit his website, and you can grab your EcoWatt at 50% off today.
Okay, guys, come on in. I've invited some friends for a meal. We've got some rendang, some spicy chicken, sayur lodeh, curry chicken, even mac and cheese, meatballs, pasta, and smoked duck. And this is just a seafood roll.
Oh.
Takin, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. Go for it.
I love rendang. I love the taste.
What do you think of the chicken?
It's moist enough. It's not overcooked.
What if I told you that it took me less than 10 minutes to prepare each dish?
Oh.
Sit tight.
10 minutes is crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Okay. All is revealed. Essentially, these are all what we call ready-to-heat meals.
Mm.
It came in a box. I simply had to microwave it.
Wow.
Wow.
None of my guests could tell that this feast that looks freshly cooked came from these boxes. Ready-to-heat meals, designed to mimic a home-cooked meal. They are catching on fast. You'll find them everywhere now, from supermarkets to vending machines.
So in this episode, I find out more about these meals. They're a convenient choice, but are they a tasty and healthy one? The plan is this. I'm going on a diet ready-to-heat meals. Going to have them for lunch and dinner 5 days a week for 1 whole month.
Before I start the experiment, it's time for a health check.
It does make such a big difference in small. Hello.
Meet John, our executive producer. He's going through the same health check because he's also going to be on the same diet as I will be.
It's good to have more data, right?
Okay.
We'll check your cholesterols, we'll check your sugars, and then we will take some height and weight measurements. Also check your liver function, your kidney function, just to get a kind of a general idea of your nutrition at the start. Right. And then at the end of 1 month, we'll repeat all these measurements and let's see if there's any differences.
Besides the usual cholesterol and blood sugar levels, our hydration and sodium levels will also be monitored through our liver and kidney functions. Then it's off to stock up on some ready-to-heat meals.
Okay. Ooh, there's quite a variety here. Got Asian, Western, Korean, even stir-fried chicken and basil with rice. $5.50. Some of that. Oh, local favorites. Ayam bakar, blue pea rice, clay pot chicken rice. And these are only $3.85 each. Wow. These are cheaper than you would get even at a hawker center. I think I've got all that my freezer can fit for now. This should last me about 2 weeks. And the total price is $92.54. Let's find out what that means for each meal. Oh, it's only $4.60 per meal, which sounds like a pretty good deal. So the question is now, I wonder if they taste as good as they look. Let's go find out. That first bite was quite tasty. It's still really hot. But the main thing is, I realized this portion is really small. And there are 4 pieces of chicken meat in there, some vegetables and sauce. The roll not bad. There's no way this is healthy.
And if you notice on my handwritten notes, the cause of death at that time is unknown because it's visually looking. You could see the bruises and the swelling some on the body, but you couldn't really determine what was the cause of death. So we set up for an autopsy to be done, and then after that, that's when the cause of death was determined.
Is that customary for someone from the coroner's office to make a decision about whether or not an autopsy is performed and make those arrangements about an autopsy being performed?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Reverend Wright, good morning. I'm T. Gamble. I represent Trinity Poague. Are you doing okay today?
Yes, sir, Mr. Gamble.
Thank you. I've got a few questions for you, Reverend Wright, concerning the autopsy, et cetera. Not the autopsy, but the coroner's report, I'm sorry. And you've already testified that you came and got a call because as your duties as the assistant coroner, if the coroner wasn't available, then you'd fill in for him, correct?
Well, not exactly in those words.
How did it work then?
The way it works is that we take a month or a week or a shift. Like my boss would say, I need you to work this week so that we all would kind of have some off time, that we wouldn't be on call all the time. So this incident happened to occur on one of the weeks I was assigned to work.
Okay, I got you. You're on call like a police officer being called. You're filling in a particular position in time, and that time, if anything came in, you were the one to handle it.
Yes, sir.
And the purpose of coming as a coroner, you're the first one to come to try to make a determination first if the individual is indeed dead, correct?
Correct.
And then if possible, give a cause of death, because sometimes it's a routine matter where you come that someone's an elderly person that died or whatnot, and you can make some evaluations based upon what you're told by the hospital staff or the family or something of that nature, correct?
That's correct.
And then when you have situations like this where it's a little more detailed, sometimes you still can make some determinations, and other times you're not able to make.
It's Tuesday, November 25th, 2025, and welcome back to Goodfellows, a Hoover Institution broadcast examining matters of history and current events, economics, and geopolitics.
That determination on your own, correct?
That's correct.
And this was one of those times where you couldn't tell yourself exactly what the cause was, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you did, though, still try to take in some information, determine what's going on, and you made, I guess you made a report of some sort. Is this the normal way you make coroner's reports?
Well, yes, it's my way of doing it. Someone else may do it a little different from the way that I would do it, but I normally start out with the history. They try to find out what has happened before the event occurred, and then do that. Then I will go and do like the follow-up, like it says, where I would take a statement and then I'll mark it statement. So each one will follow something similar to this, but they may, depending on the circumstance, I may change it somewhat, but basically it's what I have seen and determined at the scene.
But what I'm asking specifically, maybe a little bit more directly, the first page of your report is a Phoebe Sumter Medical Center face sheet that you've kind of written out some information about the addresses and things like that, correct?
Yes.
And I mean, that's not a coroner's report sheet or station or anything that's on. It's actually from something you just grabbed from Phoebe Sumter and scribbled on, correct?
Well, no, we get this all the time. If we go to the hospital, we're going to ask for this because sometimes the addresses are wrong, people names are wrong. And if you notice, I put different names, different addresses because sometimes the people that's involved are not the people that we have to contact to get certain clearance on. In other words, like the girlfriend wasn't the mother. So I defined the mother. And if you notice, the notes on this sheet is to find out who the mother was and where she is, what her phone number was.
Now, the second page of this document is a handwritten report, correct?
Correct.
Is that normally how you would do it, just a handwritten report on a notebook paper?
Yes, this is pretty much the standard that I would do, but like I said, could change depending on the situation.
What is the exhibit number on this? 40. Can we pull up, we got another copy of that. Could you pull that up on the screen so I can ask questions about
Yes,
that?
sir. Let's take a brief recess so we can get that going.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And I have to have a comfort break. All right. So we're going to take about 5 or 10 minutes if anybody needs to step in to the restroom. That way they'll go ahead and get the computer going before we get back. Sorry, brother. Yes, good. Do you need to use the restroom?
Yes, sir. I can just use
Yes,
it
sir.
one
You
time.
can step right out there.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
There's a reason why Americans are more polarized than ever. We just haven't been able to pinpoint exactly what it is until now. Partisan tensions are inescapable in the modern era. Today, nearly 2/3 of Americans say that we are more divided as a nation than we've ever been before. This isn't about policy. This is about emotion. This is about hatred. We can't solve polarization until we understand where it's coming from. We have to find out what's causing partisan animosity to grow in this country. We've created the most detailed report on American political polarization that's ever existed. We call it America's Political Pulse. We think of it as an EKG of American democracy. And our research suggests that there's a very clear and singular reason for why partisan animosity is at an all-time high.
This is Stand Together Presents stories, ideas, and advice from changemakers tackling our biggest challenges.
What is going on, you guys? Welcome back to the channel. Back with another video, a review of the all-new DJI Osmo Action 6. I've been waiting for this camera for a very, very long time, so shout out to DJI for handing me this early on so I can review it, because I obviously love filming and action cameras are the main component, besides of course the motorcycles, of motovlogging. So I'm always very excited when the new flagship best camera is out on the market for me to test out, review, and this is going to be that video for you guys, as the camera just released today. I'm currently shooting with my good old Osmo Action 5 Pro, and now we're about to switch to this beautiful brand new DJI Osmo Action 6. And just like that, out with the old, in with the new. This is the Action 5 Pro. Ton of videos were filmed with this camera, been non-stop using it ever since it got released. If you guys didn't know, I used to actually use GoPro for the longest time when I started my channel, and I only had one GoPro that I used for forever, and then it was essentially time to upgrade because of battery life and a ton of overheating and reliability issues, and started working with DJI ever since the Action 4 Pro. I reviewed that camera and I love that camera, and that became my full-time. I think I actually started with the Action 3. Yeah, I might even start with the Action 3. And then the Action 4 was definitely my full-time camera, Action 5, and now the brand new Action 6 that we are currently filming with. But let me talk about my setup real quick. This is my AG Pista RR. Of course, I do have the DJI Lav mic connected. This is not directly from the camera itself, because the camera itself can definitely pick up audio no problem, as we are right now. But as you guys will see in just a split second, when we're on the freeway with these super bikes are absolutely obnoxious, you definitely want something that's a lot isolated. But to go over quickly my setup, AGV Pista RR, the brand new Action 6. We also have the DJI Lav mic, a mic adapter, a chin mount, as well as some attachments that go along with the chin mount. And you can find most of these links in the description down below, so you can essentially replicate my setup that I've been using for, I don't even know, maybe 4 or 5 years, ever since I started YouTube. I believe it was 4 years. You guys are welcome to replicate it. I've been through a lot of trials and errors, and this is the most convenient and best setup for me. Like I said, I am using the DJI Lav mic, but one of the new features that this camera has is that you can connect not only one, but 2 DJI wireless mics directly to the camera, no receiver, no nothing, which is extremely helpful for motovloggers because of convenience, and if you wanted to essentially capture your audio with, let's say, the sound on the motorcycle directly for a more immersive experience. And now let's get going with the ride. It feels good to be back on one of my favorite bikes, the Aprilia X Trenta. For those that don't know what this beauty is, if you're just watching here for simply the camera review, this is main channels for, motovlogging. We ride some of the most exclusive bikes in the world and just enjoy daily life things with them. That being said, this is a track bike, so we gotta warm up those slicks, which they're definitely not gonna warm up in time, but it's okay. We'll just be safe. Woo! On race bike. We can keep it about the brand new DJI Osmo Action 6. It's gonna take me a second to get used to the fact that I'm saying Action 6. It feels like, just not long ago we're using the Action 4 and now then the 5 Pro and now the 6. So a lot of very exciting new features that were added to this beautiful camera. The first and most important thing that we gotta talk about and discuss is the brand new bigger sensor. Now keep in mind, this is a square sensor, which allows you to have multiple variety of different aspect ratios for cropping purposes. Let's say if you're a content creator that wants to go out and ride, and you can change the aspect ratio, and then you can use the footage also for, I don't know, Instagram, TikTok, whatever you may like, or even YouTube Shorts, you know what I mean? Just different aspect ratios. Not only this square sensor is very useful for content creators like us, hello officer, Don't mind me just filming a camera review over here. Like I said, this is an all new, improved, bigger sensor for this camera, but DJI did not just stop there. This is the first action camera in the world to have variable aperture. To not nerd you guys, because also I'm not the craziest, camera nerd myself. I do understand what that means, but to simplify for you guys, all that essentially means is that you're gonna get insanely better low light quality. And again, that's important for everyone that wants to use an action camera, specifically for us motovloggers, because obviously we're on the road. You're not in control of, said weather. You don't know what's going on. Sometimes we go on rides and we end up riding till nighttime. And it's just nice to have a camera that can film in all type of lit environment or dim environments. It's just nice to have that peace of mind that no matter what this environment you're in, the camera is going to be recording and it's going to be capturing nice top tier quality. I am, by the way, currently using an ND filter, which of course you can also get from DJI, and you can attach it to your cameras. This is exactly a mimic of the settings and everything that I was using on my DJI Osmo Action 5 Pro, just on the brand new camera. And now we're gonna go through this little tunnel. So let's see how it's gonna look over here, even with the, I would call it a medium ND filter. Beautiful Santa Monica Pier. Motovlogger, like I said, you can't predict if it's going to be a gloomy day, if it's going to be, a sunny day, or if it's going to be rainy. You never know. You never know how long you're out for, and it's annoying to carry a bunch of other equipment like different filters and change settings. So it's nice to have a camera that you can literally quick record and boom, captures everything. Which takes me to my second point. I saw that dip, and I stood up. I was not about to get nut checked again. My second point is the quick capture. This has an all new 0.3 second quick capture setting. Again, as a motovlogger, and I feel like it's an action camera. These are action cameras, therefore you could be doing action. And again, you're probably not filming 24/7 since it's, an action camera. You want to be able to take it out of your pocket, even if it's your helmet, whatever it is, click record if you see something and it'll start recording. And it has a 0.3 second record time. So literally, if I click record while the camera is off, in 0.3 seconds, less than a second, less than time you blink, essentially, it's going to be recording already. So it's essentially instant at this point. Huge plus. I love instant record or the capture options, just because I use it all the time. Right now, when I'm done, let's say if there's too much traction on the video, I'm just going to stop recording. Camera's going to off. Click the record button again. It's a one button process, and it's start recording back again. And now it's going to start recording instantly. So absolutely big W. Thank you, DJI, for continuing to improving features that I already had in your previous models, but now you get them even better. And now, like I was talking about, the battery life. Of course, the battery life has been amazing with the action cameras. I used to complain for the OGs of the channel, we could be riding for 2, 3, 4 hours sometimes. All the action cameras just couldn't hang, especially in colder environments and stuff like that. DJI was not. These batteries are cold resistant. They perform well in cold weathers. Also, the cameras do not overheat, unlike the other competitors. I've never had a DJI action camera crash on me, which is a huge point in reliability. The audio sounds different. That's because I cracked open my visor a little bit because we are going slow. There's not enough airflow, and therefore my helmet is getting foggy. Thank you. New Action 6 is capable of recording for 4 full hours at 1080. Of course, if that's 4K, that's going to be significantly less, but also I can comfortably say I can record easily for an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours, and no problem at all. For my personal videos, roughly I have about an hour of footage, which is plenty. So I've never once was worried about battery life. Is it raining right now? It's not raining right now, is it? Yes, it is. Like I said, what did I say at the start of this video? You can never expect the weather here. Brother, I have slicks on. These are definitely not going to get up to temperature. And now it's raining with racing slicks on. Okay, maybe we should turn back around then. How crazy is that? Unfortunately, we're not going to have a nice dinner at Mastro's. Anyways, like I was saying, we're here for a nice steak dinner. I'm joking. But, wow, that's a beautiful view, actually. Matter of fact, let's give the extras a little break. A shower, I guess, too. That's lovely. I do not like riding in the rain because now I'm going to have to do a whole detail when this is done. We also probably should wipe the lens as well, maybe, possibly. There you go, just in case you guys couldn't see before. Like I was saying, I've never had an issue with the battery life. Obviously, this is the first time I'm testing this new camera when it comes to the battery life. The battery life, according to the stats, is still phenomenal, and we're obviously going to be putting that to the test since this is my new camera for vlogging. Sorry, but yeah, this is my new main camera for motovlogging now. So I'm just glad that I don't have an action camera where I have to carry batteries because those do tend to fly out of my pocket sometimes, and that could be sketch. So I'm glad that that is not the case. Another brand new feature that I wanted to talk about is their new boost lens. The new boost lens allows you to capture even a wider view, which when we ride out of here, I'm actually going to switch to that lens because that's just kind of cool, I think. And yeah, it's a whole new POV. So I'm like, obviously I want to try. I want to see how wide and how things look while I'm riding, which I'm going to be checking out while post-editing this video. For the number of nerds out there, it goes from 155 degrees to 182 degrees. So it's significantly wider, and you're definitely going to notice a difference when we hop out on this ride. And the last new feature that this camera has is 50 gigabytes of internal storage, which is really nice for emergencies, like if you're out riding and you forgot to clear out your SD drive and you have files that you can't just delete. It's nice to have a 50 gigabyte external storage. How I see that as an emergency, like, hey, I'm mid-ride and I need to capture this content because, you know, I can't just replicate it. It's not like a reshoot type situation with motovlogging. So you need to have something that is reliable and something that essentially has failsafe, and that's what I think of this 50 gigabyte storage. It's failsafe. Ooh, I'm excited to see how this is gonna look. Look at that. As soon as I switch to the brand new wide FOV lens, the sun comes out, which is actually counterproductive because I had an ND filter before and now I don't. Not only we changed that, but we changed a few things with our settings. Oh, look at this thing. Okay, I kind of need to take a couple shots for the gram because this looks absolutely just magical. I don't know, glorious. I don't know what the word for it is. But a couple of things I want to mention also about the new Action 6 is that they made it so much easier for people that don't like to film using D-Log, which is what I use. And of course, this camera, honorable mention that just like the old camera, it has 10-bit D-Log M. So very useful for the people that want to essentially, let's say you're filming a professional camera, filming with a drone, and you want to incorporate all those footage together and color grade them together. Very, very, very useful. So I always film in D-Log M and I do my color grading and blah, blah, blah after. So, but for those of you that just want a camera that to just take out, throw on, these are exactly the settings. So I turn off D-Log M, it's shooting in 10-bit regular mode, I guess. Is that what you call it? Yeah, it's not D-Log M anymore. The new feature that is added to this camera that the old camera didn't have, even though they had the D-Log M back in Action 5, is the fact that now they have essentially filters. You know, they have different tones that you can choose. I've chosen like just a vivid, like colorful one just to, you know, show a noticeable difference for you guys. And yeah, see how it's gonna look, not only with the new wider FOV 182 degrees, as I said, in comparison to the previous 155 with the ultra wide, but also just the fact that we have this kind of vivid color thing. And I feel like I can stand a lot closer to the bike now because I have a wider FOV. I feel like when I go far, it's going to look even further now. So yeah, I also wonder how me talking and everything is going to look. I feel like it's going to look more like a video game for you guys now. But let me know down in the comments below, what do you think about this new FOV? Another honorable mention before we continue the ride back is the magnetic mounts. They are still compatible with all the previous gens. One of the nicest things that finally Action has added, which majorly reduced how big the setup and bulky the motovlogging setups used to be, is the magnetic mounts. And luckily, I kept compatible with all the previous models. So let's say if you had, you know, Action 4, Action 5, all those, then you can just, same setup. That's exactly what I'm doing. Just literally brand new camera, snapped it on, connected it like nothing ever changed, just with much better quality and a bunch of new added features that we have been talking about. And we're continuing to mention, we ride out of here. So let's get going. The rain has kind of stopped, so time to ride back. Thank you so much, Life, for, I guess, just dirtying my bike for. It's okay. I guess I'll have to go back and edit it. I do have to do that for the video, but I also have to clean the bike. That's what I meant to say. Let's get going. I don't think I've ever used a camera with such a wide angle. So it's probably very different and cool to see it in such a like different view. That sunset is pretty heavenly, not gonna lie. I love how the colors look with the clouds and everything. And then the water. Woo! I believe we have covered most bases and most topics that most people would care about if they're looking to get a brand new action camera. Let me know down in the comments below if you guys have any other questions, because in the future we are going to be doing a couple more videos with the action camera. One of them is of course a comparison video, so make sure you drop a like, subscribe to this video please. And we're going to be comparing this flagship action camera to other flagships in the market and see how they go head to head. So stay tuned for those. And also, this camera has a super night mode, which we will be testing at some point. And for that, I have quite a special idea of doing a full nut ride with a super night mode in some sort of pretty city lights, iconic city light. And that's all I'm going to teach. So we're going to be testing that mode in a completely different video dedicated for just that and a different type of review. But like I said, for this part, I think we covered everything. And as I've told you guys before, I have been using the DJI Osmo Action 4 and then the 5 and now the 6 as my full-time camera, which you guys know I rely on heavily for motovlogging. So take what you want from that, but I'm going to be using these cameras since DJI keeps making them better and better, even though they're already like essentially everything that I wanted. Also, to be 100% transparent with you guys, there's one little thing that I've noticed a difference between this one and the old Action 5. That guy was breaking his neck looking at this bike. Blame him too. That camera is noticeably bigger and heavier than the last Action 5. I know that's a topic that I've talked before, that I do like when action cameras are smaller. The smaller the better for the aerodynamics and the weight, the strain on your neck and stuff like that. So this camera is slightly bigger. I'm noticing it a little bit more now because of course I am using the boost lens. So just kind of wanted to be transparent with you
My energy bill dropped from $150 to $50 by doing this. My friends laughed at me when I spent $49 on a power saver device that could cut my energy bill in half. They thought I got scammed. But when I showed them my super low energy bill, they were blown away.
Check that out. This is our current energy bill. This is our last energy bill. And as you can see, over a 56% difference.
Hi guys, I just want to share a quick and simple technique that anyone can use to lower their energy consumption without changing lifestyle. With this method, you can keep cooking, baking, gaming, running your dryer, wash at 90 degrees, and keep your heater running like you used to before. This method can essentially cut your energy bill in half by optimizing your home's energy grid. It lowers your energy bill by anywhere from 20% to 50% by bypassing spikes in your home's current, which can lead to significant savings on your energy bills. It was discovered by Carl, an electrical engineer, during last winter, when, like many of you, he was hit with ridiculously high electricity bills. His energy provider was charging him over $165 a month. It was insane, so he decided to do something about it. As an engineer, Carl knew the power grid we're all connected to isn't perfect. Millions of tiny energy spikes are constantly flowing into your home's grid. These spikes send excess energy into your devices, causing them to use more energy than they actually need. This is bad news for your appliances and your energy bill. Think of it like a bucket that's overflowing 24/7 without you even knowing. It's a massive waste, right? And of course, energy providers don't bother telling you about it or try to fix the problem. So that's exactly what he set out to do. Carl figured that if he could use Nikola Tesla's theory to streamline the current flowing into his home's grid, it would lower his energy consumption at the end of the month. So he built a prototype that uses the Tesla coil principle to stabilize electricity usage, cutting out all the spikes of energy you don't even use but still get charged for. He plugged it into an outlet in his house and let it sit there for a month. When he received his monthly energy bill, his jaw dropped. His bill went down from $165 to $62. It didn't just work, it was a massive difference. After Carl shared the results of his prototype on social media, investors lined up. He teamed up with a product engineer to bring this energy-saving device to the market. It's called StopWatt, and it's this little plug-and-play device that can literally cut your electricity bills in half. Here's how it works. Super simple. Just plug it into any empty power socket in your home, and it gets to work smoothing out your power grid. That's it. Just plug it in, and it takes care of the rest. Thousands of people are already using StopWatt and saving a ton of money. Now he really wants as many people as possible to benefit from this. So he's running a special promo today where you can get StopWatt at 50% off. Plus, he's throwing in a 30-day money-back guarantee because he knows how much your money matters. If it doesn't work the way you expect, just send it back. No questions asked. Scan the QR code you see on the screen to visit his website, and you can grab your StopWatt at 50% off today.
There's a puff of smoke before Carson hosts their playoff hopes are over.
Raja Caruth hangs on and wins it at Nashville.
Way to go, Raj. Hell yeah.
What ultimately makes me better is the people I have around me.
Just sucks. You're not on the green.
There's green underneath my ball.
The summer of Connors continues. What a day for Connors for having broken half. We're done. We're done.
Yeah, I think it's valid to be upset, but at the end of the day, nobody cares.
How many championships have you won?
Like 6 or 7.
You know the answer.
I don't know the actual answer, but I mean, not counting quarter midgets, because I don't know how many I won then. But I won 2 late model championships, 3 ARCA championships, 4 or 5 like open wheel midget championships. Never won a sprint car championship. I have a world championship in legend car racing. I mean, probably 12 or so. At this point, I think it's a big enough deal where I just want to win a championship at this level because it's such a high level. It just will set my whole life. Whole life can be completely different in a few days.
Does that bug you out a little bit?
What do you think? Do I look bugged out?
The regular season is wrapped up. Playoff field is set.
25 weeks ago, teams had hopes. They had dreams, and some realized that.
It's a game 7 where you think you have teammates. You may or may not. We will find out.
The NASCAR playoffs. If you know the sport, you know how divisive the topic can be. Look, fans take their winners on track seriously, no matter the circuit. To zip through it quickly, here's how these playoffs are designed. 3 races around, with the winners and best performers automatically advancing, until there are 4 drivers left to race for each of the sport's championships on Halloween weekend. The thing no one can doubt is that the playoffs are a long haul, meant to grind you down, to test you physically, mentally, and emotionally, which is how surprises happen. Surprises not a lot of people would have seen coming back in September when the whole show got going in Tennessee.
It's kind of crazy most of ours, not the playoffs. I feel like he ran good enough this year to be in the playoffs. I may be like a little bit more conscious of putting myself in bad spots or make sure I don't push too much on pit road and do something, try something new. It's kind of like a golfer, like a bad golfer. I feel like tries to make like swing adjustments on the golf. Or a good one just like does it on the range and then shows up to the racetrack or shows up to the actual tee time and just plays his game. The playoffs, I pretty much just play my game, but it's not like we don't try all year and then start trying in the playoffs. So I don't look at it like, oh, we're gonna start to shoot up for the playoffs.
Bristol Motor Speedway. Tonight, it's the playoff opener for the NASCAR Xfinity Series.
Going in the playoffs, there's a lot of pressure, but I think a really good philosophy I have is like, just don't beat yourself. But dude, freaking anything can happen in the playoffs.
And we're going to have some fun at this iconic short track.
Bristol, one of my favorite race tracks, probably my favorite short track, and this is my favorite race of the year. I love the atmosphere of the Bristol night race. I feel very confident about it.
Best of luck to you here tonight.
I love you. What do you think? Let's get him, champ.
Let's do it. Execute. Okay? 300. He knew Bristol was going to be difficult, but if you don't have the work ethic and a strong mindset and know how to push through sport, chew you up, spit you out in a heartbeat.
The playoffs underway in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. You can run, but you can't hide at Bristol.
There's a nasty pack of cars in the back, and they are rumbling pretty wide. Spin at turn 2, 17:48. Go over to Tyler and come to stopping a idiot.
Yeah, okay.
We have 7 laps to go until the end of stage 1. Pit road is going to open now. See if we have any early takers. This could be an opportunity to jump some track position. If we can get stage points, like if we can reach in, get stage points, we'll stay out. If not, pit. Do the opposite. Stay out.
Jesse Love stays on track. Everyone else, so 2 drivers stay out.
That's what we got here, buddy. Okay, so just drive your ass off. It's going to be a short run here. Just 2 laps to go in stage 1. Up front, Harrison Burke to his inside, Jesse Love. They didn't pit.
Jesse Love the lead.
Clear, all clear. 1 more.
Jesse Love way up the racetrack in turn 1.
Yeah. It's on bottom. Straight top, straight top, straight top.
He lost 5 spots on the racetrack. Justin Allgaier will stay number 1.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I mean, nothing. Oh my God, I'm gonna flip that. Double lift for flat. That's what I thought happened. I mean, it just looked like you went down in there and like shook the rear tires loose. That's all it looked like. I don't.
Every competitor knows the feeling. Those days when it just feels like everything's going wrong.
Stay in the game here. All right, let me just a little bit harder.
Trouble for one of our playoff contenders, Jesse Love, for 2 cars.
The right side tire on it.
For Jesse Love and his team, playoff opener at Bristol was one of those days.
Can somebody explain to me what just happened?
Jesse Love was
That tire late in the race dropped to 25th. Head up, team. Head up. We're going to fight to the end here.
You're still in the fight. But yeah, days like today are like getting kicked in the gut.
Tonight was pretty bad. Nothing in our way. At one of our best tracks, I feel like, as a team with a 2-car. I have no idea what the happened now. I promise you, I did not miss my mark. I did not overdrive the entry. I went down in there and blew a lever that never flew. It was the weirdest thing in my life. I've never felt that in my life. This weekend, we didn't do a good job, obviously. I don't think it's like us being dumb or putting ourselves in a bad spot. I think that's what happens when you run back there with the people that you should be running with. So, like, if I were to get struck by a meteor running 20th, I would blame it on me running 20th, not what happened running 20th, right? Yeah, that stuff typically doesn't happen when you're up front. So, no idea why. Today we were so bad. Who knows?
We were just doing the eggs today. I do eat eggs a lot. That's kind of a good cornerstone of my breakfast, but I do the 4 eggs and a pancake or 2 and turkey sausage. But that's like a full post-workout meal. I actually feel like a pretty good chef. I'm not perfect, but nobody's perfect. Most important thing is to stay in the game and not take ourselves out of it. So even if we're not the fastest, just execute a clean day, pit road, pit stops. I would say more of a focus on just having a clean race more than anything. So I think also just a certain level of just like letting it be, because you've done the prep and stuff during the week. So not to overkill it this morning. Breakfast done. Do something great today.
It's an absolutely gorgeous day here at the Magic Mile.
Good luck today. Win it all.
Do you feel like you're on offense or defense for this race?
The best defense is good offense, I would say.
We only have 45 minutes and want to make sure we get you to the end of this thing, which is pretty great. So in the interest of time, we're going to sprint through the next few races, making sure you get the main idea. Playoffs are unpredictable, and the standings follow suit.
Every point, every position. Fight hard all day.
Trouble in turn 1. Got 2 trucks around.
Get it. Out of me right there.
Raja gets by just in the nick of time. How well are you breathing right now?
Well, not good yet. I can promise you.
I think for me, the nerve-wracking part is the point situation.
Checker flag here in New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
Nice, Rush. We're into the next round.
The Roval.
Only the top 10 get stage points. These playoff drivers need those points.
The motto, the goal, whatever you want to call it, is to live another day.
Jesse Love came in 5 points above the cut.
Focus hard here. You're doing great.
To be able to win this stage is a massive statement by this team.
Trophy number 10 for Connor Zilic comes at the Charlotte Roval.
It's a foregone conclusion at this point. Connor Zilic wins.
Stay on that pain, brother. Stay on that pain.
Sanchez runs a really tight line. Doesn't give Jesse Love a long room.
I did a lot of things really, really good tonight. I also did a lot of things really, really bad tonight.
This is the because this is the most amount of drama I can remember.
You got the plan, we got the man, we'll be Talladega.
This is intense. Who's going to get this stage win?
Raja Bruner on stage number 1.
That was close.
Whew. It's going to come down to just what guys can survive.
Patience, big picture here.
To watch Jesse Love do what he's doing right now is flat impressive. 1 race to go. Jesse Love is really good on points at plus 40. Zilic and Allgaier have clinched a spot in the championship 4. Who joins him? Find out at Martinsville.
If you've been wondering what Carson has been up to since being eliminated from the playoffs, well, so are we.
It's over for you, pal.
And we found him here, in Florida, racing in his own kind of playoffs, but not exactly NASCAR grade.
What's different about this car than
Bro, look at the thing. It has real headlights. It has a CD player. We don't have CD players in the car.
What you're looking at is called 2.4 hours of Le Mullets, a play on the world-famous Le Mans race, but with an American twist. Got this. Featuring some of the biggest names in the YouTube racing world and hosted by Cletus McFarland.
You guys ready for some racing? You know, Carson is just the coolest guy in Cup right now. Dude, it's so fun. I'm driving in freaking Vic in the middle of nowhere, Florida, in front of an awesome crowd. I shift like in this thing, just slinging it, running into people, bonsaiing a little bit. Don't be afraid to use your nitrous. Use nitrous when you need to. Things like this is super fun, and thank God I raced for Spire Motorsports to allow me to do this and recognize that I do race better when I'm having fun. There's something I could take away from this to help me in the Cup car. I don't know what the hell it is, but there's something that can help.
Okay, back to NASCAR. The short track in Martinsville hosts the final race before the championship in Phoenix. And while Raja and Jesse headed into it in good shape qualifying, it was just impossible to predict what the racing gods might have in store for them.
Focus on just having a clean race tonight, getting points, running up front. I can't get to bed here today and expect everything to be all right.
How do you manage it, Raja, with 14 points to the good entering this race?
I'm in a good so let's do our job. I mean, what's there to stress about? Only a certain amount of things are in my control, so I focus on doing those things right, and I'm sure everything will work the way it's supposed to.
Rajah Caruth, Tyler Ankrum, they have a lot of points, but that can slip away really quickly.
Playoff elimination night for the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
Minimize mistakes on restarts, pit entry lines, hit the choose box, just a friendly reminder on doing them things,
Thank you. We'll have a good time tonight and see y'all in a little bit. Thank you.
Green flag is up.
Straddling 2 here to 9s on your door, on your quarter. Nice rhythm now. Nice rhythm.
Rajah Caruth diving out of the side of Ankrum.
Ankrum outside, Caruth to the bottom for 6.
No issues with chassis to start. Need to wait for the right rear to come in a bit for that last one.
10-4, 10-4.
Around goes Andres Perez to Lara.
Damn, it's like every time I get close, caution comes out.
Bring in the air. Oh, Riggs doesn't come up to speed.
Damn it. He coming.
There's a lot of damaged trucks on that rear contact among everybody that restarted on the bottom.
Capping on the restart.
34 missed the shift.
Had every appearance to it of being a missed shift. Rajah Caruth are getting a lot of damage.
Jamie, this is who I'm concerned about right here. Rajah Caruth, a lot of damage, and he is fading fast.
How'd you let the wall do you? Concentrate, man, concentrate.
Got inside of me. I'm driving as best I can, now I'm plowing because of the damage. I'm adjusted to it. It's just, this happened.
Front's all knocked in. Lucky we're not leaking water. Regroup. Take care of business, man.
Green and white checkered flag goes in the air. Stage number 1 is complete.
All right, man, deep breath. I just took one.
Okay. Just tight finishing because of the damage. That's what I'm struggling with here.
Do the best you can here, man. I know you're trying really hard. You're doing a great job. We'll get some deep on that nose, get rid of the parachute.
10-4. Let's survive on them.
Green flag here at Martinsville Speedway.
3 wide bottom.
Look at Rajah on the inside.
Very aggressive 3-wide move. Underneath Honeycutt.
Be aggressive, smart. Take no prisoners. 52 tucked in behind you. Gonna bump you.
Great battle right here for a little bit of bumper tech. Middle of the corner. That's normal for Martinsville.
Don't take nothing from this one. Keep it clean.
Is there a gap behind him?
For all your work, man. There's no gap behind them. Do your best. I know you're trying, man.
Fourth on back is where the action is. Rajah Caruth, Caden Honeycutt.
Here. Inside.
Contact right there. Rajah Caruth, Caden Honeycutt.
Oh, he's got a flat tire.
Trouble turn 1. Rajah Caruth goes for his win. He was running side by side with Caden Honeycutt.
This is huge for Rajah, for the team, and for all the playoff bubble standings.
Cut my left rear.
Rajah was 8th at the time, trying to race his way into the championship 4.
Caden Honeycutt maybe a little bit up on the curb right there. They side by side like that. The exhaust pipe on Caden Honeycutt's truck was right where Rajah Caruth's rear tire was. And as soon as it was making contact, it cuts that tire down instantly.
Yeah, we're done.
there anything I did wrong there, Eddie? You just cut my tire. He's a side-by-side hard racer. He got into his water.
Raja Caruth going back to the garage with a broken heart and a very wrecked race truck. The first of our playoff drivers out.
I was feeling really good about our chance. Just racing. I know it wasn't on purpose. It happens, obviously. Tight racing here. It's just bummer it was me. So it's, yeah, heartbreaker for sure. We were in a really good spot. But it is what it is. So we'll keep on pushing, and the sun will still come out tomorrow. It sucks now, but yeah, it's good.
His championship hopes is over.
Yeah, it's tough. I try to be really in the moment, and at this moment, definitely shows it's never promised, Maybe it just wasn't meant to be this year. Maybe it's a lesson. That's what it is.
Great crowd here tonight at the Martinsville Speedway, getting set to go for the NASCAR Xfinity Series. Jesse Love, currently third in the championship standings, 40 points to the good, looking to run for a championship next week in Phoenix.
We're not in a great spot. We sit 21st, and obviously there's a lot of pressure there. If everything works against us and we have a bad day, then yeah, we don't go to Phoenix, right?
But you have plenty of time. You have 250 miles to get you.
Try to keep that blood pressure down for you, all right? Let me see. I got it. Got this.
Stay in the fight. Know your surroundings. You got this. Okay.
Time to go racing at Martinsville with 2 championship spots aligned.
You got this, buddy. You got this. Copy, buddy.
Green flag goes in the air, and the NASCAR Xfinity Series is racing at Martinsville.
Easy. Good.
Last thing Jesse Love wants is to sustain some damage, having to be very careful at this early junction.
Slow the center down. Get pointed sooner, bro. All clear, just 44. Easy, stay low.
Contact.
I can't wrap the bottom at all.
These guys, they're being aggressive. They're beating their back bumpers off. The longer we go, tempers are going to get shorter and shorter out there. Trouble, one car goes for a spin, slides up the racetrack.
Pit. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4 tires here. 4 tires. All the way.
For a couple of penalties under this round of pit stops, including Jesse Love, too fast on the pit lane.
We got a penalty, section 12, speeding. Okay, just let me know when I need to run out. I ran what I was told to run out of the pit stall. All right, that's the final, only mistake of the night here. Okay, let's clean it up here. We got this.
Here we go, second stage.
Green flag. Easy, good, all good.
It can get really congested, and that's when big issues occur here.
I got to figure out how to get you out of this harness mess, man. Be smart here.
In turn number 2, Jeff Burton got turned around in a heavy pack of racing traffic.
We're getting killed off the corner all the way down the straightaway. I am so slow at the 5/8 mark. So I just need clarity on what I need to do. Well, the best thing right now is to tell me what the car is doing, and then I can fix it. I need the front end to turn better.
Pit lane open.
3, 2, 1. Put on the brakes. Wheel straight here.
Jesse Love in that number 1 pit stall getting his service.
Go all the way. Do not speed.
Penalty on pit road, and for the second time tonight, the penalty is a playoff driver, and it's Jesse Love. They got busted for equipment interference.
All right, the penalty for equipment interference. What does that mean?
Oh, you see that tire in the back? Runs into Myatt Snyder's tire there. Oh! They're saying the tire left the box.
We're going to be fine here. We're not going to let this get us down here. We clean it up, everybody. We got to clean it up here.
Back over the green flag. 20 laps to go. Stage number 2.
All good.
Jesse Love had to start at the back of the field because of that equipment interference penalty.
With Koga here on the inside, he's going to hit the curb and go up the racetrack. Oh. Jesse Love. Jesse's thinking, what's going on here?
Wow. They came in with a 40-point cushion. They've been to pit road twice, and they've made 2 mistakes on the road.
Oh, easy, stay low, stay low, stay low. Easy, easy.
The car is getting into the wall. It all happened right in front of playoff driver Jesse Love, having themselves a bit of a rough night. Not what you need to do when you're trying to make it to the championship.
Green and white checkered flag in our second stage of the night.
Third right now, we're not going anywhere. I mean, if we don't get this car better than it is right here, we're going to be hurting here.
I would sweet it.
Final stage at Martinsville.
Jesse Love has gone backwards since the restart.
Fighting hard, buddy. Fighting hard. I know you.
It's getting to the point where they're getting a little bit nervous in their pit box. At the moment, he's only +9.
A few minutes later, though, the news gets even worse as Clark leapfrogs him in the real-time playoff standings to gain a 3-point edge, leading Jesse and the number 2 team on the cut line.
The points look right now. Every point matters, brother. Every point matters here.
30 laps to go. The Love team's nightmare scenario is for a playoff car below the cut line to win the race, which would bump him out of the championship.
Think about the nerves right here, knowing what's in front of him, the opportunity ahead of him.
Brandon Jones able to take the 3rd spot away.
20 wins, we're going to go.
This is where you got to be. These guys are in must-wins.
Pressure on these drivers to perform.
Championships are on the line. Fresh. All they had to do was just have a clean night, and it's been anything but that.
Play. All good.
Racing for a championship berth.
Everybody just going for all they can right now.
Checkered flag is out.
Talk to me. Yeah, what a night, boys.
Jesse Love will advance, joining Connor Zillage in the Championship 4 next Saturday at the Phoenix Raceway.
All I can say is good job fighting all night, guys. Proud of you. We're going to forget about it. Let's go win a championship.
Going for a championship. What? We'll go run for a championship.
Let's go run for a championship.
Jesse Love's leaning up against the Wheeling car, and the good news is you qualified for the race. But Jesse, I can tell by your body language, that's certainly not what you guys wanted. So what's your emotion, what's your thought right now?
Yeah, it's got to get, on feet.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. The main thing for him to take away is just perseverance. Just didn't give up. Did not give up. Good job. But to come out of here and to have a shot at the championship, that'll provide for a lot of good dreams for the rest of the week.
Nice job of surviving the night, man.
Yeah, blue collar.
Who's going to win the championship?
You? Sorry.
I'm racing the 88 car for a championship. I mean, there's definitely nobody I'd rather beat for the championship than Connor. But I don't look at it any different if it was him or the 7 or the 1, whoever I'm racing, right? Obviously, I'd rather be racing somebody that was slower, right? But the 88 and 7 are both going to be really good. Yeah, let's do it.
I was born in San Francisco.
Thank you. Good luck.
Man, I've been racing against all these guys all year, so I don't think that the execution needed to win the championship changes as at all. It's still the same people I'm racing against all year.
Bringing back sweet sunny day.
Me and Connor went to some breakfast place, and my order number was number 2. So I was like, oh, you're through, bro. Subconsciously, I definitely have that jealousy of watching Connor win every week. And it does suck, but I want to be around greatness. Like, Connor is a phenomenal car driver, great person, great friend. Like, that's something that I do want to be around.
Every week we ask you about your relationship with Connor, and I mean, where do you find that sweet spot in a relationship?
I think just being able to compartmentalize things, right?
I was going to ask you if part of this amazing mental mindset that you're in right now is because you and Connor are going through this together, and you have a trust with each other that is just magical.
I feel like I've just found myself in a really good spot mentally this week, and maybe subconsciously, Connor's helped with that. Maybe he hasn't. I'm not really sure, but I'm racing against the enemy all the time.
Jesse's probably one of the most competitive people I know. I feel like that's why we get along so well, why we're able to kind of push each other. When we put our helmet on, we aren't Jesse and Connor anymore. You have to understand how to separate the two, which is really tough.
I don't really explain this a lot to people, but how I go about these moments, I try to manifest the result, right? And now I'm just trying to catch up to it in time. So in my mind, I've already won tomorrow night. I just have to catch up to that in time. Because of that, when you keep adding the pressure on with oh, your life can be completely changed in a few hours and all the stuff that's at stake and things like that, I think in my mind, because it's already done, it's just cool. It's even better, right? Not scared of failure. I already have my speech written out for the most part. I've rehearsed it. I've kind of gone through the weekend how I imagined I want it to play out in my head, in the driver's seat, in my interviews, things like that. And yeah, there's definitely time on the racetrack and not been present in just the moment and been present on just feeling the tire and having the right mindset because I have focus on other things. To win tomorrow, I have to do it without thinking about anything. My only value is going to be just drive hard.
The stage doesn't get any bigger. The season is on the line. 4 drivers competing, 1 champion crown. Welcome to Phoenix Raceway for the Xfinity Series Championship.
What an interesting mix it is of the drivers. The driver that has stolen the show all season long, no doubt, has been Connor Zilic. He's gone to victory lane 10 times. You've got the reigning series champion in Justin Allgaier, and you got another newbie in Carson Kvapil, who's winless so far this year. You've got Jesse Love, who won the season opening race at Daytona International Speedway. His right to race for a title today.
Jesse just wants it. I mean, there's a lot of kids that say they want it and they think they want it, but there's a difference in saying you want it and really wanting it. This is all Jesse knows. I mean, he left home at 14, 15 years old, moved away from his family, started his own life at a pretty young age, had to figure it out on his own. It takes a lot to do this for a living.
Enjoy every moment today.
Have a good one out there, man.
Good luck.
Let's go get it.
Let's go, baby. Good luck today.
You got this.
I'm ready to make mullets.
These are the moments when it all becomes real, and it's all getting ready to happen.
Bring me one of those stogies after I win.
I'll be smoking cigars.
Thank you, RC.
No, thank you. Just be Jesse Loves. All you got to do.
Yes, sir.
I love you, son.
It's time to rise to the occasion, and I don't want nobody else in my car besides you.
Love you.
Put your nuts on the dash and let's do it.
Yes, sir.
The waiting is over. Let's crown a champion in the Xfinity Series.
Drivers, start your engines! The pressure on all these guys tonight, biggest race of their life.
All right, buddy. There ain't nothing to do. Just do it. Or we're in this position for a reason. We're going to execute all night, and we're going to bring home a trophy tonight, okay? There is no other option. Yes, sir.
Green flag goes in the air. It's go time in Phoenix.
Nose to nose hit turn number 1. Everybody minding their man back through the top 10.
Allgaier trying to get to the inside of Jesse Love. Those two Chevrolet Camaros door to door.
Ooh, it looks like the 2 cars struggling a little bit.
Biggest thing that I see is drive off. Need to wrap longer, exit lower.
Now rolling to the inside of the Jesse Love machine. Jesse drifts a little wide.
19, oh, don't make eye contact. That's tight. Love flies up the racetrack. The car swirling off the corner. For Jesse Love is managing your emotions. He maybe had one of the best cars in practice. Not translating to the start of the race right here. You see he's faded a little bit.
Are we just wrecking or what? Are we just wrecking sideways? Yeah, I mean, I'm tight center.
Jesse Love has fallen all the way back to the 10th position. The car has gone really, really loose.
He is dancing on the edge of the blade, just dirt tracking away.
Come on, man, just keep fighting here. We're going to get you fixed up. Try to put some more front brake in that thing if you need to here. Stay focused.
Green and white checkered flag, stage 1.
I think I need more drive. That was my gut reaction. The right rear just had no grip. All right, 4 tires here, track bar down 2. Got the sign here, got the sign. Leaving hard. 2, 1, put on the brake, go straight here.
Jesse Love backslid to 12th, complaining that the run went from really free to really tight and was over-rotating the center. The call is for 4 tires from Danny Stockman and 2 down on the track bar.
All the way. All the way. All right, you got this here. Let's do it.
Green flag goes back in the air. Connor Zilic for stride as they all head for the dog leg. Zilic down low, top playoff guy. Right behind him, Justin Allgaier, and there goes the 88 point.
Connor Zilic, he'll take the lead.
Jesse, try a bigger arc into 3, please, so you can have a lower later exit. Remember what we talked about, buddy. You got to win on entry. Win on entry. Try to see if a lower exit has more drive on exit 4. Stay in the game here for me. You're doing fine here.
Here comes Jesse Love.
I'd say the good news for Jesse Love is that he's moving forward.
That was a good job, dude. Keep doing that.
Love gets a nice run out of number 2.
Love trying to make it happen late in the stage. Working Nick Sanchez for 4 to go, stage 2.
4 stage, bro. Back here on his left rear. Go by him.
You can tell that the time for patience has elapsed. It's time to get it done right now, and Jesse Love is going to the whip.
Well, we made gains on it. Yeah, that was a really good one to do. Really good.
Jesse Love's moving.
Love has made his way to 5th.
Green and white checkered flag.
Championship 4 delivering as we get set for the final run of the race.
I felt like my drive was really good there in that run. All right, half up track bar. Half up track bar.
Coming to pit road. The 2 cars going to have to execute her pit stop.
4, 3, 2, 1. Put on the brake. Wheel straight here.
Jesse Love drove up to 5th in stage number 2. They're going to make a track bar. Tires and fuel.
Jesse Love felt like if the track frees up, they're going to be able to contend with the front runners.
All the way. Do not speed, not speed.
Race off pit road. How about the 2?
Wow.
Knocking it out. +4. He wins the battle off.
You guys are unreal. Let's go. Hey, boys. That's how you do it right there.
That was an amazing pit stop. Picked up some confidence, picked up some speed. So, feel better.
Jesse Love in control, takes the outside lane. Final stage 2025 underway.
Really good corner there. Really good corner. Only place he's beating you is entry to 1.
2 have lose the rest of the field trying to make this a 2-man dash for the championship.
Yep, there it is, brother. Keep doing that here. Keep him in your sight. Take care of your stuff.
Battle for the race lead.
Jesse Love is all over the back bumper of Justin Allgaier.
You're doing great here. Make him push.
Jesse Love glued to the back bumper.
The back bumper.
Jesse Love trying to move Allgaier out of the way. Now he falls to the car length behind.
You gotta hit your mark, sir. You got a good car.
Double turn number 3, around to the outside wall. Hard goes NC.
So the caution.
No, I have to drive than he does. I can see it. He's got a little bit more turn. Track bar up 3/4 of a round here.
Pit road has played a huge role tonight. I'm not going to say this is the last stop, but it could be.
Money stop for Jesse Love.
Away first stop, Jesse Love wins the race off pit road. Connor Zilic goes out second.
Yeah, boy, good job. This is the time where we got to be aggressive on these restarts.
Jesse Love, P1. Connor Zilic, second.
Love and Zilic, best buddies.
And they're going to restart on the front row.
Green flag is back in the air, and Love gets a great restart. Here they all go, diving for the bottom of the dog leg as they stack them up for the lead in one.
Connor Zillage with a big jump from Justin Allgaier into turn number one. He drifts right up across the nose of Jesse Love. Connor Zillage to the lead.
There's no more Mr. Nice Guy out there on the racetrack. There's a championship to be won here.
Just keep them in our sights here. Okay, keep doing what you're doing.
Time to go. Urgency is up.
Here comes Jesse Love.
Jesse Love trying to track down his buddy Connor Zillage.
Bare knuckle time in the Valley of the Sun. The battle is on.
You got it. You're doing an awesome job, kid.
Ultimately, it's crunch time, and they're within striking distance right now.
Jesse Love's going to close in. Matter of fact, he's going to shut it down to a car length battle for the lead. Zillage and Love racing for a potential title.
Hot and heavy. The pressure is on. Applied by Jesse Love.
Jesse Love turns the whip back up on Zillage. Jesse Love to the inside. Love charges in the fray. Side by side for the lead. Love's going to take him up the racetrack.
Love able to slide up in front of his best friend and take the top spot. He now controls the way to a championship.
All right, let's say it. About one. No run behind. By two.
What a statement by Jesse Love.
It's all about that discipline, man. Discipline.
A heart has got to be beating out of his chest right about now.
The nerves are in play for the lane. Driver is in full flex mode.
The only thing he doesn't want to hear is the word caution. Absolutely.
All right, everybody hold their breath. I need you to breathe and not hold your breath. Coming to the white.
White flag is out. The 20-year-old from Menlo Park, California, is about to realize a dream.
It is a storybook ending. Jesse Love wins in Phoenix, and he is the 2025 Xfinity Series champion.
Yeah, baby! You are champion, son. Hell of a job, team. Hell of a job. I can't believe it.
Congratulations, guys. Hell of a job, Jesse. All of it. I told you could do it.
It ain't sunk in yet. Oh, my God.
You're a champion, young man. You are a champion.
What a year for our car. Got their 100th win.
Wait that flag, baby!
But nothing trumps this. Celebrating a championship. And here's Jesse Love with a burnout. Let it rip. You're the champ.
Jesse Love, NASCAR Xfinity Series champion. The scene down here is absolutely insane. What a moment. And the emotions now finally coming to fruition for one of our drivers now cementing himself as a champion.
I'm so sorry. I had all the confidence in the world and I knew you could do it. Thank you, RC. Oh man, that's so oh my God!
Enjoy it. I love you.
Y'all ready? You ready? Yes. You can bring them on in. Yeah. All right, I saw a couple of y'all were as eager for that break as I was. I want to make sure that you, and it's morning times, especially when you get a little gray in your hair, you need to get to the restroom. But I don't want you to sit there and be uncomfortable. If you need a break, you raise your hand. We'll take a break at any time you want to. Okay, Mr. Gamble.
Reverend Wright, I'm not going to ask you questions really about this first thing that's showing on the screen, but that's the phase sheet that we went over a minute ago, what we were talking about, the first sheet of your report, correct?
Bad science when it comes to transgender and bad science when it comes to climate change. The Trump administration has been fighting all of it. We'll get to all that in a moment. First.
Yes, sir. And that's the one that you just get details about and make sure the phone numbers and if the people are wrongfully identified and stuff, you try to make corrections, et cetera, correct? Correct. If you could move to that second page, please. Of course, the second page now, that's more or less your coroner report concerning this particular event, correct? Correct. And you've been trained before you became the assistant coroner. You had to go to some classes and whatnot to be certified as a coroner, didn't you? Correct. And they taught you a lot of things about what to do as a coroner, but one thing they taught you was to make a report that contained all important details, correct? Correct. So as much as possible, when you're taking down information, you want to make sure if it's something you feel like may have bearing on this situation, you'll try to put it in the written report, correct? Correct. And I understand you're not going to put every single detail of what time you left and when you were there and all that, but the major details are going to be in there, right? Correct. And I'm looking at this report on the first paragraph, and you have a heading that says history, if you see that at the first paragraph. Correct. And very quickly out there, it tells first that the girlfriend called dad and the child was acting funny. You see that? Correct. And then you said dad said child had fell face down. You see that? Correct. So that was important information to put in the report because at least the initial report from dad was the child fell face down, correct? Correct. And then you go on down and it says, I can't tell you exactly what this word is, so I'm not sure what you're saying. Oh, I think it says bruising face and head, correct? Correct. Was that what you observed? That's what I observed. Okay. And then it says mother said child was eating chips, correct? Yep. But no evidence of chip you put, correct? Correct. And then you talk about the child being dressed, et cetera, correct? Correct. Now, nowhere in that paragraph did you say anything about the mother telling you anything about how the child fell, correct? Correct. And I mean, that's an important detail, is it not?
Well, for my job, I am there not to determine who did what. I am there to determine what caused the death. And every little detail, like you said, I don't actually write it down like someone like taking what's being said today. When I'm asking questions, I will listen to what's being said, then I make notes. And my earlier testimony was, the first part is a summary of what I had told. So in this paragraph here is a summary of what 3 people told me. And all I'm doing is getting information to give to the crime lab about what I've been told, what I see, and that's it. It's not to determine whether she did it, he did it, or anyone did it. I just know that I got a dead child. This is what I'm told, and this is what I see.
But you would agree with me, things like a fall can help you determine what caused an injury, correct?
Well, once I knew it was a fall, like I say, I ain't trying to determine who did it or caused the fall. I'm just trying to determine at that point to tell the crime lab that the baby had a fall. We don't even discuss whether the mother did it or the daddy did it or who did it. I just have to let them know that a fall has occurred. So when they do the autopsy, that's what they start their investigation from.
So whether or not the fall about the mother being seen in the written report or not, you still claim that that Trinity told you that. How did you say? She said she claimed the child fell out of the chair. But before that, you said the child was in distress and fell out of the chair. Correct?
Yep, that's what she said.
And that sounds like a child that's got something already going on and then slumps over and falls out of the chair. Correct?
Correct.
So what she's describing was not, a child fell out of the chair and then all of a sudden is having problems.
Objection, Your Honor, that's the question, is argument, not a question.
Well, I'll let him finish the question, but you can't ask me what she meant.
I withdraw the question. Okay. Now, going on down, you do note that you talked to the girlfriend and she told you, a lady called girlfriend being Trinity, correct?
Correct.
And you say down in that part of it that she tells you that the child was not eating the night before and was not really eating that morning either, correct?
Correct.
And when someone says that their child is sitting eating chips and drinking, it could mean that they've got the food prepared for them to do that, but they weren't actually doing much eating.
Managing your business doesn't have to take up your mornings. With Xero, you can handle it all before your morning coffee. When I first started my real estate business, I found myself buried in admin, tracking expenses, chasing payments, and trying to figure out cash flow. And then I discovered Xero and everything changed. With Xero, I can access my finances from anywhere, whether I'm at an open house or meeting a client at a coffee shop. The automatic invoicing feature has been a lifesaver. I don't have to manually send invoices or reminders anymore. Knowing exactly where my finances stand at any given moment is essential. Xero's dashboard gives me a clear view of my income and expenses, plus everything from my bank and payment apps sync directly to Xero. It is time for you to change the way you manage your accounting. Sign up for Xero today and free up your time for what really matters.
Correct?
No, that's not what I was told. Because if you go back to my first paragraph, it's specific. I specifically wrote, mother said child was eating chips. And then if the information that I was retaining, I wouldn't have never probably went back to her a second time. And that's when I asked the question and said to her, but there was no evidence of chips.
Of course, the child had thrown up, had it not?
Well, I didn't go to the scene at the where the incident occurred. I only saw what I saw at the ER, and there was no sign of vomiting. And I did ask the EMS, was there any sign of anything they saw? And it was basically no.
So as your testimony, you saw no sign of vomiting in any place that you looked at concerning this case, correct?
That's correct.
Not that you looked at all the places, but the places you were at the ER room, you did not see it, correct?
Correct.
You did not see it when you were talking to Mr. Williams, correct?
Correct, because he wasn't in the ER room with me.
You didn't see it any way on the floor or anything, correct?
No.
Now, this report, if you could pull it on up where it moves up a little bit on the screen, please. That's good. No, right there. when I'm looking at the report, it ends up by saying, but Wright was most noticeable, talking about of some bruising and whatnot.
Right.
Then you have ... there. That indicates to me that there's some more to this report. Is it?
No, that was just my ... that when I'm talking to the crime lab, I may have said something to them when they ask questions, because when you call them, they're going to ask you a series of questions as well. So when that ... was probably stuff that they were asking me when I was looking at the sheet reporting the death to answer some of the questions that they probably had.
Now, after you did your this coroner's report, isn't it true that you were interviewed by WTVM television station?
I don't recall. And the reason is that I got interviewed a lot, but I don't recall this one per se.
Is there any possibility that you told them that looking at trauma, some of it appeared to be, I'm going to say, past history as well as new? Did you tell the TV station that?
I don't recall saying that because I had no evidence to say past, because I was only looking at what I saw there. When I did my own examination, I did look to see if I saw any old bruising. And that was while I had asked the questions earlier about who seen about the child. And but I didn't see any bruising that looked that it was old. So they may have misquoted or misunderstood what I said, but I didn't see any old bruising.
So you don't believe you said that? You don't believe you said that?
No, I don't believe I said it.
That's all the questions I have right now. Can you redirect?
No, sir. All right. No, thank you.
May Reverend Mathis be excused.
Yeah, I would ask he's under my subpoena as well, that he remain. He may have to be recalled.
All right. Reverend Mathis, if you'll remain in the witness room in case you're recalled, and don't discuss your testimony with anybody because you're under the rules of sequestration.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, state calls H.
Try to listen carefully because we're going to run through the whole series right here for you just once. This is Carson Hocevar. This is Jesse Love. And this is Raja Caruth. They're three of NASCAR's most exciting young stars.
It's time to turn it up.
Each at a different step on the way to the same target.
Keep putting it to him, buddy.
Becoming the biggest names in their sport.
Oh, yeah, I love you guys. 17 more, the best laps ever ran in your life.
Good job, Jesse.
Raja Caruth is actually the oldest of the trio at 23, though in the lowest tier of the group, NASCAR's truck series. If it sounds like he's behind schedule, he's not. And anyway, you can explain it through the unconventional path he took to the track.
Yeah! Way to go, Barrage! Way to go!
Jesse Love is the youngest. He's just 20, and he races every week in NASCAR's Xfinity series.
Kind of outsmarted myself.
One step away from the big leagues.
Welcome to MTV Cribs.
The sport's been a family project for him ever since he can remember.
The winners learn from their mistakes, the losers don't.
And so far, the plan to become a superstar is pretty much on schedule.
Wait up.
start the year off. Yeah!
I want to be a cup driver. I want to be a championship cup driver. I'm on the big boy. I'm on the big boy.
Then there's Carson Hocevar.
Don't have to look for people.
At 22, NASCAR's reigning Rookie of the Year in the Cup Series, the big time.
It's been a fun arrival.
He races every week against the best drivers in the world,
That's badass, dude.
and he's afraid of none of them.
Go tell it 77. I'm going to wreck his ass.
Like, I don't know if you cry or laugh.
So for now, this isn't a story about big stars or legends.
You don't have many friends when you're the new guy up front.
It's about rising,
Oh, wow.
how fun it can be,
If he had his lasso with him, he could do it.
how much you can learn as you grow,
If you don't perform, you're not relevant.
and how it can feel when you're just starting out,
I've always thought I should kick his ass.
and how you just don't know dreams will ever become reality.
Welcome to my land.
A few miles outside of Charlotte, North Carolina, lays a plot of land that's about to become victim to a 22-year-old race car driver's family.
I'm having a good time with my Chevy Silverado. So I want to build a barnuminium. It's basically a townhouse and a race shop, and then you just put them together. I have a bunch of blueprints and drawn, or not really prints, Snapchat edits with drawings of what I want the plan to look like. And then literally I just want a bunch of racetracks.
If you think this is going to be a classic tale of a driver spending on elaborate toys, you'd be missing half of the story. Because it's also the perfect representation of who Carson Hocevar truly is. In every single way, a young man obsessed with racing.
If I could read it, when you kind of step out and disconnect, I feel like it's like, damn it, I want to go back.
We might make a jump since down there. Night races, no headlights, banned. The barriers, you light that fire. I love fire. I was gonna get a bunch of tires and just throw gas on it and race around the fire. But I didn't realize it's illegal to burn tires. I was pissed about it. We'll find something else we can put on the fire. I'm gonna burn some down here.
A neighbor's worst nightmare, maybe, but on the racetrack, he's equipped with a unique combination of assets from both the new and old schools. And that cocktail of Gen Z and throwback, along with some right place, right time luck, has propelled him through the NASCAR world at top speed.
So much momentum lately for Carson Hocevar, delivering at every level.
Really impressive run for Hocevar.
Love the green.
He was just 20 when he found his path jump-started straight to a spot in a cup car for the young Spire Motorsports team.
Just about 7 laps was all I had before they wanted to offer me a cup contract, and everybody thought they were probably crazy.
I know the deep end that I threw him. I take responsibility for putting him in the Cup Series at that age with that experience level.
I have my strawberry lemonade. I have everything I need.
Carson won 7 truck races. Carson didn't go through the Xfinity Series.
This is all new to him.
Carson is in a Cup car because of something that we saw him and put him in that series probably years before he should have been.
Kaboom!
The only thing I was scared about getting in a cup car was being slow. Because if I was slow, I'd never get that shot.
Carson Hocevar, he got the right foot to make the speed in that race car when he needs it.
I stink a lot. Like my hands and feet beat my brain. Like it beats.
Third will be Carson Hocevar.
There's so many times where I like come in the zone and realize like what I just did, and I'm like, I don't know how I did that.
Keep after it, Carson.
Carson Hocevar, the Rookie of the Year.
He's doing himself a disservice by acting like I just hop in the car and I just go. I don't agree with him. I think it's.
I'm a Hocevar. I'm a learner from the course veteran in front of him.
Nobody studies more than Carson. Nobody's watching car cameras more than Carson. Nobody's watching SMT more than Carson. Nobody's watching racing more than Carson.
Bull's in the chute. You gotta ride it.
So passionate and driven on racing, and honestly, it's all he cares about.
But growing pains were always inevitable.
Rick, just under caution.
And the kid's style undeniably bucks the norms NASCAR veterans embrace.
I don't know what happened right there. We'll talk about it later.
Leave Carson with a reputation for recklessness.
Yeah, don't hook anybody. That's just stuff you learn as a young driver. Don't do. Like, there's a lot of no-nos, and that's one of them.
The biggest thing a young driver is coming up is, just trying to figure out where they fit in.
You got a lot of pressure to make it, to prove yourself, to go out there and race, be competitive, run up front, put your name out there, and be in the spotlight some.
I feel like I've always believed that like the whole experience thing is a cop out. Like, oh, you're going to run so much better this year. You have another year worth of experience, which, like, I mean, sure, that's great. But, like, I wanted this and planned on it, got there, and now I'm going to beat them.
80% of my bank account was this land. It was literally just, hey, you're buying this in the off season. You realize you're not getting any income, right? And I was like, yeah. I was like, okay. Like, you don't buy anything anyways. You just get DoorDash all the time. So just don't buy anything big in January. Wait for the Daytona 500. So if we win the Daytona 500, it covers itself really quickly. So that's the motivation.
When you think of NASCAR, you probably don't think of the Bay Area, that blend of California cool and Fortune 500 tech companies. But for the Sports Xfinity Series 2024 Rookie of the Year, Jesse Love, when he's not chasing his racing dreams back east, you'll find him here, back near the beaches where he spent the first 15 years of his life.
This is my board. It's kind of hard to, like, when with small waves, it's kind of hard to paddle into them.
What is this thing? That is my dad's friend's board.
I had not surfed in, like, what, a year ago?
Yeah, a while. It's been a while.
And I was kind of rusty then, so I'm sure I'm rustier now.
In California, it was almost like I was a metalhead or something. Like, I was, like, so different for, like, racing.
Jesse Love is on a direct path to NASCAR's Cup Series. And don't let the wetsuit and vibe fool you. On the racetrack, he's been competing ferociously since he was 5 years old.
You are the youngest winner ever in ARCA Menard Series West. You're the youngest winner ever in any NASCAR sanctioned event. And you are also the youngest driver to win a NASCAR sanctioned championship, all at 15 years old.
Jesse's won on every level.
He's all over the bumper at Zillage. Oh my goodness. Love wins for the 8th time.
Though it's his competitiveness and drive that got him noticed by one of NASCAR's biggest names, Richard Childress.
He was the right guy. I said, look, you have the Jeff Gordon, the William Byron. Look, now can you drive like them? I think you can. Let's go out and show them. Jess is young, and he's got a lot to learn, like every driver his age, but he has the mentality to handle the ups and downs, and that's what it takes to be a good champion.
Checker flag comes out. Jesse Love wins at Talladega.
After just a year on the circuit, Love's already one of Xfinity's top drivers. And as far as the final step, getting to the Cup Series goes, it's pretty simple. The more you win here, the sooner you get there.
If you told me I'd be racing for RCR and Chevrolet 3 years ago, I'd literally call you crazy. Things can change on a dime. I just focus a lot on what the task is at hand and what the next thing I need to do and accomplish is. Race for championship in the Xfinity Series is priority number one. But I definitely, obviously, 5 years from now, I want to be in the Cup Series and be racing for Cup championships and wins, and that's the goal, that's the dream.
It's cold.
It's so cold.
Yeah, my feet were cold.
I got stop. I got the car warmed up for you. Oh, you guys left the trunk open.
Oh, lovely.
In NASCAR, there's nowhere bigger than Daytona in February. And at Spire today, they're prepping the 7 cars they'll run throughout the weekend. 4 trucks on Friday and 3 Cup cars on Sunday. It's a world away from when Spire began in NASCAR in 2019. But since then, they've gone from nobodies to an emerging relevance.
The expectation for this room is a championship. Okay? That's the expectation for this room.
When we started our team, we could do anything we wanted to do with it. We weren't bound by how things were always done. And so we've used that to our advantage.
One of those advantages is the ability to take risks on new talent. Now, if there was a blue chip pecking order at Spire, Carson Hocevar would top the list. But right behind would be Raja Carruth, who's about to begin his second full season driving on Spire's truck team.
We're fast enough. We got Raj ready to take another step. We're here to win a championship. I appreciate all of you, and thank you for being a part of this journey.
Of the 3 drivers in this series, Carruth has the furthest to climb on the ladder. But his talent and commitment have drawn the eye of one of NASCAR's biggest legends, Rick Hendrick. And so in addition to driving for Spire, Raja has additional sponsorship help from Hendrick team. A nod of approval, if there ever was one, in this sport.
This is from the Hendrick Automotive Group. Obviously, Rick himself assigned it, or Mr. H. So this is obviously when you win and you have the Ricky Hendrick blue colors on your race car, race truck, then you get to do this. Only got to do it once last year.
What a moment this was going to be for this young man. Rajah looking for the checkered flag, and he takes it.
And for the first time, he gets to burn him down.
And he's 21 now. He can celebrate in Las Vegas.
Yes, he can. And knowing Raja, he's probably going to hang out all weekend just to watch and listen and learn what the Cup guys are doing.
What does this moment mean for you in your career?
I think validation.
I should have cherished it a little bit more. I was kind of dismissive about it. I have a habit sometimes of moving the goalpost on myself. I think I just was focusing on what happened to allow me to win versus like what good things that I did to put us in that position. Goals, I would say, making sure I do my P's and Q's during the week with my preparation, my film watching, my studying, my note taking. You need to have the results, right? Ultimately, I'm either good enough or I'm not. So this is my helmet from the back part of last year. It's based off of Captain America's The Inspiration. It's cool. It's got Hendrick cars kind of built into it as well. So that's pretty cool. So I always try to like do something intentional with my helmet designs. Like I had a Black Panther one a couple years ago when the movie came out. Felt like it was something I resonated with, in a sport where there's not a lot of people like me, and to have kind of that, I don't see it as pressure, but it's a responsibility.
Rock and rollin', party till the morning. Know you are, just be yourself, yeah, that's the slogan. Yeah, we got it going.
Long season, and it's time to shake off the rust, to shake off the cobwebs, and turn them loose.
Star, no need for the bright light. Talk short, right body, I do invite.
Well, it's Daytona, and when you come to Daytona and you win this race, it changes the path of the conversation about your career.
Hi, dog.
And what it is for these guys in the truck series, it's about the start of their career.
Thanks.
How long do you full-time Indy driver?
We'll see. I don't know. Roger.
You.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. I remember being a fan, just wanting to be a part of the sport, and being young drivers are superheroes,
Raja's seat in a NASCAR truck is even more improbable than simply the odds, because unlike most of his competitors, Raja Carruth didn't start racing go-karts when he was 5 years old. He began his racing career in front of a computer screen, iRacing.
What's your favorite iRacing car to drive?
The Cup Series.
And didn't sit in an actual stock car until he was 16, putting him miles behind the pack in experience.
I remember Raj when he first sat in our truck, and you were like, man, he looks like somebody that's never really raced. He looks like somebody that grew up iRacing. But from when Raj first sat in that truck to the fall race at Bristol last year, I was just like, this kid can be a Cup driver. And that happened in like 2 years. Like, that's amazing.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Yes, sir. Proud of you, man. Thank you. Proud of you.
But he's racing against guys that have been doing this from when they were amateurs.
Good luck, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
NASCAR's truck races start pretty much every weekend under the Friday night lights. And here in Daytona, the first race of the year is Raj's latest chance to prove that despite his lack of experience, he belongs here.
Agent Samantha.
All right, Agent Ford.
Swear the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Have a seat. I sent it. Will you check with Mom? Sorry, because I'd moved so much stuff around over here, and I was looking for some documents. I was waiting for somebody to bring me from across the street, but I will go without them for the moment. All right, what's your name?
Samantha Ford.
Where are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation out of the Americus office here in Sumter County, Georgia.
And how long have you been employed by the GBI?
For 9 years.
As a special agent, what's your job in a general sense, in your generalized job duties?
Investigate crime, anything from theft all the way up to murder.
How does the GBI get involved in an investigation, at least typically?
Typically, we're a request agency. So chief of police, sheriff's office, district attorney's office, somebody like that request us to help with the crime. In this particular case, I got requested by the Georgia Southwestern University campus police.
And when you were requested to become involved in, when was that?
January 14th, 2024, approximately 2 p.m. in the afternoon.
As part of your investigation, did you at some point obtain information? Did you obtain information from various telephones, various cell phones?
Yes, I did.
And whose phones did you seize or obtain by request?
I obtained 2 separate phones from Julian Williams. I obtained a cellular phone from Trinity Poague, and I also gained access and consent to get Paris Permort's phone.
My energy bill dropped from $150 to $50 by doing this. My friends laughed at me when I spent $49 on a power saver device that could.
So the phone that you seized from Trinity Poague, or that you got from Trinity Poague, how did you get it?
During the interview that I conducted with Ms. Poague on the January 14th, we were discussing some videos during my interview that she was showing me in her phone. And at that point, I realized there was evidence in her phone, so I seized it.
And did you subsequently get a search warrant to permit you to, or permit the GBI to access the contents of the phone?
Yes, I did.
And after you got a search warrant for the phone, did someone in fact access the phone?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay, how do you do that?
So we have a device, it's a digital extraction device. And what it does is essentially makes a copy of all the information in the phone at that time and just makes an entire copy of it. And it doesn't do anything to the device other than copying the information. And so it stores it in a unreadable format, basically. And then you have to create a reader report or like a PDF report or something to be able to access the information inside the phone. Kind of make it easier for you to follow along and read and find information.
Did you, when you accessed the defendant's phone, Ms. Poague's phone, were you able to extract any text messages or instant messages that had been sent between Ms. Poague and Mr. Williams?
Yes, I was.
Speaking of, is Trinity Poague in the courtroom?
Yes, she is.
Okay, can you kind of identify for us where she is and which individual she is in the courtroom?
Yeah, she's sitting at the defense table. She's the middle female in the olive green shirt.
Okay. And you know her not only from result of this investigation, but I mean, you have met with her personally and questioned her or interviewed her, filled out an arrest report, went through that whole process, the arrest process, et cetera, with her. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. So, and this is the same person you got the phone from?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. All right. So when you access those messages from Ms. Poague to Mr. Williams, one of those messages, well, let me ask you, I'll do it this way. What's 41? What is the document?
These are messages that were pulled out of, I believe it was Instagram, possibly Facebook. There were a couple of similar social media accounts that had similar names. Off the top of my head, I can't remember exactly which one. These are messages that are not text messages from cell phone number to cell phone number, but in another format on social media. But this is one from Trinity to Julian or Jay.
All right.
On
what's the date time on
December 17th, 2023. And it is, let's see. I'm looking at the time difference. The only reason I'm looking at the time difference is because it's in UTC. May I explain that real quick?
Yeah, I'll just ask you to do that in a moment anyway. So that's fine. You can go ahead and do that now.
So UTC time is Coordinated Universal Time. It is the time that is whatever time it is at 0 degrees longitude, like the prime meridian, and it establishes a time for the entire world. And then like Eastern Standard Time would be -5 hours from that. So you would just subtract 5 off of what UTC time is to get the time, what it is right now. Like March to November with the time change, it would be -4, if that makes sense.
Okay. All right. So UTC time, why do these different reports, these various data sources, computers, phones, et cetera, why do they use UTC time? Do you know?
Well, it's a standard time because it's not, this device that we use, this program is not only here in Georgia, it's worldwide. So that's their standard to put it in UTC time, because crime doesn't only happen in Georgia, it happens everywhere, and phones change times and all of that. So it keeps it standardized, and then you can change it to whatever time zone you're in just to make it easier for you.
Right. So you subtract some hours for Eastern Standard Time, you add some hours for time in Asia or other places.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So you were trying to do the math and subtract 5 from that.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Charles Hoskinson, Chief Executive Officer of Input Output, and I'm here today to talk about the 4th generation of cryptocurrencies and one of the best products we've ever built in the history of my company. So back in the olden days, before the earth cooled, we had good old Bitcoin. And Bitcoin was a really magical thing. It took a long time to get to it, all the way up to 2009. And Bitcoin was really the first generation of the cryptocurrency space. Many of you who've heard me speak throughout the last decade will know how I talk about the generations. But really the problem that Bitcoin was trying to solve was this concept of decentralized value transfer. So when we look at decentralized value transfer in a digital medium, it was always possible to move value from one bank to another bank, one person to another person, but you always had a middleman that lived in between the people. And the problem with a middleman is that the middleman gets the power of market. They get to see everything, they get to know everything, they get to decide the fees, they get to decide what to charge, they get to decide who gets to play the game. So what Satoshi Nakamoto was very interested in is, could we create some sort of instrument of value, in this case a Bitcoin, and we create some sort of network that can transmit the Bitcoin to another actor. And it turned out that this was an unsolved problem, to do it a completely decentralized, permissionless way. And nobody really believed that Bitcoin was going to be a thing until approximately 2013. Bitcoin kind of floundered in the beginning. Not a lot of participants, not a lot of value, but there were some very loyal adherents like the Hal Finneys and the Marty Melnies and the Mike Hearns and the Gavin Andresens and the Roger Vers, who carried the torch and the flag, and they were able to get us to an inflection point in the history. So we went from first generation to $0 to $250 Bitcoin. Then around 2013, something very special happened. People realized that this concept of decentralized value transfer was going to be a thing. It's here forever. So then they asked a very natural question of, what do we do with it? What do we do? And they said, well, transactions and value, they're fundamentally unpredictable things. What instruments of value? Stocks, bonds, commodities, currencies, intellectual property. There are thousands of different ways that you can represent value. And for transactions, there's potentially an unlimited amount of ways that you can express conditions of commerce. When you take a look at transactions, you say, well, there's one-to-one, person-to-person, Alice to Bob. There's one-to-many, Bob to a whole country. There's many to one, whole country to Bob, for example, many to many. When you look at transactions, you also have this concept of metadata around it. Good old metadata. The who, what, when, where, how, why. Where did you withdraw the money? When did you withdraw the money? The geography that the money is based in. So you have geography. You have regulations. You have so many different considerations in addition to just the instruments of value that factor into transactions. So how can a fixed function system that only really moves Bitcoin in a very particular way ever hope to capture this entire universe of value that we have? Well, the idea of the smart contract came in. And this is very similar to when JavaScript came to the web browser. Before JavaScript, web browsers displayed static websites. They could be very pretty, they could be very interesting, but they were static fundamentally. Then JavaScript comes, and then suddenly we have this dynamicism at Amazon, and we get Facebook, and we get YouTube, and all these magical experiences. So similarly, when we look at the dawn of the second generation, smart contracts became a big thing. And this was most notably the dawn of Ethereum. But what we noticed right around 2015, as the paradigm started developing, is we noticed that while decentralized value transfer is great and having programmability is awesome, this cannot work for large groups of people unless you had properties. One was scalability. Two was interoperability. And three is governance. So 8 years ago, I did a whiteboard video just like this one. And I talked about how this was going to work its way through back in 2017 at the dawn of Cardano. And since that time, 8 years later, trillions of dollars of value has been created. Cardano reached a market cap at its all-time high of 100 billion, still it sits at 20. And there are now 550 million people in the cryptocurrency ecosystem. Concepts like the blockchain trilemma were used to discuss scalability in a responsible way. Enormous work has been done on the interoperability side. And on governance, we have now complete on-chain protocols for things. When we look at Cardano, we're actually one of the world's largest DAOs. When we look at Cardano, we actually, with Ouroboros Laos and Hydra, have really solved the blockchain trilemma in terms of scalability. And these technologies.
Timestamp.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me now what time that message was sent?
It looks to be around 11:24 p.m.
Okay.
So that would put it on the 10th, December the 10th.
December the 10th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what does that message say?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Jay, I don't know if I can do this anymore. This weekend was a struggle for me and I don't know what to do. I love you so much, but letting JD hit the wall and see the damage it did really hurt me. And it just lets me know that I don't have JD's best interest at heart. You should not be with a girl that doesn't love your son. I keep trying and trying, but nothing changes. Every time I see him, I cry. I cry because he looks like you, just like you, and a part of me wishes it wasn't yours. I cry because I realize that you and someone else share something so sweet, and that's love for him. I don't know what to do, but I hope you understand where I'm coming from. Like when you called the face expression you gave me. I cannot be around him anymore. I'm sorry. I don't know where that leaves us, but I know that you will never make a decision. I want a family of my own, Jay. Every time I see him, I just want to cry. Seeing him happy and how he is with you at your house and how he is with me, he hates me, Jay. He cries nonstop with me.
Okay. All right. Now, I want to ask you to look at a different exhibit. This is from the group main messages, also were extracted from her phone. And then this is the to show you State's Exhibit 42. And I'd like for you to tell the jury if you can identify this. And if you need to see I pulled one sheet out of a packet. If you need to see the whole packet in order to identify it, I can address it. Just go. Did I tender 41? I thought I did. If I didn't, I would tender States 41.
Any objection to 41? No objection, Your Honor. Submitted without objection.
Hey, I'm going to be swapping racing for football. Why? Not just any kind of football, blind football.
Go on, Kev.
Go on, Kev.
Go, Kev.
Go on, Kevin. We're at the iconic St. George's Park, and players from the England blind football team are going to be showing me.
Do you know what's wrong?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is that that you're holding?
These are some messages that I pulled out of Ms. Poague's phone when I extracted the data. So when we do investigations, I'm just a piece of the investigation. You heard from crime scene earlier. I had my supervisor who was out on scene helping me do some interviews. He had done some witness interviews for me and given me information from some of the other witnesses on the hall that there was a group me message that involved several of the other students that were on the same hall as Ms. Poague. And I had pulled these messages out of the group me message between some of them.
But these were messages that were on Ms. Poague's phone.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
That had been sent and in some instances received in the group me text group.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, all right. So the message that, so the sheet that you're holding, State's Exhibit 42, is that true and accurate printout of what's included, or at least that portion of what's included in the phone?
Yes, it is.
Right. Would tender State's 42?
Any objection? No objection. All right, submitted without objection.
There's a message on there. Let me think which one. It's the third one on the page. Okay. What's the date and time of that message?
December 10th, 2023. Let's see, that's midnight. Probably about 10:36 p.m. Well, so we back it up. So it's December 9th at about 10:36 p.m.
And that message is to a group of girls in the residence hall where she lives. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Based on my understanding of reading the entire thread.
Okay. And what does that message say?
This one says, y'all, I'm sorry if you hear this baby cry. He doesn't feel good, so everything he does, he cries about it. I promise I ain't killing him.
And that message was on December the 9th, which was the night before the message saying, I'm sorry for letting him hit the wall and doing the damage it did or whatever.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. When you were examining Ms. Poague's phone or examining the data that was extracted from Ms. Poague's phone, did you extract some data regarding some internet searches, web searches that were performed on the phone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when were the web searches that you were looking at, were there any from January 14th, 2024?
Yes, there were several.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what time were the web searches in question?
I don't remember at this moment without referring to some things on exactly when they started, but in a general sense.
Well, if you need to look at your report or your notes, you can do so if you have.
Yes, I do. So I remember there were some that while we were still at the hospital. So just kind of recap, I got called about 2 a.m. I don't live here in Sumter County, so it takes me a little bit of time to get over here. We were at the hospital for quite a while, and we moved from the hospital over to America's Police Department here in town. So there were some at the hospital, and then there were some.
What time were they?
I've got some between 2:30 and 4. And then several more around 7 p.m.
Okay.
But there were also some, there were several around 2:30 p.m.
Okay. 2:30 p.m. on January 14th. Okay. What were the web searches? What were the search terms that, or search phrases that Ms. Poague typed into her phone during, we're talking at this moment, but about the 2:30 to 4 o'clock time frame? What were the messages that she typed in?
How do you get a brain bleed? And can a depressed skull fracture go unnoticed? And then there were also some searches on how to deactivate Facebook.
Okay, guys, come on in. I've invited some friends for a meal. We got some rendang, some spicy chicken, sayur lodeh, curry chicken.
And there were a couple of other searches related to infant brain bleeds.
And those occurred. And when you say searches related to infant brain bleeds, was infant brain bleed the search term?
I don't remember that was exactly what it was, but I also noted that there were some that consisted of phrases, what causes infant brain damage and subarachnoid hemorrhages.
Right. And then you said there were some other web searches, Google searches that occurred later that same day?
Yes, sir. There were some when I know to her to be Trinity to be at the hospital, but there were some that I know that she was sitting at the police department waiting on me to be interviewed.
So the 2:30 to 4 o'clock messages, those were, or not messages, but searches, those were where was she when those were done?
She was at the hospital.
Okay. And then the messages, the searches at 7 p.m., where were those done?
At the Americas Police Department.
Okay. And what terms did those searches include?
The ones around 7, they were searching for images about and information about skull fractures.
Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination. Agent Ford, you were the, I guess, for lack of a better term, the lead investigator for this particular case, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so you would be the one in charge of trying to make sure that a thorough and correct investigation was done, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And of course, when you first got called in, you knew that there was a child that had some severe injuries that led to the death, correct?
That's correct.
And you were aware at that time that the last 2 people that you knew were in close proximity to the child would have been Trinity Poague and the father, Julian Williams, correct?
Correct.
So naturally, in an investigation, when you first start, the way you start off, most time I think, is the people most in close proximity that might be able to explain what happened or might even be possible suspects, correct?
Generally, yes, sir.
And in addition to those 2 people, as you got to doing your investigation, you were able to discover as well that although Julian Williams had the child was actually living with him and his sister, Ashante Burr, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so you also knew that in the investigation, if you went a little further, you determined that she really cared for the child more so than Mr. Williams, correct?
I don't really think that's correct, but I think that he did have some significant time caring for the child.
And they lived in Cockwood, Georgia, I believe, correct?
Yes, sir.
And but you did know that Mr. Williams, by interviewing him and whatnot, you were aware that Mr. Williams spent a great deal of time over here at Georgia Southwest and spent the night with Trinity Poague, correct?
That's correct.
And so each night he would be with Miss Poague would be a night, for the most part, that he was not with the child, correct?
Well, I mean, if he was here, he couldn't be there, so I
Well,
can't tell
I
you.
understand sometimes he took the child with him and they spent the night, but that wasn't all that often, correct?
I'm just what Dave told me. I don't know exact time frames. I know that there were several times when JD has accompanied Mr. Williams here.
Yes, but other than those times, the rest he was by himself, and that would mean that Miss Burr was left in charge, correct?
I can't tell you exactly where he was and who had him, but from what I've been told, she has been a primary caregiver, yes.
Now, and then in investigating, you interviewed Mr. Williams and Miss Poague, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And they were together when you first saw them at the hospital, correct?
I believe that's right.
I mean, I don't know if they were right side by side, but they were in the proximity of the hospital at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir, they were both at the hospital.
When you interviewed them to begin with, did you put them in the same room and interview them then?
No, sir.
Why not?
That's not common practice for anybody to interview. When I interview people, I do my best not to interview them together, at least initially. So I try to get independent statements from people.
It'd be fair to state that the reason behind that is you want to hear what one person says and then the other and see if they match up?
Yes, sir. You want to get independent statements.
Remind them all how good you are. Yeah. I was racing my ass off for 30 at Joy Logano.
Go tell him 77, he's done that same move 10 times. He's a douchebag. I'm going to wreck his ass.
Just as I'm getting out in front of both of them, I heard caution.
Yeah. Now they want to throw yellows. Go themselves.
This is going to be
If I do not try to win a race or do not try my hardest, I am wasting my own time.
You know how that we're following 3 characters. But this episode is going to be a little different. You're about to relive 3 of the impactful weeks in Carson Hocevar's career. A span that saw him become the most talked about driver in American motorsports, though the youthful charm often.
I left keys inside.
Gonna take the long way home. Gonna take a walk down through the park. Gonna take the long way home. I won't get there till way past dark. Gonna take my time to ease my mind. When I take the long way home.
I saw this Dale truck on with Marketplace, and I had wanted something a little less modern and a little bit more, less bells and whistles, less iPads on the dash, just more fun, and just said, yes.
Forget all my troubles.
It's kind of a self-motivator too, because you can't really run bad on Sunday or be slow and then get in Dale Earnhardt truck. Like, you kind of got to be a badass.
I'm gonna take my time. Don't wanna waste this beautiful day.
I mean, I don't know if Dale said be a G, but Jeff Dickerson did, so we'll just go with that.
Hello, how are you?
Carson has the most irrational confidence of any driver in NASCAR history. I mean, dumbass shows up in this 3 truck. I mean, what the?
When I take the long way home.
Greatest day in motorsports continues right here with live flag-to-flag coverage of today's Coca-Cola 600. It's probably the toughest on-man machine of anywhere we go in the NASCAR schedule. Every one of the drivers down there won a 600 win on their resume.
Would it be embarrassing if I kicked your ass right now?
It wouldn't happen, so it would
be. I just laid you out on the ground in front of a sold-out crowd.
Who are you bringing with you to do this?
Me, myself, and I.
Okay.
There's a little generational thing between me and him. It's an adjustment, but I think that his potential is harder to find right now. But I think that he has a lot of the pieces and the age, the point in his life that he could be a great competitor and potential championship contender later on in his career.
All right, buddy. All night. Kick some ass.
Appreciate hard work. Appreciate everything. 600 miles. Thanks to you all day. 2-4, buddy. Log.
And if you put them in the room together, they tend to feed off each other, and maybe you can't get a straight story, correct?
It's possible.
Depends on, sometimes they may be diametrically opposed and blame each other. Sometimes they may be together and conjure up a story together if you're asking with them there together, correct?
It's possible. And
would I be correct that GBI protocol would be that when you have that type of situation, you don't want both of them in the same room being interviewed, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily say GBI protocol. I think it's law enforcement in general. I want to do a thorough investigation. I want independent information. Interview them separately.
And so that's what your training as a law enforcement officer taught you, correct?
And common sense, sir.
And common sense. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Very good. So you interview Mr. Williams at first, correct? Not necessarily he was the first one interviewed, but you interviewed him. I'm not trying to get a timeline of which one first, but let me just go to your first interview with Mr. Williams, okay?
Okay.
Because I believe it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you had more than one interview with Mr. Williams, correct?
That's correct.
And your first interview, you talked to Mr. Williams about what happened. At that time, he told you that Trinity had called him on the phone, and he gathered from the phone call that there was distress with the child of some sort. She could just hear JD, or something of that nature. And he came back to the dorm room and immediately saw that the child had.
Restate your question. He's asking her what.
Asking about what Mr. Williams said. He's already testified, and he's present to be testify again, you know.
Whether he's testified or not, it doesn't make that out of court statement not hearsay. I mean, if he wants to impeach Mr. Williams, there's a way of doing it. This isn't it.
Okay. Before we get into all the statements, I want to address that and something else with both of you. So I'm going to let the jury step into the jury.
Science when it comes to transgender medicine, bad science when it comes to climate change. The Trump administration has been fighting all of it. We'll get to all that in a moment. First, this is it. The biggest deal, all year guaranteed. Daily Wire Plus is half off for a limited time. Get access to every show, movie, and the Pendragon Cycle, Rise of the Merlin. Head on over to dailywire.com/cyberweek. One of the big problems we have in the West, and this has been true for
All right. Are you planning to ask her a series of questions about what the defendant told her in an interview?
Yes.
Okay.
About what the defendant told her?
Not the defendant.
The Williams. We're going to get to the defendant. That's why I wanted to go ahead and get the jury up. But about what Mr. Williams said. All right. So, I mean, that is a hearsay statement. There would have to be some sort of an exception because it is a statement made by someone other than on the witness stand if it's asserted for the truth of the matter. So, so what exception would you be operating under?
As my understanding, the witness is present to testify, then the witness can be called to testify. That's the reason the hearsay exception exists, because you can't cross-examine a hearsay statement. You have no way to dispute it. But in this case, he's available to be able to testify and has testified.
Okay, but I don't think that's one of the exceptions. Now, like an impeachment or an inconsistent statement, I know those would be exceptions. And there are exceptions for when the witness is available to testify and when the witness is not available to testify. These under the, Georgia got away from the, more or less has adopted the federal rules of evidence. So for any of these statements that you ask of what the defendant, what Mr. Williams said, it has to be under one of those exceptions, if I'm not mistaken. One of which would be if you asked him a question and, said, did you say this? And he denied saying that, then I think it would be a prior inconsistent statement. But otherwise, I think you've got to find one of the other exceptions. Am I wrong about that?
In my opinion, yes, John, but if that's the ruling, I accept it. I'll move forward to something else.
Okay. The other question I wanted to ask you, well, I do think, I'm going to just be clear. 801C of the evidence code from 24-801C dealing with hearsay. Hearsay means a statement other than one made by the declarant while testifying at the trial or hearing, offered in evidence to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Doesn't matter whether he's here or not. And then there are a series of exceptions. I can't remember if it's 802 or 803 or what, but that deal with when the declarant is available. So it has to be under one of those exceptions if you ask her about any of the statements made by the witness, I think.
Under 24-803, Your Honor, those are the exceptions for when the availability of the declarant is immaterial.
Okay, and 801D is the one, a prior statement by a witness, if it's inconsistent, is admissible. Or impeachment. So I do think it has to be, under one of those exceptions if you're going to ask a series of questions about what he may have said. Now, we had this pretrial discussion about any statements that the defendant made to Officer Fort. And at this point, those statements have not been put into evidence. So I think the rule is unless she's going to testify, you can't ask her about those statements.
Yes.
I thought you were on that page, but I wanted to make sure before it came up in front of the jury. Okay. So I'm going to flip to 803. All right, and that is the following shall not be excluded by hearsay, even though the declarant is available as a witness, and then it has a series of those. So those are the ones that we would be operating on if you asked her about anything that this defendant said. Okay, well, let's bring back in. Wait, you need a. Hey, well, I guess wait just a second. All right, bring him in. All right, Mr. Gamble.
Thank you. Hey, Gordon, I'm going to ask you something about. I'm not asking about particulars about what was said in the interview, but I do want to ask you about some about it. You interviewed Mr. Williams on more than one occasion, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did that all in the same day, or was there one day you did an interview and then met with him at a later time?
I interviewed him on the 14th, and then I want to say it was still the 14th, but it was really like going into the 15th. So I can't, without looking at the exact time, I know it was later that evening, and it possibly ended into the following day. And then I met with them. I don't remember if it was a week or 10 days after the incident happened. I met with him again.
So you had three, it may have been the same day for 2 interviews and then another one on a different day for 3 times.
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
And of course, you talked to Miss Trinity Poague a few times as well, correct?
That's correct.
A couple of times that day at the hospital, and then there was another time a little later with her as well, right?
I mean, we're about to.
Well, interview. Maybe the last time there wasn't really an interview.
The first time wasn't an interview. Later at the police department, yes, sir, there was an interview. There was a second interview at the police department, and that was it.
Okay, so let me get a little bit of feel for the investigation. I know that once you had done interviews with both parties, you went to the dorm, and I believe or you or some of your agents tried to talk with as many of the people that were at the dorm as you could to see any knowledge they might have, correct?
My supervisor was at the dorm, yes, sir, and Agent Gibson.
And some of those interviews occurred with one or the other of them?
Some people went in the hall, yes, sir.
And in addition to that, as you already stated, you got the phones from both parties, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you talked to Ms. Poague's roommate as well, Ms. Permont, correct?
I wasn't the initial interviewer, but I did do my own interview with her. Yes, sir.
So you did your own interview, and there was someone else that talked to her as well, correct?
Yeah, it was a follow-up interview.
And of course, you had a medical examiner to give you some information about the injuries and that type thing, correct?
Yes, sir. I attended the autopsy.
And of course, we've already had the crime scene specialist that's testified about going to the scene and trying to collect evidence, correct?
That's correct.
And of course, you heard him testify already, but there's no evidence that he collected from that scene that you consider to be particularly useful in trying to make a decision one way or another about his case, correct?
Define useful.
Well, was anything that he did introduce to try to prove or disprove did this?
Well, he took some photographs, so we didn't actually have to introduce what he collected, but the receipt that shows he was at Walmart.
So you did get a little bit that kind of confirmed or where he was at near the time, correct?
Well, based on what the medical examiner testified to and what he told me back then, he wasn't present.
And you did get some video coming in and out of the dorm area within that time period, correct?
Yes, sir. There was some video.
And you were aware from an investigation that the child came with Mr. Williams to the Americas area, but actually met Ms. Poague in Albany the Saturday night before this occurred on Sunday, correct?
That's correct.
And initially, the meeting was somewhere in Albany, Chipotle, and then they went to a couple of places. And you actually got some video from that to be able to kind of prove that they did indeed go there to eat, correct?
That's correct.
So that part of what was told was true, correct?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
And then they came back to the place where Trinity lived at the Oaks around 10 o'clock, give or take a few minutes. And you know that because you had the video of them coming in tonight, correct?
That's correct.
And you also know that it was a little bit of time after that before anyone went to sleep. And at least there's been testimony that apparently Mr. Williams was the first person to go to sleep, correct?
I don't know exactly when everybody went to sleep, but some period or another he did go to sleep, yes.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I get perfect notes from every meeting. I click this toggle to send my AI note taker to my meetings, even if I can't attend. My AI note taker records the entire meeting and creates a full transcript. After meeting, I get a doc with the recording, takeaways, and even the action items. AI turns these action items into tasks so we actually get things done. ClickUp makes work easy, from personal projects to running a multi-billion-dollar company. Click the link below to create your workspace for free.
Carson Hocevar yet again, 3 weeks in a row, being in contention. He's been a headline maker. Oh, the 77's got major issues.
That was kind of like our generational run per se. It all still feels like a blur.
Here we go. Race driver, the culmination of a lifelong dream is making your first career start, and that's exactly what the 20-year-old from California, Jesse Love, will do today.
Boys are good.
Rajak Root, sideways.
Hang on. Jesse got choked up.
Don't think I got some stuff to review for next time for sure.
No, I don't ever stretch before runs.
Yeah.
I'll stretch before like sprints, but jogs.
I don't need to.
We need to get back into every Wednesday.
Keep the momentum up.
And so the time window of when Miss Poague was around the child at any time where you could consider it to be alone would have been after 10 o'clock on Saturday night until Sunday at 12 around 12 when the child was taken to the hospital, correct?
You're saying that she was only around him by herself between those hours?
Yes. Well, I mean, I understand Mr. Williams was there in the room. He might have been asleep.
I mean, I wasn't present. You know, based on some statements that made to me, yes, she was with him at some point after 10 p.m. and had access and was around him all the way up until they left the dorm room, 12:35-ish on Sunday p.m.
So yeah, 10 o'clock at night, that's 2 hours and 12, about 14 hours worth of time, give or take 30 minutes, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Now, you were investigating this particular incident at the time that you got there fairly quickly, I believe. You began to determine that you thought it involved some type of child abuse, correct?
The information provided to me was consistent with that, yes.
And so because of that, you needed to do an investigation to try to determine the who, what, where, and why involving that, correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
And in trying to make that determination, one thing that can be important in child abuse cases, a lot of times that child abuse kind of leads up to bad things happening at the end. But before that, there's a child that may be getting abused before an incident happens that leads to their death, correct?
I've seen it kind of both ways.
Right. I mean, not always that way. Sometimes it's a one-time thing, correct?
That's correct.
But you do know that sometimes there's a lead up, which means that you would want to try to check some background to see if that's possible, correct?
Sometimes, if special circumstances.
Well, this particular case, your own medical examiner and at least some of your doctor reports seem to indicate that they not believe all the injuries happened at the same exact time, correct?
I believe he said it's possible they occurred at different times.
Well, I mean, he said some things, I believe, didn't he, that he thought could not have happened at the same time.
I mean, are you saying at the same event? Are you saying on the same day? I don't think I'm quite understanding me.
Well, in questioning him, he had said some things he thought it could have happened only in an hour or so, that, you know, only an hour window. And some he believed may have window as much as 24 hours or 36 hours, that type thing concerning certain injuries he saw. You recall that type of testimony?
I recall him saying they could have been at the same time, but because you can't age bruises like that, it could have been more, but they also could have been at the same time.
Well, with those injuries, it's important to try to determine the history of that child to some extent, to be able to determine if the child was subject to any kind of abuse in the past.
I believe I did that, sir.
Well, I mean, you did determine, one, you got all the medical records for when the child had gone to the doctor, correct?
I did.
And those records, what did they tell you?
That he didn't have anything wrong with him. He had had some checkups, and I hadn't seen anything that alerted that he had anything wrong with him. But again, I'm not a medical doctor, so I can't make specific determinations about that.
You didn't see anything wrong with the fact you hadn't been to the doctor at all in almost a year?
I don't remember the time frame on that.
Your Honor, it's irrelevant, first of all, whether she observed, whether she knew that or not. And it's also irrelevant whether she thought it mattered.
It's not irrelevant, Your Honor. I'm entitled to a thorough and sifting cross-examination and whether or not this investigation was properly performed is tantamount.
I'll allow that question.
Thank you. You did not think that was an important issue?
I'm not going to say it's not important, but based on the immediate injuries to the child and the severity of the injuries at the time, you know, and based on what we know is the cause of death of the child, you know, that didn't matter. That wasn't important.
Well, you interviewed both of those parties, but did you ever go to the home where the child lived?
No, I did not.
So if you sit here today, if I wanted you to, you don't even really know the physical structure of where that child was residing before it happened, correct?
That's correct.
And you have not interviewed anyone that is connected, let's say, to Mr. Williams as far as any friends.
His friends, like,
Yes.
no, family, not friends.
You didn't, but if I make the fabulous segment, friends, you didn't try to find anybody you consider close to him and interview them to determine if they knew anything about his relationship with the child, did you?
Hi, I'm Charles Hoskinson, Chief Executive Officer of Input Output, and I'm here today to talk about the fourth generation cryptocurrencies. And
that's correct.
You didn't go to his job site and meet any people he works with to ask them about it, did you?
No.
You did not ask any of the neighbors about what they may have observed around that household in the past, did you?
No, I didn't.
And the only other person, family members you interviewed was Ashante Burr that sometimes keeps a child, correct?
Well, I mean, she's one of the primary caregivers, so she was crucial to interview. So yes, we interviewed.
She was crucial to interview. You asked her something about whether he was the caretaker for the child and that type thing, correct?
Another agency, but yes.
You were trying to find out background about it, but other than interviewing Ms. Burr, you didn't determine, nobody tried to determine whether or not she was dating anybody, did they?
I'm sorry,
Ms. Burr.
Trying to determine if what?
If she was dating anybody.
No, sir. Her relationship status was not of concern to the investigation.
Well, if she had a boyfriend or someone she was involved with that potentially could abuse a child, wouldn't that be important to know?
Objection. It's irrelevant. There's no evidence of prior abuse. And the cause of death in this case, the undisputed testimony by every physician in this case is that this child died as a result of an injury that he had incurred within an hour.
All right, what's your response to this?
Well, that is not the entire testimony from any of those experts. Those experts went back as far as 48 hours. Some of the injuries they said could be, and that leaves in a time frame in which she could not have been the person responsible for. And if it turns out that there were injuries that occurred on Friday or Thursday, they could not have been her.
All right, I'm going to allow the questions. The jury will make a determination of what is or is not pertinent.
Thank you, Alan. You didn't, and you don't consider that to be important of what type person she might be dating as far as exposing the child.
No, sir.
Didn't feel like that was important to know.
Based on the videos and the pictures and the evidence that we have on January the 13th, 2024, the child didn't have any injuries. And then we go into the 14th and all of a sudden he's got catastrophic injuries. He's dying. And he is taken to the hospital where he ultimately is deceased. Now, we've got videos of JD where he was fine the night before. So, no, sir, I did not think that anything that happened with Ms. Burr's relationship status prior to the time when we know the injuries were sustained had anything to do with his death.
Now, when you did your first interview with Mr. Williams, you stated you did a second follow-up, correct?
Correct.
And then even a third one later on, right?
Yes, sir.
And there was a reason you did a follow-up was because you didn't believe that everything he was telling you exactly matched up with what you were investigating, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. The agent's subjective beliefs, one way or the other, or motives for conducting an interview are not relevant at all. I mean, whether she conducted an interview or, she can testify if she did or she didn't. But
I think that question asked her to give a judgment on the truthfulness of another witness. I'm not going to allow that question.
Well, when you got the second interview and the third interview, in one of those interviews, when he came back, not the first one, but the follow-up, he came to be interviewed. He was with his sister had brought him to the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he came in to be interviewed by you because you were trying to follow up to make sure that your investigation was proper and looked at everything before making decisions, correct?
Generally speaking.
And so you bring him in, and in that interview, at some point, you begin to interview him, and you're not satisfied with exactly what he's saying. So you brought Miss Burr into the interview room and interviewed them together, didn't you?
I don't believe it was like that. Ms. Burr had a video on her phone that I knew of, and I brought her into the interview so that we could get the video and ask him if that's the video he was talking about. That's what I remember.
But you were asking questions about that video, times that it occurred, when it was downloaded, it got sent, all that type of stuff, correct?
I did ask that, I believe, yes.
And that was with both of them present, correct?
We had already referenced it in prior interviews, though.
And there had been some discrepancies you were trying to hash through, correct?
Without listening to it again, if you pointed to something specific, I could, but I don't recall that.
You will acknowledge that you're violating the rule you just told me about not having two people being interviewed at the same time, correct?
No, sir, that's not true at all.
It's not true.
No, what you're saying about violating rules, I'd already gotten their independent statements. It was to follow up and get the video with them together. So that's not the same thing.
So is your testimony on oath today that the only purpose that you had for those two meeting together was just so you could see that video?
Her purpose in conducting an interview is irrelevant.
I'll let her answer that question.
I can't give you exactly what I was thinking at that time 2 years ago, but anytime I have somebody to interview, I'm going to ask some follow-up questions, but I do remember specifically that video was important.
When you're an entrepreneur, you have to be able to pivot and you have to be able to see a few steps ahead, but realize that even when you're faced with a loss, sounds cliche, but it's a marathon and not a sprint when it comes to running your business. You just have to come up every day and just deliver and do your best and realize that there are going to be factors well beyond your control.
Okay, so it's a real pleasure to be joined today on But First Principles by Jonathan Rudy of Rudy & Company, Strategic Communications. And Jonathan, thanks for being on the show. And just what does your company do?
Thanks, Colin. Glad to be on today. Rudy & Company Strategic Communications is a public relations corporate communications firm, and we help all kinds of clients, large and small, communicate both internally and externally with their audiences.
Awesome. It sounds like you've practiced that before. Like it's something.
It comes up a few times.
Yeah, let's say that. Cool. So as you know, we've got a couple like rapid fire questions. Just would love to get your opinion on a couple things. So first of all, if you could share some wisdom with entrepreneurs, what would be one piece of wisdom?
Well, I tell you, I've been a runner for most of my life. I love to run marathons, and I think I always share with new entrepreneurs, folks that are just starting out their business, you have to approach your business a bit like running, and in particular, long distance running. You have to kind of think ahead and have a plan for when things get really, really tough and when you need to dig really deep. So you need to be prepared, kind of think through it with a mindset of this is, sounds cliche, but it's a marathon and not a sprint when it comes to running your business, because you hope to have decades in business or perhaps a different exit strategy.
Awesome. And I have to say, like, cliches always turn out to be true. You just have to, like, there's a reason that they get passed around, right? So it is a marathon, not a sprint. Cool. So, all right, another question. What's the most controversial opinion you have about business?
Well, yeah, I think we've all been affected by artificial intelligence, and it's certainly top of mind for many of our corporate and nonprofit clients. Many are still figuring it out, and I think we're in a period of rapid change yet again. And it is, I think, changing the way in which we work, especially in the communications, marketing, PR space. But it is not necessarily replacing functions and roles, but I think it's the communicators in particular that learn how to adapt and incorporate it in their business, their organization. That's going to make them successful and poised for future growth.
So in spite of what they say on LinkedIn, you're not replaced by AI.
You know, we've seen pockets. I mean, some of the first things like sports stories years ago started to be written by AI. So that's replaced some journalism jobs for sure. Everyone's kind of using it for writing today. And I think we cringe a little bit when we see the dark side of AI writing. I think it can play a role with brainstorming and helping, but replacing the writing that we all need to do as business professionals, I don't see it necessarily going away, but perhaps augmenting what we do.
Cool. All right. And I mean, you're excited to get on the podcast. What are you excited to share in this conversation? What's something you look forward to talking about in this?
Well, I think, Colin, everyone at their core, they're a communicator. And whether or not you're an accountant or you're not.
Now, you do acknowledge that the picture that we've shown earlier of the diaper that showed the diaper that Dr. Busman testified he believed had blood in it, that diaper was not available for the defense to be able to test anything from it, correct?
Correct.
And you would acknowledge that was a piece of evidence that was involved in at least and recovered from the area where the supposed crime scene occurred, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily call it evidence. It was in there with a lot of other trash. All the other trash wasn't evidence either. It's just a piece of the story.
But a piece of the story that if it could be tested, could have determined whether or not it was in the fecal matter, correct?
I mean, I'm pretty sure we've established that you can do a test for it. However, there wasn't any blood in it.
But your expert technician to testify, he didn't believe there was any blood in it, correct?
And that's correct. I believe him.
Over Dr. Busman.
Yes, sir, I do. I've worked 9 years with Agent Gibson. We've worked numerous homicides together. He is trained by some of the best people. If he tells me there was no blood in the diaper, there was no blood in the diaper.
So none have blood in, is it?
He is a blood stain pattern analysis expert. He's looked at more blood than I can ever imagine to. If he knew there was blood in it or saw anything to be blood in it, he would have tested it. And he has a kit on him that he could do on scene if he saw blood.
I mean, he can just eyeball it. He doesn't need a test, right?
It appeared to be a dirty diaper that
It
is
definitely did appear
routine.
that. The truth of the matter is that you'd already made a rush to judgment on who was going to be responsible for this. So trying to keep the diaper didn't really matter because you'd already made a decision that Trinity was the one responsible. And there was no need to do an investigation any further.
That's untrue.
So that's not the reason why you didn't follow up over in Colquitt and try to find out anything about backgrounds or anything of that nature, correct?
I wouldn't say I didn't follow up and do anything on backgrounds. I did conduct some background information.
Did you run a criminal background check on Mr. Williams?
I did.
Is that part of the case file?
It is not. We don't typically always put criminal histories in there because not everybody who has access to it is certified under GCIC.
But
the 3-row family SUV. You end up in one of these when you had a CRV or a Forester.
Criminal defendant is allowed to receive all of your investigatory file, any information that involves this case, correct? Correct?
If he wants to go down this road, I think it's something that should be taken up outside the presence of the jury.
I would have a motion on that, John. All right. Is that your last question? Yes, for the moment, John.
I don't even know if
We'll get back to that. Do you have any redirect, Mr. Lane?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right. We'll let the jury step out for just a second. I'll tell you what, wait right there. Chet, are you back? Chet, are you back? Where some of the jurors want to go downstairs, but I want a bailiff to go with them if they do. Okay. All right. So y'all can step in. We'll take a 15-minute recess. You can step down.
I'm just going to put these exhibits right there. Is that?
Yeah. All right. What do either of you want to address about the criminal history of the defendant?
Yeah, I'll address it. I have a right to that criminal history. It's not been provided by the state. I've moved for a mistrial. But all information that is relative to this case has not been provided and has been denied the defendant, which he has a right to. And I don't know what it says, but Mr. Williams already testified. We did not have that provided to us. I could not use it for cross-examination or even determine. I don't know what it says, and I'm not directly blaming any particular person on it, but it's supposed to be provided to us. We are allowed to have it. We don't have it, and that's a Brady violation, Your Honor.
Well, I guess that depends on what's in it. If it's a Brady violation, right?
Well, I mean, I think that they're required, regardless of what it shows, to provide whether it's exculpatory or it's not. If If it's great for the defense or it's great for the state is really sort of irrelevant. The part is whether or not it is part of the case file. Is it part of their investigation? And just like when they interview someone who says, I know nothing about the case, they still have to provide you with it.
What's your response, Mr. Plaintiff?
Well, Judge, if we received this part of the case file, then as far as I know, it was served. I'm looking, I'm not even sure that we have a copy of a criminal history on him. There's nothing in the statute that entitles him to a copy of the criminal history in a vacuum. I mean, of any particular person. What he's entitled to is the things that are listed in the discovery statute, which I haven't pulled up because this is not something we would normally deal with in the middle of a trial. I do know that if at any point, someone said, hey, we don't have a copy of his criminal history, do you have one? I would have said either I don't have one or I do. And if I have one, I give it to you. If I don't have one, I'd probably get one and for the purpose of providing it to him.
Okay.
And so it is not part of as far as I know, it's not part of my file. I don't think we have one. I don't think there's
She says she ran a criminal history. I don't know if that means it was printed out, put in the file, or what. I guess you could ask her the question to clarify that. You want to come back up?
Did you put one?
Just so like a record of it. I don't. But I do wonder, was the criminal history ever requested by the defense?
Yeah, the criminal history was not requested. We were not aware it had been run. I mean, I realize we could have tried to make some kind of, I realize we maybe could file a motion to say that, but
that's wild. But I thought you, since this has come up, but I thought you could ask for a criminal history on any witness of the state's witnesses. Am I dreaming that up, or is that in a?
There's a process that they can. I mean, if I have criminal histories on witnesses, then we provide them as part of discovery. There's a process by which they can a defense.
I thought there was a statute where it could
there's a statute that provides for a defense lawyer's ability to obtain a copy of criminal history of witnesses, his witnesses, my witnesses, or any other. But that's not what. But that's not the process that's involved here. All right.
Was a criminal history printed out, ran? What did you mean by ran?
We, as agents, we don't.
Planning to publish your book? You could reach 3 billion more readers. If you've written a book and you're thinking,
actually run the criminal histories. We get a criminal intelligence analyst to run it. Mm-hmm. So they conducted a criminal history, and I do remember reading one, but it wasn't printed out. It wasn't like it was made a part of the case file as anything.
How did you read it?
They give it in a secure portal to us.
Because you read it on a computer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Do y'all have any follow-up questions about that? Okay.
No, yeah.
All right. But it was not made part of the case file?
No, sir. It's standard to run criminal histories on people when we go interview them, like if we're going to go to a house or talk to somebody. Safety purposes for the officer.
All right. Do you have any questions for me about that?
Well, I suppose I have a question, and that is that when there's a criminal history run, my understanding was, at least typically, I would get as part of a GBI report, I would get an exhibit, that says, provided intel information about this person or that person or whatever, and it would have attached whatever intel information was obtained. If there's no summary that says that, then does that mean you ever actually obtained the intel report? I mean,
sometimes we obtain intel just to locate somebody, or make sure that we get a driver's license photo to make sure somebody looks on their photo like they are in person who they're pretending and portraying them to be.
When you request an intel report, isn't there typically a summary that says intel requested, and then whatever you receive from the intelligence agency or the intelligence department, whatever, that gets attached to that summary?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there any summary in this case that says that there was an intel request?
No, there's not.
Okay. So if there's not a summary saying there's an intel request, are you even certain that you did an intel request in this case?
No, sir, I'm not.
Kind of thinking that you probably would have, basically. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all. I don't have any further questions.
Any other questions?
No, Your Honor, but trying to say that I didn't make a report, so therefore it doesn't have to be revealed, flies straight in the face with what statutorily they're required to provide to us. And now him trying to rehabilitate is not effective.
Well, I'm gonna let her step back. I'll let y'all make any more argument. You can step down. So you're making a motion for a mistrial because of you believe they accessed a criminal history report and weren't provided.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. What's your response to that?
I don't know that there is any. He asked her, did you run a criminal history? She says yes. Okay. But then once you start, question a little further, it's like, well, wait a minute, maybe I actually didn't. Just sort of, I might normally would, but when it's normally done, it gets attached to a summary. I mean, there's a summary saying I ran the criminal history or I requested an intel report, I guess is what it typically would say. And then whatever information came from intel would be attached to the summary and be provided. And so, when we get the reports, I mean, if there's no summary that says that, then there's, nothing that triggers us running a criminal history. And so I'm pretty certain we've never seen one. And that, whether it is, in any event, before the court could even consider, before the court could consider any motion or anything related to this issue, there'd have to be some showing of whether there was prejudice, which means there'd have to be some showing that that a report did exist, that the report was in the hands at some point of the GBI or the state. It wasn't in the hands of the DA's office, but for these purposes, police agency is part of the state. And third, it would have to be established that the report in some way contained exculpatory or impeaching information. And those criteria have not been met.
All right. Well, I don't know that there was a report. There is testimony that she reviewed a report, but based upon what's before me, I'm not granting a mistrial. I guess something y'all can address, but the record's clear and y'all can address it post-trial if necessary. All right. We'll be in recess for another 10 minutes. I'll come back at 11:30. Do you anticipate other witnesses?
Right now, I do not, Your Honor. I mean, there's still one witness that I have started to call 3 times this morning, my mind each time, and I guess I ultimately will get to the point where I have to make a decision whether I'm going to call her or not. So, yes, sir.
Well, if you did call that witness, would it be a lengthy witness? I'm just trying to plan the day.
It would not.
Okay.
It would not.
So I think regardless of whether you call a witness or not, the next step for the jury is going to be a lunch break. Okay? An early lunch break.
So you're going to finish this?
You think that would be a...
Yes, yeah, I don't have a whole lot. I've had a few more questions, but it won't be very long.
Oh, you had more questions. I thought you...
Well, I fine if you pick it up after lunch if you want to.
No, I want to finish this witness, but when we stopped, I asked you to finish your cross-examination. And then I asked if there was any redirect.
I did. I apologize. There's a couple things. I did some things I need to ask. Not about that, but something.
All right. Well, we'll do that when we get back to Ms. Agent Fort Unity.
So we're going to start back at 11:30.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin.
If you need full dentures but can't deal with the endless expensive dentist visits, you need to see us. I used to hide my mouth every time I laughed.
Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live.
This video,
Created AI. With AI, you can create any character you want.
real life,
Fantasy, sci-fi.
even animation. Oh, and don't forget about AI visual effects. You don't need expensive cameras or complicated software. You just need to know the right AI tools and how to use them. Cyber Monday, ContentCreator.com is having its biggest sale of the year, where you can get our AI creator course, our viral video effects editing course, and our editing template pack for a crazy low price. Let's start with the AI creator course. In just 2 days, I'll show you how to unlock the most advanced AI filmmaking and content creation tools without having to pay a cent in overpriced subscriptions. And with these tools, you'll learn how to create scroll stop videos that rack up millions of views, craft wildly profitable online ads that
Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin.
It'll be worse than not having the court reporter in here. Yeah. All right, Mr. Gamble, you can continue your cross-examination.
Thank you. Would you agree with me that in your investigation, there's really no evidence of any type, what I would call instrument or weapon used that caused these injuries to the child?
No, sir, I don't think we made a determination exactly what caused that. That's right.
So you're saying it's kind of up in the air as to whether or not it was some type of instrument like a board or a paddle or something, or just someone's hand?
I believe we know that it was blunt force trauma. Blunt force trauma can be near about anything.
Correct. We've already kind of gone over that range earlier with some of the doctors, but you can have blunt force trauma from a significant high fall, like from 50 feet high, correct?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, that caused some blunt force to you, right?
Right.
Bad car wreck would cause blunt force, correct?
That's correct.
I would object that, I mean, I don't think she's not qualified as an expert for the purpose of answering these questions. And I mean, if in fact, those things have already been established by other witnesses and they've been established by other witnesses, to ask her to comment on that at this point is essentially asking her to comment on the testimony of another witness.
Yeah, well, if that indeed is true, this is not qualified to say it's a blunt force injury. And if that's what the state is saying, we'll accept that and move on.
Well,
turns out if you've been in a car accident in the past year, they have to give you a huge check, and all you have to do is ask.
I don't think asking her questions about exactly what it could have been, you hadn't laid that foundation. So I will ask you to move on from that line of question.
Without going into all the potentials of what blunt force could be, you look at the body sometime in your investigation and try to determine if anything was used to cause injury to the body, correct?
Yes.
And you've been trained in that in your handlings of investigations through the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
I have not been trained in instrument patterns, no.
So you don't really know then? So your earlier statement is you don't know what caused the blunt force injury. You just know it was blunt force injury, correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you ever at any time look at or observe the hands of Mr. Williams?
I mean, I've seen them, yes.
Did you take photographs of them?
No, sir.
Now, have you had times in the past when you had situations in which you believe someone had used their fist or hands to cause injury that you took photographs to try to see?
I have done that, yes.
Wasn't done here, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you would agree with me, Mr. Williams is a fairly good sized guy, correct?
I mean, that's subjective. So I can't really answer that.
You don't think that he looks sort of strong and powerful?
Again, that's subjective.
No, from your own objective viewpoint, did he cause great injury with his bare hands if he wanted to?
Depends on who it is he's trying to cause harm to.
Did he do that to a small child?
I guess it's possible.
Now, you've heard testimony about his jacket maybe having some substance on it. Did you take that jacket into evidence?
I did not.
That's all the questions I got.
Did you, the day in question on January 14th, did you see face to face?
Yes, I did.
You spent some time with him?
Yes, I did.
Where?
I might have spoken to him at the hospital briefly, but I spent, 4+ hours with him at the Americas Police Department.
And were you able to see what he was wearing?
Yes, I was.
Did you observe anything about it or that appeared to be vomit?
Yes, sir. There was some stains. I believe they were on his right shoulder and collar of a shirt.
And did you have any conversation with him about those?
I asked him about it.
Let's just say that you were going to that you decided that you wanted to take his jacket. So you took his jacket and you wrapped it up, put it in an evidence bag, put a tag on it, and sent it to the crime lab. Okay, so what would you do? You drop it off in the drop box in Columbus, right, for the crime lab.
That's correct.
And so you drop it off there at the crime lab, and you put some of a request on it when you do that.
That's right.
So the request in this case what request do you make of the crime lab with regard to testing the jacket?
There's not really a test for us to send up there and ask the lab if this is vomit on the jacket.
Have you ever submitted vomit to the crime lab for testing to determine if it was vomit?
No, sir, I haven't.
Have you ever submitted vomit to the crime lab for the purpose of determining DNA or cleaning DNA?
No, sir, I haven't.
If you sent a request to the crime lab and said, okay, we want to confirm whether this vomit came from this person. And somebody says the vomit came from that person, and that person has been vomiting, and they've been, in and out talking to police officers all day long. Okay, would there be any value in trying to get a report that says, yes, that's vomit, and it came from the person who he said it came from?
No, sir, there's no value in that.
Was there any question, like maybe 2 people vomited on his jacket that day, and you're trying to determine which one of them it was?
No, sir, that was not a theory or any information relevant to this case. It never came up.
Guys, if you're feeling the effects of a swollen prostate, don't wait for it to get worse. You don't need meds, surgery, or stuff like saw palmetto to get relief. There's a much better way. It takes just 7 seconds, and you can do this from home. Let me explain. Half of all men are developing swollen prostates younger than ever, and billions of dollars are spent each year on solutions to help them. So why aren't these prostate problems going away? Simple. None of those so-called solutions actually address the real cause of prostate growth. Because if they were, we'd have nothing to talk about right now. But hopefully, this may be the last time we ever have to talk about prostate-related issues. Hi, Dr. Kyle Stevenson here. I'm a board-certified surgeon, and in my years of experience working with men, from elite athletes at Boston Celtics and Harvard University Athletics, aging veterans, and hardworking retirees, I've had countless patients asking me how they can get natural relief for their prostate symptoms. Let me tell you, getting a swollen prostate to shrink is actually not complicated or hard if you're doing it the right way. It is possible and relatively easy and fast for any man to shrink their prostate, restore a stronger stream, and sleep through the night without any urinary urges interrupting his sleep. But it's not going to happen with the things like saw palmetto, testosterone replacement therapy, or invasive surgery. None of those things do anything to stop the real root cause of a swollen prostate. So even if they provide some relief, it'll always be temporary because the prostate will just continue to grow. Instead, we need to stop what's causing prostate swelling to begin with. You see, prostate swelling is just the symptom. It's the effect caused by a growth in something else. Growth of fungal infections, the same nasty yeast that causes itchy, foul-smelling yeast infection in women? Yes, fungal invaders like Candida are attacking and colonizing the inside of your prostate. It's now taken hold deep in your prostate, spreading and inflaming everything. Candida makes your prostate swell uncontrollably, squeezing tightly around your urethra, the narrow tube carrying urine out of your body. And it gets worse. Candida produces waste byproducts that mimic estrogen, causing man boobs, stubborn belly fat, and mood swings, memory loss, and low libido. What can so-called solutions like saw palmetto, testosterone replacement therapy, and surgery do to fix the cause of prostate swelling? Nothing. It's a losing battle. This is why so many men are left with swollen prostates, no matter what they try. desperate, with nothing but lighter wallets to show their efforts. Instead, we need to bind and get rid of the fungi that are attacking and colonizing the prostate. The good news, once you understand what's causing prostate swelling, solving it is actually straightforward. There's a simple method. I call it a prostate shrinking loophole. It gives prostate relief completely naturally, fast, practically overnight. It has nothing to do with meds or surgery. Actually, you don't even need a doctor's appointment to do this. Any man can do it from the privacy of his own home. And it works whether you've had prostate issues for 2 months, 2 years, or 2 decades. Listen, like I said, getting a swollen prostate to shrink is not hard or complicated if you're doing it the right way. Thousands of men have already tried this simple prostate shrinking method, and the results speak for themselves. Many report almost instant relief. It's the thing I tell my own patients. But since what I'm about to show you is considered inappropriate for most social media, because I illustrate the problem and the prostate shrinking method so clearly, I have to share it with you in a separate video instead. I've put together a video presentation. It's free and no need to enter your email or anything like that. Just click the button below to watch the presentation, where I'll show you exactly how to do this simple prostate shrinking loophole step by step to eradicate prostate related problems for good, so you can reclaim your health and life. Go back to doing what you actually want to do, when you want to do it, and not just if or when your prostate allows you to. Click the button below, watch my presentation, and I bet you'll find relief faster than you thought possible.
Look good in dog. You look good in green. I never really worn green, so this is a nice touch for me. One of my teammates grew up a Boston Celtics fan. Oh, RG. Word. I don't need a shirt, right? No, you're live. Hey, yeah, put a shirt on, Nick. What's up, Yeah, he's Nick? Right there. Hey, listen, you got to keep all this in the shot, too. Don't hit nuts.
Hey, guys, it's the Kittle Things.
Presented by T-Mobile. Hey guys, it's Claire.
And George.
And welcome to the Kittle Things. Today's guest is someone my brother and I grew up watching, Basketball Hall of Famer Kevin Garnett.
Ooh, that's right. And we give your little brother a call today, don't we?
I think we made his whole year.
Little Riley. Plus, we discussed the many types of trash talk and how to get to your opponent's head.
But first, we have a message from our near and dear presenting sponsor.
T-Mobile is the best network in the game, and now the best network in America. It's coverage that keeps up wherever your route takes you.
That's right. T-Mobile's got great plans and coverage. What more could you ask for?
Absolutely nothing. So let's get started.
Okay, our next segment is Kittle History, where we flip a photo and then we talk about it in our history.
Yeah.
All right, this photo is from Bio Week last year. We went to Whitefish, Montana.
I think it was Whitefish, Montana, yeah.
And every morning there was this lake out front. It
Massive.
was freezing, by the way. There was snow on the ground. And George would do, you would jump in the lake.
Well,
a cold plunge.
The hard part was there wasn't a dock. So the whole bottom of the lake was just like small to medium to large size rocks. And so navigating through into the deep part of the water was difficult, but I did it every day.
Mhm.
I got you to do it, right?
Yeah, I did it once. It was not fun.
It was great. We had so much fun breathing on our exercise, box breathing. We were doing a great job out there, just becoming one with nature.
Yes, I like that part.
It was a great
Also,
start to
your
our
back
day.
looks amazing in that photo, so I took it. For those not looking who need a description, it looks great.
It's a photo of me sitting, getting into the lake
Yeah,
with no on.
yeah.
But a stocking cap.
Gotta
it
have
was
a stocking cap just in case.
That was really fun. We should go back.
I'm down. That was the best trip ever.
All right, guys, welcome back to another episode of the Kittle Things. I'm George Kittle, here with my lovely wife and co-host,
Claire Kittle.
And we're super, super honored today to have the 15-time NBA All-Star, 9-time NBA All-Team, first team, second team, third team, and he's not even just an NBA champion. He is also an Olympic gold medalist for the great United States of America, which is honestly one of my favorite things. The king of trash talk, the big ticket, Kevin Garnett.
I'll take it all. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How you guys doing? Thank you guys.
You have a whole bunch of other accolades, but that couldn't be the whole podcast just hyping you up the whole time.
Yeah, I got me at 85 now, man. You know, like I'm surrounded by a bunch of Oakland guys and Sacramento guys. So, you know, they be throwing the Raider on, you know what I'm saying? So it's all good. I got 49 love. So
I appreciate it.
He's respected in Raiders land.
Yeah,
You can pull it
They
off.
like me and they hate me. It's okay. Respect them.
Man, everybody likes you, my dude. You can go in any hood, any culture. You good everywhere, George.
Hey, hype me the dude. Let's go.
Right, man.
Thanks so much for being here. It's an absolute pleasure. I've been a fan of yours since I was a little kid in the back shooting, pretending I was Kevin Garnett, headbutting the basketball pole.
Still does that, by the way, before a football game. But it's the wall now when they're walking through the tunnel.
I do headbutt a cement wall.
Except he has a helmet.
That is for safety. But two things, KG. One, I want to say I love the room that you're in with all the lights and stuff. That thing is sick. We're remodeling our house, and so I get my own man cave thing, and I'm going to completely steal that from you because that is awesome.
Oh, you got it. Hey, listen, I'm sure you're going to do something different. I can't wait to see that.
I'm excited about
You
it.
gotta have it
I'll
all
send
lit
you some
up.
pictures of that when it's done. It's going to be crazy.
Are you a gamer? Do you game?
Yes, dude. I was going to bring that up. You're a big Call of Duty guy, right?
I used to be. I haven't played it in a minute. Listen, first off, when I always played, it was cool and it was. Now, dog, I don't know.
There's a lot going on.
It's a lot going on that I ain't got time for. That's another thing.
That's how I feel. Like in season, I play like 2 days a week just on my off days, and then besides that, I do. But like if you don't play every day, you just fall off so fast compared to all these kids that play 12 hours a day. I do love playing Warzone. I got a couple buddies who are really good that carry me to the finish line all the time, but I really enjoy some Warzone. It's so much fun.
That's another thing. You got to have, it helps to have friends play that. When you have friends in a buddy group that plays, we call each other, we get each other, we remind each other.
Yep.
Like I don't have that friend group that used to play anymore. When we all grew up and now everybody got kids and got responsibilities. So
Well, I'm sure George's group will let you play with them. If
Yeah,
you
you
want.
can play with us whenever you want, man.
Invite me.
So when you make those kinds of when you submit testing requests to the crime lab, I mean, do you do it for
Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go
item
live.
that may possibly be connected with a person in some way?
Are you asking if we send every item we collect?
You collect every item and send it to the crime lab to determine if it's connected with a particular person.
No, sir.
Would you, for instance, have sent a request to have a sippy cup tested to see if it has the baby's DNA on it?
No, sir, we wouldn't have done that.
Okay. Why? Why wouldn't you just send them everything, Agent Fort, and get, a vault full of testing on every case?
It takes considerable time to test all of this evidence, and there was nothing contrary to believe that anybody other than the baby was using the sippy cup.
So you would only ask for testing if there was an issue that was in dispute and that issue was material to the investigation in some way.
That's correct.
Okay. And who makes that initial determination as to whether or not it's material in some way?
Usually the agent's crime scene or other agents.
That's part of your job or Gibson's job or whoever, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
That's all.
Any other cross? Couple, yeah. So Agent Gibson, the one that decided the diaper wasn't important, would be the same one that would decide about the jacket, correct?
No, that's not correct.
It would be you?
Agent Gibson was at the scene and I was interviewing Mr. Williams. So.
Now, no one has made a request for you to test that jacket from the defense side, have it?
No, sir. Not that I'm aware.
But that it is kind of confusing, the issue, because no one's saying you should have tested the jacket, but if you wanted to try to prove whether or not there was vomit at all that occurred from that child, wouldn't the best way be to prove that, to provide the evidence
Subscribe
of the
to at
jacket with the
Southern Sin
vomit
and hit
so
the
it
bell
could be
for when we
seen?
go live.
I'm sorry. That was a little, can you reword that?
Well, let's say if you've got evidence here that there's some dispute or questions about whether or not the child vomited, when the child vomited, that type of thing. We know that was at least raised that the child may have vomited, correct?
Correct.
And the best way to prove whether or not the child vomited would be able to provide the physical evidence of here's the jacket with the vomit on it, correct?
Theoretically, but I mean, I guess that's possible.
So it had evidentiary value, not that it needed to be tested, but it had actual evidentiary value, did it not?
No, sir, it didn't.
Because it's not important to you to be able to prove that fact. You just want it to be whatever you say. Is that right?
No, sir, that's incorrect as well.
But you didn't feel like it was important enough to save.
I mean, it's in videos, it's in pictures. We acknowledged it and we talked about it. There's multiple law enforcement who saw it. I mean, the only value it holds is the child threw up. We have somebody who testified that the child threw up. When he's at the hospital, it smelled like some sort of bodily fluid, similar to what vomit smells like. It just proves that the child threw up.
That's all the question I have, man. All right. May this witness be excused?
She may be, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down.
Thank you, sir.
No, Judge, I got another question. I'm sorry. I apologize. I really do. I apologize. What is an intel report? I mean, in general, what is an intel report?
An intel report or intelligence request?
An intelligence request.
Typically, an intelligence request is something when we're trying to locate somebody or obtain a lot of information about somebody involved in a case where we need their background information, driver's license, social security number to prove that's them, addresses, phone numbers, social media. Have they been involved in any cases before? Do we have any other intel requests on them in the past? Something of that nature.
Okay. And
you are watching at Southern Sin, home of true crime. Smash that like button
an
now.
Intelligence request, an intel request on every person who's a witness in a case?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you request a criminal history on people who are witnesses in cases?
No, sir.
In fact, y'all aren't even allowed to run a criminal history for me if I say, can you run a criminal history for me if you don't have a case, right? Isn't that right?
That's right.
I mean, you gotta have a case number in order to run criminal history, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's not running criminal histories. Are there some statutes, some laws about it?
Yes, there are.
You have to take security and integrity certification course once every 2 years.
Yes, sir.
And if you don't have that certificate, if you don't complete that in that time.
This video was created by AI. It's Cyber Monday, and ContentCreator.com is having its biggest sale of the year, where you can get our AI creator course, our viral video effects editing course, and our editing template pack for a crazy low price. Let's start with the AI creator course. In just 2 days, I'll show you how to unlock the most advanced AI filmmaking and content creation tools without paying cent in overpriced subscriptions. And with these tools, you'll learn how to create scroll-stopping videos that rack up millions of views, proudly profitable online ads that blow up your brand, and turn any creative idea into a powerful short film that looks like it belongs on a Hollywood screen. Not AI filmmaking you're going to learn. With AI, you can create any image or graphic you can imagine. You can create full-blown viral YouTube thumbnails. Your website, your emails, your infographics, your entire business can be built with AI. People are using AI to build full content calendars in seconds. AI can come up with countless viral ideas. You can even script and storyboard your content, all while keeping your unique creative voice. You just need to know the right tools and how to use them. And good news for you, the AI creator course will teach you all of this and so much more. It costs less than a dinner with your grandma, but like so many of our students tell us, it will blow your mind. Now, before I show you exactly what you'll learn in this course, I want to ease your mind with a few important details. Number one, this course was designed to help you avoid paying expensive subscriptions for AI tools. We show you the secret ways to access the most popular tools without having to sign up for monthly or yearly plans. Right away, this is going to save you tons of money. Number 2, this course is perfect for complete AI beginners and seasoned AI veterans. We have a beginner's crash course that gets you up to speed super fast, and then advanced sections that leave pros who use AI every day completely speechless. Number 3, this course is the only AI course that receives weekly content updates to ensure that you're staying on top of all the rapidly changing AI technology. Many of our students say this is their favorite aspect of the program. And finally, number 4, this has no questions asked refund policy. The only reason we've been able to enroll over 200,000 students at contentcreator.com is because our non-focus is helping people. If you don't feel like we've helped you, you get your money right back. Okay, let me walk you through everything you'll learn in this program. Up first, we have AI filmmaking. With AI, you can create practically any visual you can imagine. The challenge most people face is the ocean of AI tools to choose from. One tool might be great for animated characters, another is great for visual effects, and one is great with character audio. This course cuts through the noise and shows you exactly which tools you should be using for different types of video content, and we're always updating things. You'll learn how to create visual effects that blow people away, perfect for viral video, apps, and YouTube storytelling. You'll learn how to create entire videos from scratch that look incredible. Now, we teach you how to create your own digital clone. You can make yourself the star of your content, or you can create your own unique animated character. I mean, just look at how cute he is. You can even take your dog and turn him into a Pixar movie star. We'll teach you how to maintain perfect character consistency from scene to scene, the superpower to making content that people want to watch. You'll learn the tools for taking a crazy idea you have and turning it into an incredible short film. Heck, if you want to use AI to recreate a better ending for Game of Thrones, all the power to you. In the course, we also reveal our secrets for making insanely profitable AI ads, like this one here that alone generated over $50,000 in sales for our business. But more on ads later. If you create talking head content, but you hate the room you film in, we even show you how to upgrade your spin with AI. It's like magic. And don't even get me started on AI video editing tools. From editing entire podcasts in seconds with a single click, to enhancing your audio, adding captions, magically removing backgrounds, and so much more. AI-powered editing will change the way you create content, and we'll show you how to leverage these tools in the course. Using these AI filmmaking strategies, our students are getting more views and growing faster than ever before.
I learned how to use AI tools, and I went from 0 followers on TikTok to over 15,000 after 2 months. That's the power of AI.
So that's AI filmmaking. And good news for you, in this course, you're going to learn way more than the best tools and how to create amazing visuals. Up next, we have content planning, script writing, and strategy. The reality is, if you know
want to ask you some questions now where I began a little bit earlier about you interviewing Mr. Williams, and specifically about some of those interviews. The first interview that you had with Mr. Williams, as you just heard, the questions being asked was about a little after 6 o'clock on the day of the event, correct?
Yes, that's
And in interviewing him in that interview, he did not tell you at any time what he believed was the reason why the child got injured, did he?
I don't know exactly what he said as far as like time frame between the first and second interview.
Do you have your notes from that? You make notes for the interview, do you not?
I have a summary of the summarization of the interview. Yes.
Yes, I have. It's called Exhibit 12, and it has pages 1 through 8. Do you have that with you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you step down and get those interview notes for each one of the interviews?
I have it up here with me.
Oh, you do? Okay. Well, the first interview, if you could turn to page 6 of that interview.
Okay.
And if you could read me the last 2 paragraphs of that. Am I correct that in that you're giving a rendition sort of about what happened, and he doesn't tell you anything about a fall or anything of that nature?
I might have had them out of order. Give me just a minute.
Okay.
All right. You said page 6?
Yes.
Can you tell me what the paragraph starts with, please?
Well, getting to really I guess there's 3 paragraphs, but there's one, the bottom paragraph are just 1-line paragraphs, but the bigger paragraph before the 2 lines that finish up that page, do you see where it starts? Williams left the dorm?
Yes, sir, I do.
And can you see as well where it says Williams recalled the time being 12:29? Williams was not able to immediately answer and Poague called again. He's talking about the telephone call where she's telling about the child being in distress. Williams could hear Poague saying JD multiple times.
Yes,
Williams,
sir.
you see all that?
Yes, sir.
Williams went inside the dorm room and asked what happened. Poague responded, I don't know. And the next comment is, the next sentence says, Williams grabbed Romeo and drove Romeo to the hospital in Williams' car. And the next one says, Williams had nothing further to provide at this time. That paragraph seems to indicate he didn't tell you anything about what caused the injury, did he?
Not in that paragraph, no, sir.
How about in the whole?
I'd have to go back. You'll have to forgive me. It's been 2 years. I don't remember exactly what he said. Every word in the first interview, second interview. It's just a accumulation of all the interviews. I'd have to review it.
I'm going to come back to the first one in a minute then. But if you could go to the second interview in that same night, that I believe was the one that ended up ending about 12:25 in the morning.
Okay, give me just a second, please. Okay, I've looked at it.
It is a 4-page summary that you did for that particular date of January 14th, beginning 10:54, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you would turn to page 4 of that exhibit, please.
Okay.
And on the first full paragraph, if you could read for what the very first line in the first real paragraph in that particular page, what does it say?
The interviews, the summaries out a little different. So if you'll just tell me what it starts
Sorry,
with.
it starts Williams did not know how.
Okay, I'm with you.
If you could read that for the jury.
Williams did not know how Romeo, JD, could have been injured. Williams denied causing any physical harm to Romeo, which is JD. Agent Fort provided contact information for William in case Williams needs to contact Agent Fort for any reason.
So that paragraph establishes, at least in that second interview, that same night when this occurred, and he said he did not know how the injury occurred, correct?
No, yes, sir, that's what it says.
Now, you just heard him say he told you about how it happened, that he told you it was caused by fall. If that had been told to you, would you have put it in this interview summary?
I would like to say yes, that I might have, but the summary is just a summary. So it's not going to be a transcription of it. I can't say that I would have put everything in there, but I would like to think that I would.
And that's an important piece of information. If someone's claiming a fall cause, that you'd want to notate that, would you not?
Theoretically, generally speaking.
Now, going back to the first interview, and I'm going to ask you if you'll please just thumb through it and look through it. If you can tell me in any place in that first interview where you believe that he told you anything about what occurred that caused this injury to happen.
Okay.
If he says anything about fall or claims it's something else, if you would, I understand you hadn't had a chance to look at it till I put you back up here, but take your time and do that, and then I'll ask you a question, okay?
Okay. I've completed reading that.
And you didn't see anything where he said anything about child falling, did you?
I didn't see that in my summary, but again, it's a summarization. That doesn't mean it wasn't said in the audio.
So you're saying there's some possibility that he might have said it to you, but you just didn't find it important enough to put in either one of your summary investigatory notes?
I'm not saying it wasn't important enough for me to put in there. I'm just telling you I don't know if it's in the audio or not. It's not mentioned in the summary.
So that part we do know. You've got 2 sets of notes concerning the interviews, and neither one mentions him saying anything about fall, correct?
I haven't fully reviewed the other one.
Well, all the ending where it said he said he didn't know anything about how he got injured, correct?
There was that paragraph, yes.
Yes. Now, the third interview, do you have notes from it or anything with it?
I should, yes, sir.
Now, that interview, you recall, he just testified that, yes, his sister did come into the room with him he was being questioned and she came in the room while you were there, correct?
Yes.
And then he stated that she he was not interviewed, or he stepped out of the room while she was in there. You remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Now, you have a recording of that particular interview, do you not?
I don't remember if it was just audio recorded or video recorded.
I can represent to you. I've got it over here that can be played, and that may happen, but you have no reason to believe that it's possible that you had audio and video.
It was
correct?
either audio or video recorded.
Okay. And if I tell you that I believe that that interview was 59 minutes and 17 seconds, would you agree that that sounds about the length of time it took for that particular time?
I mean, I have no reason to disagree. I'd have to look it up.
Would you disagree with me? 39 minutes and 53 seconds of that video showed both Ashante and Jay in the room with you while you were at least conversing with them.
I don't remember how long they were both in there together.
Yeah, I'd ask for permission to show the entire video and ask this agent if she can authenticate it and then play it for the jury.
Well, I don't think that that is the correct approach to. I mean,
I don't know if you can play the whole audio, but I mean, if you have video, I guess.
Without video.
Okay, so you want to show the video to demonstrate that the sister was in the room.
What I'd like to do, Your Honor, with it is to play it and start it with the period when Ashante shows up into the room, because the rest is not anything I'm really questioning about. And it will show a time period for when that occurred, and then be able to show from there forth who is in the room for the remainder of the period.
I think you're allowed to do that. I don't think you can play the audio because you have to call the witnesses if there's going to be a testimony. But I would suggest periodically moving it up, or maybe show the beginning and the end point, something like that.
I think, Your Honor, if she says that she doesn't remember, that the correct approach to that would be allow her to refresh her memory, and that's not something you would do by playing it in front of the jury. Now, we could all sit in here and he can look at it on a computer, but I don't think that I mean, if the point is that he, wants the jury to see this going on, I mean, he has to, like, for instance, if it were a statement, you would not say, here, to refresh your memory, read this statement aloud to the jury. You would say, read this statement to yourself. And having read this statement, does it now refresh your memory? So you can give Agent Ford an opportunity to review the video, and then you can ask her, having now reviewed it, does it refresh your memory? Instead of saying it in front of the presence, of the jury.
We'll let her refresh her memory outside the presence of the jury then.
Thank you.
I'll let you step into the jury room, please, for hopefully not more than 10 minutes.
We still want to start with the whole thing.
Grab that door. All right, let's see if somebody can call up the video.
That I'm going to start pouring out of it before you go. Just stop it right there if you would. Agent Ford, as you see on the screen right now, you can see that there's a video that appears to show you and Mr. Williams, correct?
Correct.
Does that appear to be the interview room where at one point you had interviewed Mr. Williams?
Yes, that's correct.
And then it's got some timeline dates on it at the bottom. Is that an accurate date for when the interview occurred, or that just was saved, or do you know?
I want to say the date was in January. I can't give you if it's accurate on the system. Sometimes it reboots and things like that, so I can't tell you that.
Well, let me ask you this. That particular interview, I know you did two at or around the hospital with him, correct? On the day of.
That's correct.
And that's not in that location, is it?
Correct.
So it'd be fair to state that this is the third interview that we're looking at here?
Yes, sir, it would.
And
if you,
go ahead.
I mean, if you let her look at her summary from the interview, I imagine she can look at the first line of it and tell you when you occurred, regardless of what that timestamp says there.
That's fine. Well, what does it say on your summary as when the date was? I mean, I wasn't too concerned with that, but I'm fine with that.
If you give me just a minute, please.
It's number 44.
Yeah, January 26 in the top left-hand corner, it says that may be more likely to be the right date. But
That's more accurate with what I remember. Yes, January 26, 2024 at 9:51 a.m.
okay, so that's the beginning of that interview, and I want to, if I could, so can you testify and state that it appears to be an authentic copy of the interview you're about to conduct, Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir.
What you see so far, and if I can, you know, begin to play it without the audio, and I'm going to ask you, okay, play it for just a minute, just to show.
I mean, we're just showing it for her to refresh her memory, so, and the jury's not in here.
Yeah. If you would move it, just move it kind of fast forward in here. You see you're in here interviewing him solo at the moment, correct?
Correct.
And now we're moving the timeline up to first few minutes, same thing. Keep on. All right, do you hold it right there? Do you recognize who is entering the room now?
Yes.
And who is that?
That's Mr. Williams' sister.
So his sister comes in with him. Is that Ashante Burr?
Yes, it is.
And that she's about to have a seat, and that is showing what time on the video? 1935?
Approximately 20 minutes into the interview. Yes.
And if you would now play just scoot it on through in a reasonable fashion where it's not just flying, but enough to see what's going on. Okay, would you agree with me that roughly from that 20-minute period until in the video that Ashante Burr and the brother remain in the room together as you're sitting there with them at the table?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
That's the part I need. I will ask those follow-up questions from you.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I need.
All right, then you can take that down and we'll bring the jury back in. All right, Mr. Gamble, you can continue your cross-examination.
Agent Ford, I understand this been 2% you were initially involved in this case and interviewing people and whatnot. But since we took a break, if you had an opportunity to review a video dated from January 26, 2025, in which you were interviewing Mr. Williams?
I reviewed January 6, 2024.
I'm sorry, 2024. Yes, I'm sorry, 2024.
Yes,
Correct?
I did.
And that was viewed just visually without any audio playing, correct?
Correct.
But the date coincided with the notes that you had that was the proper date for that third interview, correct?
Correct.
And we went through it, showing you on the screen where it began until it ended on both visually watching it and a timeline as far as how much time it was taking, correct?
Correct.
And at some point during the video, Miss Ashante Burr, the sister of Mr. Williams, comes into the room with you and Mr. Williams, correct?
Correct.
And I believe when we were talking about that earlier, it was around 20-minute time frame of the film, correct?
Correct.
It was a little short of that, but close enough to round it off, right?
Approximately, yes, sir.
And then from that point on, it showed a video that all three of you remained in the room until the interview ceased, correct?
Correct.
Which, if I'm correct on how much time it was for the entire interview, it was about 40 minutes of them being together, correct? Or you can look at your notes, and I think you'll probably have an ended interview, correct?
Yeah, so we started at 9:51. Looks like we ended around 10:50 approximately. That's about an hour, so 60 minus 20.
So it's close, right? 20 minutes and 39 or something in that range, right?
Correct.
Now, and you heard Mr. Williams just testify that he did not remain in the room once you began.
Asking this witness to comment on or otherwise characterize the testimony of another witness is improper.
Mr. Gamble, you can state your question without asking her to comment on the other witnesses.
Well, yeah. The video evidence you saw conclusively shows to you that for 40 minutes, those two were together with you in that room, correct?
Correct.
That's all the questions I have to say.
You need to redirect this agent on those matters.
No, sir.
All right. You step that down, Agent Poole.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. All right, Mr. Gamble, you can call your next witness. What's the name?
Jenna Newsom, I believe.
Ms. Newsom, watch that wire, please, as you walk across. And before you sit in the witness stand, face Mr. Gamble and receive the oath, please. You can come up here. All right.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the matter before the court today, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? That's it. Ms. Newsom, could you please state your full name for the court?
Yes, Jenna Newsom
And where do you live, Ms. Newsom?
in Blakely, Georgia.
And do you know the defendant seated to my left, Trinity Poague?
I do.
How do you know Ms. Poague?
We
have a jury key here.
I'm sorry.
Microphone, come on and tap it for me, please. Okay. You just
Loud.
a little
Okay.
louder. Make sure it projects to the microphone.
Okay, sorry.
How do you know her?
We met in 2020 at Ex-pageant.
And do you have known her since then?
Yes, sir.
Has she ever performed any service for you where you would pay her for services?
Yes.
What did she do for you?
She babysat my children and went on like day trips and stuff with us.
How old were your children at the time she was babysitting for
I'm
you?
going to object. This is just, character evidence in the sense of, she babysat my children and nothing bad happened. That's first of all, it's irrelevant. Well, it's irrelevant in generally, but under 404.
Mr. Lamb, before you go into a lengthy objection, I think maybe I should take the jury back out and let's find out. Because I don't want to have, I'd rather get all the, if there's going to be objections to the testimony heard.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to let you step back outside for just a second. All right, what's your reaction to the testimony, Mr. Lamb?
It's irrelevant character evidence under 404. I mean, evidence of a person's character or trait of character is not admissible for the purpose of proving action in conformity therewith. I mean, to say, she babysat my children and nothing bad happened. I would trust her to babysit my children or whatever is coming it's not a pertinent trait of character under this, with regard to with regard to the issues in this case, it's not a pertinent trait of character, which means it's not acceptable. It's not admissible. And even if it were admissible, we'd only be able to prove it by reputation, not by reference to specific circumstances or specific acts.
All right, Mr. Campbell.
It's not being offered for the purpose of character. It's being offered to be able to show that she has experience in being around children at or near the age of this child. She would have the knowledge necessary for first caring for the children, but secondly, being aware of when children are fussy or not, dealing with them when they won't sleep as they should, all of those type things. So it's not being offered to prove anything in character. And I don't intend to go into great detail with the witness other than to ask her what I just asked her about. Did she babysit for her? How many times did she babysit for her? Mm-hmm. And really that's the gist of that conversation with her, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lamb.
Well, just asking her if she babysat for you. I think that it is sort of a backdoor attempt at putting character evidence in. But I'll stand on the objection as it stands now. Obviously, I'm not going to try to raise any further issue if the court.
404A has. I looked at this before we got here, anticipating that there may be some of this. 404A allows evidence of a permanent trait of character. What he's saying, he's not offering it as character, but I don't know whether what I don't see is what a pertinent trait of character offered by an accused is. But that is an exception to disallowance of character evidence. And then I believe you can prove just general good character under 405, but that's not like specific instances. So with the limited proffer of what you're just wanting to establish that she's had experience babysitting, I'm going to allow that testimony.
I would probably ask her as a final question, did you have any issues with her when she did so?
Okay.
And her answer would be yes or no. I'm not going to go into follow-ups about, all kind of care and, what did you watch her do and I will tell you, I have two of these witnesses.
That would certainly be irrelevant to ask her if she, did you have any issues with her or trust with your children or whatever. That would certainly be irrelevant.
Is that, how do I interpret 404A1?
Pertinent traits?
Yeah.
I would interpret it just as if we had an issue before the court about someone who, whether he accidentally struck a nail or intentionally struck a nail, and you were trying to bring in evidence to show that the person was a skilled carpenter. What would be the purpose of that? Are you trying to establish character that he's a good carpenter? No, you're trying to establish he has the skills and ability to most likely not have accidentally struck it or that type of thing. Here, because this is part of the issue of the case, Your Honor. A pertinent trait would be whether she has any child care skills or not.
And that may be true. Whether she has skills, whether she is skilled in childcare, may be admissible under this rule. Then following it up with, did you have any problems with her? You trust her with your children, et cetera. Those are the questions that I'm saying would be irrelevant. You said that's going to ask. So
you can ask her if there was ever any problems with the care she provided for her children. I think that would be the pertinent trait character evidence, or pertinent trait evidence allowable under the character evidence code section. All right. Y'all want to take 5 minutes before we bring that jury back in? Does anybody need a restroom break?
Yes,
Okay. All right. We'll come back in 10 minutes. We'll come back in at 2:20. Yeah. Mr. Gamble, are you going to with any of the next couple of witnesses? It's just a.
Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hit us in the chat if you think the defendant is guilty or not guilty.
Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live.
All right, let's bring the jury in. You can go back in. All right, Mr. Gamble, you can continue.
Yeah, I know we got interrupted. I'm gonna try to not just start in the front, and I don't know exactly where we stopped. So I'm just gonna ask you again. When did you say you first employed Trinity Poague to be your babysitter?
We met her in 2020. I don't really remember if it was the fall of 2020 or the fall of 2021 that she first babysat my children.
And how many children was she babysitting?
2.
And they boys or girls?
1 girl, 1 boy.
How old were those children when she began to babysit for them?
My daughter was 3 or 4, and then my son, maybe 7.
And at that time, it was in 2021?
Yes.
Okay. How old was Trinity at that time?
15, 16. I think she was 7, so I'm going to go with 16.
Okay. How many times approximately did she babysit for you?
Maybe 10 plus times.
And did you have any issues with her babysitting for your children at any of those times?
No, sir.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Lamb, do you have any cross-examination?
Just briefly, Ms. Newsom, you'd certainly expect her to be able to recognize injury to a child, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's part of what you expect out of a babysitter, right? If something goes wrong, that they're going to recognize it. They're going to be in a position to do something about it, right?
Yes, sir.
You would expect her to take every reasonable measure to protect a child that was that needed protection, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
If there was a child being physically abused or grossly neglected in some way, and it was occurring in her presence, then you would agree with me that that would be a gross failure on her part if she just did nothing, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
Nothing else.
Any redirect?
No, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Newsom. You can call your next witness.
Jessica Whitaker, yeah.
Jessica Whitaker.
Yes.
Oh, I thought we had a baby.
Oh, I did too.
I don't think. No, Sharon's going to get her. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought he was still back.
Ms. Whitaker, before you step into the witness box, if you come up here and face Mr. Gamble to receive the oath, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Now, speaking to the microphone, because I know a lot of people speak soft and the jury needs to hear you, okay? Could you just state your name for the court?
Jesse Whitaker,
And Ms. Whitaker, where do you live?
Iron City, Georgia.
And in Iron City, Georgia, do you know the defendant, Trinity Poague?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Trinity?
She was one of my babysitters for my children.
Whitaker, I need you to speak up a little bit. All 12 of those folks are there have to hear you, okay?
She was my babysitter for my children.
Okay, when you say she was the babysitter for your children, how long a period of time was she the babysitter for your children?
She started watching my two stepkids that I have in 2020, and then I had my own child in 2022, and she also watched her.
All right, going back to 2020, how old were those two stepchildren that she was babysitting for?
7 and 5.
And then in 2022, you had a child of your own?
Yes, sir, in November.
How soon after the birth of that child did she begin to babysit for you?
Maybe a month old, maybe 2 months old.
How often, how many times did she babysit for you with that infant child?
A handful of times. She would help hard.
How about the other two?
Anytime that we had them, we had Christmas break, Thanksgiving break, any kind of break from school, she helped me out and babysit the two oldest ones.
Can you give me a number of approximation, how many times that might be?
I would say 10 or more times.
That would be for the two oldest.
Yes, sir.
And then the infant?
Maybe 5 to 6 times, possibly more.
And in all of those times that she babysit for you, were there any issues with her babysitting duties for the children?
No, sir.
That is all the questions I have, Judge.
All right, Mr. Lamb, any cross?
Yes, sir, just perhaps a quick question or two. Ms. Whitaker, if one of your children was being watched by Ms. Poague and your child suffered an injury of any sort, what would you expect her to do?
Call me.
Okay. Would you expect her to call a doctor or an ambulance?
Yes, sir.
If she observed someone abusing your child, would you expect her to report it to the police?
Yes, sir.
If someone was abusing your child, would you expect her to do everything in her power to protect your child?
Yes, sir.
When's the last time she babysat you?
Probably 2023.
And she started babysitting for you in 2020?
Yes, sir.
So that was 5+ years ago? Okay. Okay, nothing further.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to stay or go. You can call your next witness.
May she be excused?
Yes, sir, she's excused, she can stay or go.
I would call Megan Pitts to the stand.
Pitts, if you walk up here to the witness stand and then before you have a seat, face Mr. Gamble and receive the oath, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the matter before the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat.
If you make sure you speak into that microphone, okay, because everybody needs to be able to hear you.
Ms. Pitts, could you please state your full name for the court?
Megan Nicole Pitts,
And Ms. Pitts, where are you from? Not where you're living right now, but where's your hometown?
Griffin, Georgia.
And where do you currently live?
Americus, Georgia.
And in Americas, are you attending college anywhere?
Yes, sir.
Where do you attend college?
Georgia Southwestern State University.
And do you live on campus there at Georgia State Southwestern?
Yes, sir.
And where do you stay at? Where are you living at there?
I live in dormitories on campus.
What's the name of that dorm?
Pines.
Did you previously live in a different dorm?
Yes, sir.
Back in 2024, January 2024, which dorm were you living in?
Oaks.
And how long had you been in college at that time in January of 2024?
Roughly about half a semester.
Were you attending college under any kind of scholarship or anything?
Yes, sir.
What type of scholarship?
I had multiple, but the biggest one was President Jimmy Carter Leadership Program.
Tell me, what is the Jimmy Carter Leadership Program Scholarship? What does it entail?
It's a group of students that go through an interview process and they're selected from the incoming freshmen. And we are a service-based group that does community service throughout the year.
Do you have to have particular qualifications in order to be able to receive it, or just based upon the interview alone?
Particular qualifications.
What type?
You have to have a good grade point average and you have to be a good leader.
Now, when you attended on the Jimmy Carter Leadership Program Scholarship, did you meet Trinity Poague at any time?
Could you repeat the name?
Trinity Poague. Not try. I want to call her Tiffany. Also, Trinity Poague. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
And does she live in the same dorm as where you were living in that January of 2014?
Yes, sir.
Her room compared to yours, how close was it?
Across the hall diagonally.
And so not too far away.
Yes, sir.
You got to have enough court report. Back on January the 13th, getting later into the day and night, bleeding over into January 14th, which would be the early morning hours, which you might commonly still think of the same Saturday night, but getting into Sunday morning. You hear anything that got your attention during the night while you were in your dorm? Well, first of all, were you in your dormitory during that time period?
Yes, sir.
And when you were in your dormitory during that time period, how late did you stay up that night on Saturday, January 13th? Do you recall?
I don't recall, but I remember being asleep and being woken up.
Okay, when you were sleeping, got awakened, what awakened you?
A baby crying.
Okay, was it, can you describe, I know a baby crying is a baby crying, I guess, but is there any way you can describe as far as volume or anything of that nature?
It was particularly loud considering I was across the hall.
Okay. Enough that it awakened you?
Yes, sir.
Now, after you heard the baby cry, was it just one cry, or was it baby crying, or what was going on?
It was continuous and then eventually stopped.
Okay. Do you know how long you heard the crying before it ceased?
I don't remember.
And was this in the middle of the night?
Yes, sir.
Yep, that's all the questions I have, John.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Pitts. The baby was crying that night, loud enough at some point to wake you up right around 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Is that about right? And you don't know how long he cried thereafter, but just until, I guess you said, until he stopped crying.
Yes, sir.
That wasn't the first time that baby had woke you up crying, was it?
No, sir.
Actually, he cried a lot when he was there around Miss Poe, didn't he?
Yes, sir. Every time.
Every time.
Yes, sir.
He actually behaved better and was calmer if, like, her roommate or somebody else was there that could help, tend to him instead of her having to do it, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
But he responded better to other people than he did to her.
Yes, sir.
She told you at some point, or did she tell you that she had known that child for his whole life?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that? Do you remember interviewing with the GBI?
Yes, sir.
Agent over at I think y'all interviewed over in the police station on campus?
Yes, sir.
Interviewed with Special Agent Joe Chestnut.
Yes, sir.
Does that sound right? And I mean, there's an audio recording of it, not a video. There's an audio recording of it, but there's also a summary that the agent prepared, which is, his note summary of the interview. Okay.
Yes, sir.
If I let you take a look at that, just a moment, do you think that might refresh your memory about whether or not she had told you anything about how long she had known the child?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Young object to using refreshment of the agent's notes to try to refresh her memory.
Well, it doesn't matter whose notes they are. I mean, anything that if the witness says that she believes it will refresh her memory, then
I think she can review the notes and then make if it will refresh her.
If it doesn't, it doesn't. Sorry, maybe like write it here and read down 2 or 3 paragraphs. Just read to yourself. Not out loud. Do you have a chance to go?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, having done so, does that refresh your memory at all about whether or not it had led you to believe, led everyone to believe certain information about how long she's known the child, things like that?
I remember her having conversations about describing knowing the child and helping take care of him, but I don't recall that particular conversation.
Okay. You don't recall a particular conversation where she said she'd known him his whole life.
Correct.
But you recall conversations where she had talked about the child, taking care of him and that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
And where she'd seen him and taken care of him away from where y'all were, away from the dormitory.
I don't remember.
You don't remember that? Okay. All right. Did you ever hear her express any opinions of her own about the child?
Yes, sir.
What kind of opinions did she express about J.D. Angeles?
They were never directly to me, but they were in group settings, and she would describe it.
Objective is not said directly to her. Now, you said it's heard through a group, but not from her.
I want you to clarify as to whether or not she heard it,
Yes,
not,
sir, I
not that she
certainly
heard
will.
it secondhand. Okay. And I do need you to speak into that microphone a little louder, okay? All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Thank you.
When I ask you if you had heard her express any opinions about the child, you said in a group setting, was it a setting where you actually heard what she said?
Yes, sir. It was in her room.
Okay. Not her talking to someone else and them telling you she said something you actually heard. She just wasn't talking to you individually.
Yes, sir. It was a group of people in her room.
Gotcha. Okay. So what opinions did you hear her express about the child?
She was describing that she didn't particularly like him.
It sort of seemed obvious from her interactions with the child that his feelings about that were mutual.
Yes, sir.
We did. Nothing further.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can step down, Ms. Pitts. You're free to stay or go. She's excused, is that correct? Y'all have any objection to excusing her?
No, Your Honor.
She may be excused.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr.
All right. You can call your next witness.
Call Elaine Bro. I don't know if Bro is a Briox. I'm not sure how she pronounced it last name. Bro. I thought. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bro, before you have a seat up there in the witness chair, if you could face Mr. Gamble and receive the oath, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about giving the matter before the court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Could you please state your full name for the jury?
Elaine Marie Bro,
And Ms. Bro, where are you from originally?
Perry, Georgia.
And are you currently attending college anywhere?
Yes, sir.
Where do you attend college?
Georgia Southwestern.
And are you living on campus anywhere?
No, I live in an apartment off campus.
Back in January of 2024, were you living on campus?
Yes, sir.
At that time, where were you living?
Oaks 2.
And in Oaks 2, did you have the occasion at any time to meet Trinity Poague?
Yes, sir.
How did you know her?
We were in the leadership program together, the President Jimmy Carter leadership program together.
So you would have met her through that to begin with?
Yes, sir.
Did you also see her from time to time at the dormitory where you lived?
Every once in a while, yes, sir.
Did you ever see her to know whether or not she had a boyfriend?
Yes, sir.
Did you have one?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who he was?
I saw him, but I never knew his name.
You just saw him with her boyfriend?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether there was any child involved in that relationship?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the child as well?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see Ms. Poague? She was carrying that child with her.
Yes, sir.
Now, how far away was your room at the Oaks from Ms. Poague's room?
Right across the hall.
Directly across?
Directly across, yes, sir.
Back on January 13th in the late night hours, anywhere from 10 o'clock forward till January 14th in the morning hours. Did you hear anything during that time period that was worth noting?
I heard the baby crying.
What time was it when you heard that? Do you know?
It periodically throughout the night. I probably went to sleep around like 10:30, so I just woke up every once in a while and just heard the baby crying.
Was it enough to have awakened you?
Probably not, no, sir.
Just heard the baby crying?
Yeah, I just wake up randomly throughout the night anyways.
Okay. You don't know anything else about that other than the baby was crying?
No, sir.
All right, that's all the questions I have.
All right. Cross-examination.
So the child didn't wake you up. You just woke up, but you could hear him somewhere down the hall, across the hall, crying,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
When you heard the child crying, was there anything that seemed or sounded abnormal about it compared to when you had heard the child cry before?
No, sir.
The next morning, let me back up. You said that you heard him crying maybe around 1 a.m. and then on and off until 6 o'clock in the morning.
Sir.
So what you mean by that is when you woke up, you might still hear him crying if you woke up at 3 o'clock or
Yes, sir.
whatever.
Yes, sir.
You don't actually know that he cried all night. It's just a couple times you woke up and he was crying.
Yes, sir.
And then about 6 o'clock or so in the morning, you didn't hear him anymore.
No, sir.
Then you got up at 9:30 in the morning and you didn't hear him crying then, did you?
No, sir.
The child cried often when he was there, didn't he?
Yes, sir. I think so.
I don't think I have any more questions, Your Honor, but I would like to have just one second, please. No further questions.
All right, you redirect, Mr. Gavin?
No, Your Honor, she can be excused for as far as we're concerned.
All right, Miss Bo, you can stay or go. You're free to go.
Okay.
Or stay. You're excused. All right, you can call your next witness, Mr. Gamble.
Yeah, I would for a 15-minute break and discuss some things.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until 3:05. All right. If anybody needs to step downstairs, Chet, make sure somebody goes with them. Don't need us. Okay.
This is a Southern Sin breaking news special. Be sure to like and subscribe now.
No comment from Brian Walsh after he was charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walsh, the missing Massachusetts mother of 3 young boys. And while he's not talking, prosecutors are piecing together a timeline of what they say he was doing in the days after her disappearance. Anna was last seen at home between 4 and 5 a.m. by a family member. Walsh told police that he had slept in that morning, but prosecutors say that he was actually awake and searching disturbing topics on his son's iPad.
At 4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m., he searched how to mount the body. At 5:47 a.m., 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. At 6:25 a.m. on the 1st, how long for someone to be missing to inherit. At 6:34 a.m. on the 1st, can you throw away body parts?
The very next day, more Google searches.
There were also more Google searches on January 2nd. At 12:45 p.m., catalog best tool to dismember. At 1:10 p.m., can you be charged with murder without body? At 1:14, can you identify a body with broken teeth?
Prosecutors say that on January 2nd, Walsh came here to this home located in Rockland, Massachusetts, 9 miles from his house. He spent $450 on cleaning supplies.
Cleaning products, mops, brushes.
On January 3rd, prosecutors say Walsh drove to an apartment complex in Abington, 16 miles from his home, where they say surveillance video shows him hoisting a heavy garbage bag into a dumpster. At 4:48 p.m., prosecutors say Walsh drove to a second apartment complex in Abington. And at 5:10 p.m., investigators say he threw items away into a dumpster in Brockton. Then on January 6th and 7th, police searched the Walsh property in Cohasset. Prosecutors collected a lot of evidence in the basement of this home, including DNA blood evidence and 2 knives. On January 8th, Walsh was arrested for misleading police in his wife's missing person investigation.
The defendant is now before the court charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walsh, as well as disinterring of the body.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Hey everybody, Judge Lauren Lake here. Listen, I need you to head on over to YouTube weeknights at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Why? Because your favorite judge, I'm one of the new co-hosts of Truth Talks Season 2. And guess what? We're live every night at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on YouTube, only at Truth Talks-Live. I'll see you there.
Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin.
All right, Mr. Gamble.
Yeah, we close evidence, we rest.
State the defendant rests. Mr. Lamb, do you have any rebuttal evidence?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. My proposal would be for us to have a charge conference, all the things that we need to do in preparation for you to give closing arguments, and that y'all start your closings in the morning.
Great.
I think that'd give people plenty of time to prepare. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence portion of the trial is complete. There's a good bit of work that I need to do with the lawyers. They get to go over the charge that I'm going to give you and make any objections, and we work that out. Also, I want to give the attorneys time to prepare their closing statements so that they can have overnight to actually get their thoughts in order. It's very important to both sides, and I want them to be able to narrow down their thoughts and give a good cohesive argument. So I'm going to recess for the afternoon as far as you're concerned. I would like you to return at 9 o'clock in the morning, at 9 o'clock, we'll bring you in and we will begin the closing argument phase of the case. All of the instructions that I've given you are still in place. You'll begin discussing this case once I've given you my final jury instructions in the morning after closing arguments. Okay? So with that, you are excused. Please don't look at that TV or that internet tonight, okay? Watch a rental movie. Yeah. You can still rent a movie on TV, right? Yeah. Yeah. Why don't I send you all the draft of the charge? I've got some corrections already written on it. Y'all can look it over. It's basically a combination of both of y'all's. We'll come back over and we'll go over that charge conference.
We will need to add, if I did not put the charge in about the defendant does not testify.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't know which one it'd be, but obviously now.
Okay. All right.
We can also remove all the charges that we submitted on.
I noticed all the charges of
Police interview.
voluntariness of the state.
Right. Police interview. Yeah, those can all be removed.
Okay. So go back those two revisions and then send it to both of them. Y'all got your computers here, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll come back at 3:30 and we'll go over that charge.
Okay.
I think so. That's my preference if we're able to.
In other cases, I'm just making sure.
We'll go over the jury charge. We can all come to order.
I'm just reading.
No, I'm.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to me.
You were here, then. Someone trying to interrupt you.
Mr. Lamb, have you reviewed the charge that Mallory just sent?
Yes, sir. And
I'm gonna make some grammatical changes, you know, like take out parentheticals, eliminate things that are not applicable. But we'll, in general, are there any that you need to be added or stricken?
I don't recall anything that I don't think I guess the charge 13710, character of the defendant. I mean, he says it's not character evidence. So it's evidence to show that she had great child care skills. That's a different thing than character. So I think that that charge should probably be removed on page 6.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's on my page 5.
Okay. Well.
I think when I read it downstairs.
So you're asking that that one be removed?
Yes, sir. I don't think it relates to anything that is in evidence in this case. The defense has asked, as I understand it, the defense has asked for the long version of the direct circumstantial charge, and the state concurs with that.
Okay.
I don't have objection. In fact, I prefer it. The long version of the circumstantial evidence charge.
It just makes it.
As you can guess, I usually give the short one. But
I know. And I do sometimes in certain cases, but I think this has a little bit of description here.
All right. I'll take out the short one and give the long one.
I don't think there's. I don't have any other objections or comments, I suppose, at this point.
All right, Mr. Gamble.
Nothing else.
Yeah, and I reviewed it, and with that notation you've already made about the going with the long version of the short, that was the only real comment I had. I don't really object if you take out the character objection. I don't think it really matters much one way or another to me. And the only other thing I would have is Mr. Lamb and I both discussed it. He brought it up, but the news cast that I used to question Mr. Wright about, we've got on a flash drive, not to go out to the jury, but needs to be, we think, marked as defendant's exhibit 4, and made a part of the record.
And the state, the state has no objection to the court reopening the evidence for the of that. And I would also, Your Honor, ask at this time, according to our records, all of the state's exhibits were in fact tendered and admitted. I mean, there were a couple of them that were admitted not to go out with the jury, but they were all tendered and admitted. I believe if anyone has any different information on that, I would ask that we be advised of that, so that if I need to make a motion to reopen briefly, I could do so.
All right, let me find my list. My recollection is that everything.
Yes, if you can.
Okay.
Yeah,
I got to think you don't have it.
Yeah, we have some extra. We have some extra.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to allow the evidence to be reopened, and 4 will be admitted.
Yes, you are.
But it will not go out with the jury.
Correct.
And I think we can just do that by stipulation, unless you want to do it in front of the jury.
No, yeah.
Okay.
I don't.
No, I think that right. I think that
it's not going out with the jury anyway.
Right.
When you tell them that you're sending the evidence out with, and we send them the stuff that we're sending them, and that's my view.
Yep, I'm good with that.
All right, but let's make sure we're all on the same page while we're at this as to what does not go out with the jury. I believe the videos would not. I mean, they may ask to see them, but we customarily will not send it out with them. So that's exhibits 20, 21.
Exhibit 3.
What'd you say? 3?
I have 23 as a picture.
No, number
3.
3. Okay.
3, 20, 21.
Wasn't there a written statement that y'all?
The coroner's statement, whatever it was.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I know it was.
That's 40, exhibit 40.
Yes, it's not.
Okay.
That would not go out, that's subject to the continuing
Yes.
witness rule. I think, did you put the article that you used for impeachment, did you put that in to evidence?
It did not go into evidence.
It was not, it did not? Okay.
Oh, you mean the treatise?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the rule says you can read it in evidence, but you can't say.
But, right, you get, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if it was
It was not
admitted,
admitted, and I don't think it needs to be.
I don't think it has to be, but if it were, then
It
it would not go out.
Yeah, it doesn't.
The medical records, I don't think are subject to continuing witness because they're not actually statements. They are
I think they can-
summaries of actions.
I think they're admissible. And then the other one that won't go out would be Exhibit 4, the news. So it's prosecution exhibits 3, 20, 21, and 40. And defendants exhibit 4 will be the only ones that don't go out with the jury. So I will go back to my desk and I'll make some minor changes to maybe even the order that they're given. Like at the end, I like to conclude with the one about deliberations. Well, she's already done that.
What about a verdict form, Your Honor?
That's the next thing I was gonna ask. You want us to prepare a verdict form?
Doesn't the court have a law clerk?
That was us. I definitely said us.
Yes, I mean, I have no problem.
Okay, all right, and Sherry's got a good form for it too, so. We'll get the verdict form, we'll send that to you before I leave today. I'll make some minor changes. One change I noticed was on stipulations.
Yes.
I thought maybe the first paragraph, but I couldn't really see how I would give the second.
Well, there weren't any stipulations.
There was some stipulation about.
There was the only stipulation was as to the admissibility of Exhibit 26, but it wasn't a stipulation as to a fact. It was simply
that it wouldn't go out with the jury.
Well, it was just a stipulation that it would go in, that it would come into evidence because it was tendered under a certificate, pursuant to notice.
Okay.
And so, I think that's
accurate. So do either of you request this charge on stipulations?
Well, I did only because I did know that we did do a couple of stipulations. They may have been on some minor issues, but that was why I put it in.
I think if the only stipulation is as to the admissibility of evidence as opposed to a stipulation to a fact, then I don't think that the stipulation charge
And I
is
mentioned
necessary.
stipulation in another part where I tell them what the evidence is. So my inclination would be to take the actual charge out.
No objection from me.
Well, I just note the second paragraph talks about where parties stipulate, and then it says testimony, documents, exhibits only. This is in the nature of evidence. You may take that testimony as if it was given in court. You may rely on it if you find it credible. However, either party may dispute such testimony by other evidence. I don't know. I thought that part might need to be in there, Jan, but I'm not.
Well, it's not gonna hurt. I mean, if you're requesting it, I'll put it. It's
I would
definitely not.
I would just request that part.
All right, I'll give the
So
second.
you're just not going to give the first paragraph?
Yeah,
of that?
first paragraph, read it, doesn't make
I'll
any
give
sense.
I'll give paragraph number
I
2.
look at it, it does not apply.
Sure.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll send that to you all, and then we'll start closes at 9 o'clock. Y'all get here early enough to check your computers and all. Looks like y'all got yours. Y'all are just using the same portal at this point. Is that
We
right?
are, yeah.
Okay. Anything else we need to address before closing arguments in the morning?
Nothing that I can think of. It's to provide.
2 hours?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you each have 2 hours.
I don't think I'll talk 2 hours. I never do that, but
I mean, we have all day, so I'm
We
not.
wanna have it
you know,
available, though.
If any of you want to speak for 2 hours, you can.
Yes, sir, understood.
Of course, you'll get to open and conclude. What I would like to do, well, if we start at 9, I guess we'll see when the closing arguments finish. I might send them to lunch, let them come back and charge them, or I might charge them and tell them they can ask for lunch whenever they want to. I just have to kind of play that by ear.
Understood.
Or even offer, get them some pizza and let them work through lunch or something like that. We'll see how all that works. All right. Thank y'all. I'll see you in the morning.
Thank you.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.